American news.
America is under chemical warfare attack. Fentanyl is the weapon.
Thank you for everything you're doing.
I appreciate you guys very, very much.
This is America's Voice Live with Steve Gruber.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Terrence Bates in for Steve Gruber on this Monday, March the 31st. Let's get right into today's top stories. President Trump is warning Russia that he is considering slapping the communist country with massive tariffs if the Kremlin doesn't comply with the ceasefire in Ukraine. It's one of the many Trump tariff stories that are making headlines this week. Plus, relations between Canada and the United States continue to erode despite the leaders of both countries claiming that their recent conversation was constructive. Ahead, a former member of the Canadian Parliament joins us to discuss the current trade war and what it's going to take to bring a little warmth to the currently chilly relationship between the U.S. and our northern neighbor. And then later, two critical special elections are set for tomorrow in Florida, and a state Supreme Court seat is up for grabs in Wisconsin. Apart from the obvious, what else is at stake? We'll discuss all of that and so much more right now on America's Voice Live. We start with President Trump's mass deportation plan, though, that continues to face criticism in the mainstream media, specifically his use of the Alien Enemies Act to send alleged Chedraui gang members to a prison in El Salvador. While addressing the media just a couple of hours ago, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt got into a spirited back and forth on the issue with a reporter. At issue was the claim that the Trump administration was deporting people solely based on tattoos. All right, so we apologize. We're going to try to get you that soundbite. It looks like it's ready now. Here is Caroline Leavitt. Let's play it.
Certain symbols in your tattoos and wearing certain streetwear brands. That alone is enough to get someone classified as TDA and sent to El Salvador.
That's not true, actually, Andrew.
According to this document, it is.
No, according to the Department of Homeland Security and the agents, have you talked to the agents who have been putting their lives on the line to detain these foreign terrorists who have been terrorizing our communities? TDA is a vicious gang that has taken the lives of American women. And shame on you and shame on the mainstream media for trying to cover for these individuals who have. This is a vicious gang, Andrew. This is a vicious gang that has taken the lives of American women.
The government filed in court, which says all.
And you said yourself there are 8 criteria on that document.
They need 8 points.
And you are questioning the credibility of these agents who are putting their life on the line to protect your life and the life of everybody in this group and everybody across the country.
Real America's Voice Chief White House correspondent Brian Glenn got a front row seat to that back and forth you just heard. He joins us now live outside the White House this afternoon with more. Brian, as always, it is good to see you. Let's just get right to it. Do you get the sense that reporters these days at the White House want to debate the administration as opposed to simply asking probing questions? Felt like that.
It does. It does feel like that. It also feels like that in the briefing room as well. Several times you have more of these exchanges being a debate of policy rather than asking a question about policy and getting an answer from a very clear Caroline Leavitt. That exchange was probably, since the time we've been here, was a little heated, and it was one-sided because I do think it's unfair that the Trump administration is being criticized for literally rounding up hardened criminals, gang cartels, drug dealers, these rapists, pedophiles, murderers, and sending them back to where they came from. The media is far more interested, Terrence, in scrutinizing the timing of these flights and apparently identifying a gang member by their tattoo. Ridiculous.
And then, of course, there's the issue of the judge who filed the halt to that, Judge Boasberg. The reality is there are a lot of Republicans on Capitol Hill that are looking for him to be impeached, and he has kind of doubled down on his position.
Yeah, they have. This is what they do, though. They double down on all of their stances. They still remain very confident that they have the seat of power in some of these courts, and they feel like it's up to them to dictate what this country does or what President Trump does from a federal level. It is an abuse of power, and no one can really argue that it's not. But look, the bottom line is Tom Homan Kristi Noem and President Trump is doing exactly what they planned on the campaign trail, as they get rid of these illegals, these hardened illegal alien crimes. That's what the criminals, that's what they're doing, and these judges are doing everything they can to block that.
Brian, it's going to be a busy week there, just a busy couple of days there at the White House. There's going to be an EO signing, an executive order signing. We're going to get to that momentarily because it really has to do more with something that's coming up on Wednesday. But let's start with tomorrow. I'm sure the White House is keeping a close eye on Florida, as 2 special elections are set for Florida tomorrow that basically would extend the balance of power for Republicans in the U.S. House if things go to plan.
Yeah, it does. And hopefully things do go to plan as far as Republicans are concerned. Now, you do have Florida District 6. That's Mike Waltz's old district. The current person in that election, Randy Fine, is struggling to a certain extent, and that was a plus 30 for President Trump. Now it's a kind of a narrow margin lead on that. President Trump did a tele town hall just last week to try to get those numbers up. Matt Gaetz's previous seat looks like it's a pretty solid win again for that. Now, if you shift up north into Wisconsin, that's where the latest the fight really continues. There it's almost a statistical tie right now in that Supreme Court race, and of course that race will determine kind of a redistricting, if you will, redrawing some lines there in Wisconsin that could have Republicans losing 2 seats up there. So it's a very important race, and historically, Terrence, these special elections don't normally bring out huge turnout for them, especially coming off a big presidential election. But Republicans are certainly hopeful and praying that Republicans in both those states of Florida and Wisconsin get out tomorrow for that special election.
And I'm glad you put into perspective the importance of that Wisconsin Supreme Court race. I think it became clear to a lot of people, even casual observers from outside of Wisconsin, when the White House dispatched Elon Musk over the weekend to go out there to Wisconsin. I think a lot of people's ears perked up and said, oh, there may be something more I need to pay attention to there in Wisconsin.
Yeah, they did. He brought out his other trump card there, Elon Musk, and he brought out thousands. I was seeing some of the videos, Terrence, online, and thousands were braving the chilly temperatures that they get this time of year up in Wisconsin. But it's a very important race now, because if you look back historically on special elections, they don't draw a big. You may get 10% of the base coming out for any special election, which really does open up the opportunity for a Democrat to flip whatever election, that seat or in this particular instance, court justices, you can overturn them in these special elections. So Republicans cannot be caught sleeping on this election, or they're going to find themselves a little slimmer of a majority there in Congress, and perhaps some new district lines there in Wisconsin, which could alter the next midterms coming up in 2026.
Sure, a lot more at stake than might meet the eye. All right, let's shift our focus to what President Trump is calling Liberation Day, which will be Wednesday. That's when those reciprocal tariffs are set to take effect. And it's my understanding there's going to be an executive order signing this afternoon to potentially address that.
Yeah, it's a highly anticipated executive order. Steve Bannon says this morning on War Room that this could be one of the greatest executive orders that President Trump has done in both his terms, and the importance of it from an economic standpoint. Now, it's easy to say America first and you're for America first policies, and we get that. But some of these policies are really hard turns to go back in the other direction, and it provides a correction in the way we do business internationally. It's the way we do business internally as well, and these tariffs are a way to really kind of even the playing field, if you will. Some of these countries, Terrence, have been ripping off American businesses for far too long. Just really a huge gap in what we get charged and what they get charged. And so reciprocal tariffs are something that, well, if they charge us 5%, we're going to charge them 5%, and so on. So tomorrow, or I should say later today at 5:30, this is going to be all laid out, and I would think that President Trump is going to spend a hot minute really explaining the importance of this executive order and what it means to American manufacturers. Terrence, one of his biggest thing was to bring business back to the U.S., specifically steel manufacturing in Pennsylvania and other states. Now, that is the goal of all of this. So we've got lumber, we got steel, we got aluminum, the pharmaceutical industry as well. And he did not rule off what countries would be exempt from this. So as of right now, from what I understand, every country is on the table to get these tariffs, but it'll all be laid out today at 5:30 local time here in D.C. in the Oval Office, and we'll have it for you as it unfolds on Real America's Voice.
Brian, I'm glad again that you made the point, because as you were talking, I was thinking President Trump has said pretty openly that these tariffs are really meant, yes, to be fair in terms of trade with some of these other trading partners, but more importantly, he is looking to bring innovation as well as more business and manufacturing back to the United States. That's at the heart of this. So to that point, Brian, any indication from the White House at this point, and I realize the White House isn't going to get in front of President Trump and his announcement, but any indication from the White House what specific industries, if you will be targeted for these tariffs?
Well, he did put out a short list, and it was steel, aluminum, lumber, pharmaceutical, and automobile. So there was just kind of a general industries right there. He will, and really the messaging coming out of the White House today has been relatively limited on this, making sure that everyone, and that's a proactive approach, I think, making sure everyone's on the same page on this, but it'll all be laid out at 5:30. What I think is really interesting, though, is the way the media has aligned themselves with kind of trying to stop these tariffs. And I have to ask myself, where were they the last 4 years when just about every consumable good or service doubled in cost to the American people? Like, were they asking questions why that was happening? Were they scrutinizing the Biden fiscal agenda like they are these Trump tariff agenda? It's a fair question to ask, and of course I know the answer to that, and it's no, they have not. But all of a sudden, everyone woke up on November 5th and or on Inauguration Day until the 20th, and all of a sudden they've got a PhD in economics and they're ready to debate the tariff policies coming out of the Trump campaign. But they were silent, Terrence, during the 4 years when this economy was absolutely destroyed. We know what that inflationary number looked like. We all experienced it, but yet the mainstream media that sits mainly behind me did not ask the questions why that was happening. And I think it's unfair that they're, I would say, over scrutinizing President Trump's tariff plan to even the playing field, I should say. This is all to even the playing field.
No, absolutely. I've got a PhD in credit, but we won't talk about that because I spent up way too much of it, so we'll move on. Before I let you go, Brian, let's chat a bit about that executive order signing. I think I heard Caroline Leavitt say earlier today that it's going to be in the Rose Garden, the first of President Trump's second term, the first signing in the Rose Garden of his second term. Did I hear that right?
You did, and that was kind of a surprise to me, actually. I remember looking at her going, wow, okay, that's a first. So I stand corrected. I'm glad you reminded me that. It will not happen in the Oval Office. It will be in the Rose Garden. Now, I will say this, Real America's Voice, we are the secondary pull cam for today's activities at the White House. So whatever goes on, we would have complete access for that. So we will be in the Rose Garden at 5:30, ready to bring that to you live as it unfolds. And what a beautiful day here in Washington, D.C. As you can tell, I've got the jacket off. The temperatures are about 80 degrees. We've got the cherry trees, the blossom. We've got all the people out. So it actually is a beautiful day here in Washington, D.C. So I can imagine having that in the Rose Garden. Not only is the policy going to feel good for Americans, it's going to look good as well, Terrence.
All right, and Brian Glenn will be checking in with you then throughout the afternoon. Always good to see you, my friend. Appreciate the reporting there live at the White House.
Yes, sir.
Well, folks, coming up after the break, President Trump recently said that he is not happy with Russian President Vladimir Putin. In fact, he had some other choice words that I'll share later on. All of this as he continues to work towards a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. We've got more details on that next. to America's Voice Live. As always, we appreciate having you along for the ride. As the war between Russia and Ukraine continues, President Trump is threatening massive tariffs against Russia if the ceasefire between Moscow and Ukraine doesn't take hold. The commander-in-chief is quoted as saying that he is, and again, this is a quote, pissed off after Russian President Vladimir Putin basically called for the removal of Volodymyr Zelensky's leadership. Putin reportedly advocated for a transitional government to be installed as a way to force out the Ukrainian president. President Trump responding by floating the idea of economic sanctions against Russia with a 25 to 50% tariff on all oil coming out of Russia. The Kremlin says President Putin is now open to a phone call with President Trump on the issue. That phone call, by the way, is expected to happen at some point in time this week. Former Congressman and retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Alan West joins me now to discuss this and more. Colonel West, always good to see you, sir.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me, Terrace.
Always a pleasure. So let's start here. Do you see President Trump's threats of more sanctions against Russia going to be enough to really motivate Putin and Russia to fully engage in a ceasefire? Is that enough?
Yeah, I think that that's a great start. You have to look at the four elements of national power: the diplomatic, the informational, military, and economic side. And I think first and foremost, we want to put that diplomatic pressure and that economic pressure on Vladimir Putin. You cannot reward an autocrat and a dictator and have him believe that he has any semblance of a moral high ground, especially in this situation. You know, I know that Donald Trump likes to talk about cutting deals and things of this nature, but I think the world tried to go down that path once upon a time when Neville Chamberlain went over and met with a guy by the name of Adolf Hitler and came back and said that he had a signed piece of paper saying that there would be peace in our times, and we know what the end result was. So now is the time to show that Donald Trump and the United States of America and freedom-loving people have the moral high ground, and we're going to put the pressure to economically and diplomatically isolate Russia.
I get the sense that Vladimir Putin is agreeing to certain terms, but then kind of behind the scenes really dragging his feet. Am I off there? And I'm asking you this from your professional opinion. Obviously, you've been in the rooms that I haven't been in.
No, you're not. I mean, it's kind of like the wink, wink, cross my fingers behind my back thing. And I think that's why President Trump expressed himself as he did, that you said, because he's angry, because he's trying to come and say, let's stop all this fighting. Let's end this. But you've got to understand that Vladimir Putin, a former KGB officer, when asked what was the greatest disappointment for him in the 20th century, he said the collapse of the Soviet Union. So he has always tried to reestablish the Soviet Union. We saw what he did with George Bush and others when it came to Georgia, Moldova. We know that he did the same with Barack Obama in pushing into Ukraine, and then, of course, with in Crimea also, and then, of course, with Joe Biden. So I think it's so important. Now is the time for us to have that strong leadership that says we're not going to cower, we're not going to bend backwards, and we're going to be quite resolute when it comes to dealing with Vladimir Putin.
Well, to your point, even if there is a ceasefire that ultimately goes into effect, do you expect there actually to be a peace deal, or is that idea a pipe dream in your mind?
Well, I think right now we have to put Vladimir Putin in a very untenable position. I don't know if President Trump has ever read The Art of War by Sun Tzu, but that's what he needs to look to do, because Vladimir Putin is trying to, as you say, slow walk this thing so he can try to keep some type of territorial gains that he has. We should let him know that that's not possible. That's not a potential result of this. You invaded a sovereign nation. You cannot be rewarded for these belligerent actions that he has taken. And furthermore, Terrence, I think it's important that we let China and Iran, because you do have this axis of evil that is forming, this cabal, know that there will be ramifications for them as well, because we know that China, Iran, and Russia are meeting and they are having their conversations. So I think that it's very important we send a message to those other two countries.
I'd like to switch gears and talk about some domestic issues, specifically the border. You use the word invasion, an invasion of a sovereign nation, and there are many in our government who believe that many of the illegals who are coming into this country right now have done just that. They've invaded our sovereign nation.
No, you're absolutely right. If we did not invite you to come in, you climbed over the back fence and came onto our territory, or you tried to come into my home, that's breaking and entering. You're not an invited guest. And so when you look at the type of people that have come into here, people that belong to gangs, terrorist gangs, such as Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and we also have to be concerned with, I believe, 25 to 30,000, maybe a little bit more, single military age male Chinese. We haven't heard anything too much about these gotaways. We have millions of those individuals that are coming out there through West Texas and the Big Bend Mountains. They're wearing carpeting on the bottom of their shoes. They don't want to be detected. So yes, we have had an invasion of the United States of America, and Donald Trump and his administration, Tom Homan, they are taking the right constitutional response in order to, once again, uphold Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution.
You're right. The focus is typically on the Tren de Aragua gang members and the many gang members and let's call them narco-terrorists, if you will, who are sneaking people and product across the border. But I think the Chinese cells that are sneaking into the country, probably other terrorist cells, you don't get a lot of conversation about that. Why do you think that might be?
Well, I don't know if they don't want to leak out too much critical information, but we all know that once upon a time there were direct flights from Caracas, Venezuela to Tehran, Iran. We know that Hezbollah has a footprint down in Venezuela and in South America, and we know that other terrorist organizations. Look, we have to be very concerned. I mean, ISIS is still out there. They're trying to get back on an upswing, so we have to be protecting our southern border, because it's not just the criminal illegal immigrants. It is also, like you just articulated, the transnational narco criminal terrorists, and it's also just flat out terrorist organizations, Islamic jihadist groups also.
Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, it is always a pleasure to talk to you, sir. I could probably go for another 20 minutes, but I've got people yelling in my ear telling me to shut up and move on, so we'll do just that. Always a pleasure.
Take care. Take care, Terrence.
Thank you. Always will do. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, what's next on the trade front between the United States and Canada after President Trump and the new Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney, had their first phone call? Stick around to find out from a former member of Canada's Parliament. That's next. Alaska. Good afternoon to you there. I believe it's afternoon there. I have to look at the time zones. Well, President Trump says his first call with newly elected Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney was, quote, extremely productive. In a Truth Social post, the president went on to write that the two will meet immediately after Canada's elections on the 28th to discuss politics, business, and all other factors. The new Canadian Prime Minister also agrees that the call was, quote, very constructive. However, Prime Minister Carney says that Canada's old relationship with the United States is, quote, over. Here with me now to discuss that is the former member of Canada's Parliament, Dr. Ruby Dalla. Dr. Dalla, good to see you. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you today.
So I think it's also important to point out that you recently ran for leadership. Mark Carney obviously won that race, but put into perspective for us, from a Canadian perspective, what the current relationship between the United States and Canada is.
Well, first of all, there is a great appreciation for America and for the United States here in Canada. But in light of everything that has happened, it has been what you would say as a boyfriend and girlfriend go through a very, very bad breakup. There's a lot of hurt feelings on the side of Canada because there has always been such a close bond and a close friendship. And when it comes to the economy, such an integrated economic and supply chain between both of our nations.
President Trump argues that economic relationship, the business relationship, if you will, between Canada and the United States has been disproportionate, particularly in terms of tariffs. Hence, he has raised some tariffs. How is that seen economically there in Canada? And is there a sense that, okay, well, we can concede some things in order to try to repair what is now a frayed relationship?
Well, I think the word some tariffs would actually be an understatement because, it first started off, as you know, a few months ago, or I think about 5 or 6 months ago, with the president continuing to call our prime minister as, quote unquote, the governor of Canada. And that was not taken over well by any Canadian across this country. There were also all of these rumblings about Canada becoming a 51st state. That, again, was not taken well by any Canadian across Canada. So across Canada, there is great unity, number one, on the fact that we are a sovereign state, number two, on ensuring that we protect and defend our border, and number three, that we provide an appropriate response. There has been a call, as you shared, between the Prime Minister of Canada and also the President, which, according to the President on Truth Social, had gone well. It was a positive step forward because it was the first time in many, many months that President Trump actually addressed Canada's Prime Minister as Prime Minister and not as the government. So that was a productive step forward. But the tariffs, have already been implemented in some sectors, steel and aluminum, on energy. And this is going to be another interesting week starting on a few days, because April 2nd, there's a whole host of new tariffs that are going to be rolled out, not only from the United States, but also from Canada in response to the decision by President Trump.
From your side of the border, what is it going to take to cool some of the heat, if you will, to bring down the temperature between the two countries economically and emotionally?
I think you hit the nail on the head. It's really important that cooler heads prevail, because in the heat of the moment, it's very difficult to achieve some sort of resolution that is going to work for both sides. As you shared, I was running to become Canada's Prime Minister and leader of the Liberal Party. And one of the facts that I spoke about during my campaign was the importance, to be able to sit down with President Trump. He ultimately is a businessman, and I had shared that as a businesswoman, it was really important for the leadership of our country to sit down and to negotiate a deal in which both sides would actually walk out with winning negotiations, knowing what the president wants and knowing what the Canadian people and what the Canadian economy requires. As you have shared, that because of all of this heated discussion, which has mostly been had, let me share with you, over, Truth Social and all of these other, posts that are coming out on X, but there actually has not been a face-to-face discussion with the new leadership. So that is what is required urgently at the moment, because the reality of the situation, which people actually forget, when you put aside the politics, you put aside the policies, it's really the people on both sides of the border in both of our countries that are getting impacted. You start to tax steel and aluminum, well, let me share that the price and the cost of cars is going to go up. You start to put tariffs on lumber, well, guess what? The prices of homes and the prices of apartments are going to go up. The cost of building, the cost of developing is going to go up. You start to put tariffs on energy, guess what? You're actually going to notice an increase in your utility bill. You start to put tariffs on food, and I think America's already seen it. Look at the price of eggs that has just skyrocketed through the roof. So there's a domino effect and impact not only to American families on the ground, but also Canadians and Canadian families and both of our economies, both in the U.S. and in Canada.
Dr. Ruby Dalla, we appreciate your time. Unfortunately, we'll have to leave the conversation there, but I suspect over the next several years, we'll be continuing to have this conversation until some sort of resolution is reached. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Yes, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be with you today.
Always a pleasure to have you. Well, tariff wars, recession fears, and stubborn inflation. No wonder gold has been routinely hitting all-time highs recently. In volatile markets like right now, don't sit on the sidelines with your head in the sand. Instead, take control and safeguard your savings. That's why so many Americans today are turning to the Birch Gold Group. They've helped tens of thousands of people convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in physical gold. So, is it time for you to hedge against inflation and economic instability with gold? If you'd like to learn more on how to do that and how to own physical gold in a tax-sheltered account, text the word America to the number 989898. The Birch Gold Group will send you a free, no-obligation information kit. Again, you can get it simply by texting the word America to the number 989898. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and countless 5-star reviews, so many Americans trust the Birch Gold Group to help with protecting their savings with gold, and you can as well. It took decades to get into the tangled mess that we're now in and trying to unpack from, but how long will it take to get out of it, and at what cost? Text the word America to the number 989898 today to find out. We're going to take a quick break. Now, when we come back, special elections in Florida are happening, and if the GOP isn't careful, well, it could lead to losing some seats in the House majority. That's next. me. That's about the best you're going to get from me here. Florida voters are expected to help solidify the balance of power in the U.S. House tomorrow when they go to the polls in 2 special elections. One is to fill the seat left vacant by former Trump Attorney General nominee Matt Gaetz. The second is to replace current National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Both seats are in strong Republican districts and expected to be won by the respective Republican candidates. However, despite the Republican candidates holding an edge in early voting, Democrats and the liberal media are trying to paint the contests as competitive. The chair of Capitol Hill Fight Club PAC, Angie Wong, joins me now to discuss what's at stake tomorrow. Angie, good to see you.
Thank you so much, Terrence, for having me. It's full on, all hands on deck here in Florida, getting our next special election on its way. Early numbers got a little bit scary last week, but it looks like Randy Fine may just squeak on by, and thanks to President Trump for dragging him over the line, because a week ago his numbers were frightening.
So look, let's just be honest. A win is a win, yes, but one would expect Randy Fine to have blown out his Democrat opponent. The reality is, though, the Democrats have sunk lots of money into this, and Randy Fine hasn't really been able to raise not even half as much.
And that is true. Democrats have outraised Randy Fine and Republican candidates almost 7-1. There's so much money pouring into these races because the stakes are that high, right? These are 2 congressional seats in a House that barely has a Republican majority. I mean, if we lose one of these seats, we're in serious trouble. And that's why President Trump last week asked Elise Stefanik to stay on Congress, because we were scared that Randy Fine was not going to make it over. Just about 2 weeks ago, I was on an emergency phone call because only 1,000 mail-in ballots did we have Randy Fine ahead. He only had 1,000 additional surplus. So we were like, uh-oh, that's not enough. We need to be at least +9, +10. And luckily, as of this morning, we have the results coming in, and it is our +9 as of this morning. Now, that's still a little bit frightening because we have 15% undecideds. So that is going to be what decides who's going to be in congressional seat District 6 tomorrow, which way the undecideds will go.
Do you see this as an issue of the actual candidate, or is the issue more with national policies right now that are impacting those specific communities?
It is a reflection of the candidate, Randy Fine. Okay. As much as he's a friend of mine, he did not campaign very, very well. A lot of people were expecting the endorsement of President Trump to get him in. Guess what? This is not the case, not this time. And we saw that just with a Trump endorsement, you still need to have policies. You still need to go out there and campaign. You still need to kiss babies. And I think that is what was lacking of the campaign. We also just didn't see Randy Fine out there in those districts. And I think that's what hurt him a lot. Democrats jumped in on that and got their candidate out there in full force, bought up all the media they possibly can. Even as of last night, we were cutting an emergency TV ad for Randy Fine to go out today. So all of this was done so last minute. Luckily, everyone showed up. Byron Donalds showed up. President Trump again re-endorsed him today, this morning. We have the young Republicans also chiming in, and we have lots and lots of door knockers. But is it too late? Hopefully not.
So to put all of this into bigger perspective, and you mentioned it earlier, but I'd like to get back to it. These 2 seats there in Florida are critical in terms of moving President Trump's America First agenda forward, because these are 2 critical votes, ultimately, or would be 2 critical votes if Republicans, in fact, win these races, in a House that literally has a 1-vote majority. Those 2 votes are critical. They're key. They really could be the difference between moving the agenda forward or the agenda flailing and falling flat.
Well, absolutely. And Trump wanted his agendas passed within his first 100 days. It was a massive push. And this is his first real test for the midterms. This is a preview of the midterms as to how strong the Trump endorsement is. Now, we all assumed it was, but right now, these numbers don't look great. Now, Jimmy Petronis, he seems to be pretty safe. He's at +R, +18. But with Randy Fine, he should be at least R +10 by now. And this is what makes me worried for the actual regular cycle election. He's going to get primaried unless we see major numbers for Randy Fine tomorrow night. Now, I hope that comes through, but if it doesn't, you better believe he's going to have a major primary for 2026.
Yeah, we'll find out tomorrow once all the votes are cast and counted. So good to have you along today. We appreciate your input and your insight.
Thank you so much, Terrence.
Always a pleasure. We'll talk soon. All right, folks, don't go anywhere because America's Voice Live will be back. We'll have after this quick commercial break. Welcome back, everyone. Under the last administration, Americans got hit really hard as families shelled out an extra $28,000 just to get by. Plus, debt levels hit historic highs. However, there's hope on the horizon. There's a new solution designed to help tackle debt and put cash back in your pocket. Jillian Barbary, a well-known TV news personality and Done With Debt client, is here to explain. She knows firsthand just how tough it is to live under the weight of debt and how life-changing it can be to break free. Jillian, good to see you.
Really good to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I was just talking to a group of people about this, and so many people that get trapped in debt don't know about Done With Debt, and I wish I had known sooner. It's a company that essentially just takes you from the darkness to the light, because let's face it, when you are in that situation, you don't realize that there's help. You feel isolated, you feel alone, you get the letters, you get the phone calls. What Done With Debt will do is essentially run interference for you. They come in essentially as your own team of people that will work for you, work with the banking institutions, the credit card companies. They can help get those fees down, and in some cases, wipe out debt completely for pennies on the dollar. If, they'll tell them, listen, we have nothing. So it's kind of like pound sand or pennies on the dollar. And you would be surprised the amount of companies that are willing to work with Done With Debt. They have resolved so many issues for millions of Americans, and they're so easy to reach. People don't realize you can go to donewithdebt.com, get a free consultation, or, just pick up the phone the old-fashioned way and call them at 888-322-1054. There's somebody waiting, and they'll help you.
And most creditors want to get at least a little bit rather than nothing. A little bit always is more than nothing, and I've never been good at math, but I know that much. I'd love for you to put into perspective for us how you got connected with Done With Debt. What were the circumstances that led you to the company?
Well, how much time do you have?
2 minutes and 33 seconds.
Okay. I literally had death and taxes at my door. I had a money manager. I was doing a bunch of TV shows. I worked in television for 35 years, and I was the breadwinner, having babies, trusting other people with my money, and breast cancer hit me, and I lost my job. I got divorced and didn't realize the person that was handling my money didn't tell me that I owed $1.2 million. So I took, and I let this person be the power of attorney. I was just one of those people that, I don't want to know how the sausage is made, just make it. I'll make all the money. I'll do the song and dance over here. You guys take care of that stuff. I tell people now, don't ever do that. I don't care how much of a type B personality you are. If you're the entertainer, I don't care. You have to be a type A a little bit, because you just have to know what's happening. You can't trust, because it happens a lot. And I don't care what business you're in. I've seen it happen to football players. I used to work in the NFL for a decade. You would be surprised. Not stupid people, just people who trusted, and things happen. Listen, life happens, right? You lose jobs. This happened to me. The divorce, the disease, I didn't realize that was going to happen. And so it all happened at the same time, but I got through it. And that's the thing I want to tell people, that you can get through it. I had massive operation. I was, bald chemo for almost a year going through this. And let me tell you something. When people say, oh my gosh, you had cancer, I say, it was nothing compared to the IRS. I was like, listen, I have oncologists taking care of that. I was scared of what was happening to me financially. So that's why Done With Debt, I always say, saved my life, as well as the oncology. I will give them credit too. But donewithdebt.com. Yeah.
Before I let you go, I'm sorry, I think it's important also to point out to people how long the process may have lasted for you, or typically how long the process lasts, because the reality is it's daunting. When you're in the situation, I'm sure many people feel like there's no way they can ever dig themselves out from underneath the debt that they may be under.
Like I said, I wish I would have known about them earlier, because I did go through so much anxiety, oh my gosh, for way too long. But the process, once you call and they put you on a program, it's like your own, like I said, team. It starts literally overnight. They will stop the harassing letters and the phone calls, because they're nonstop. Those calls and letters will put your anxiety on a 10, and so that stops. And so suddenly you're like, okay, I can breathe a little here. Then you work with the team, and they start putting you on. They put together a program, right? They have a whole plan for you, and financial plan that will get you back onto your own path of freedom, financial freedom. And it will take a little time. But that's okay. Once you know that you're working with the creditors, they'll get off your back. And that's all it takes, is just that, to work with them. It happens overnight. The phone calls stop, the letters stop, and you start working with them. But the team will do everything for you. Right. It just takes that phone call, or go to donewithdebt.com, or again, call them at 322-1054 and start turning your life around. Literally, you don't have to live like this. I lived like that for way too long, and it's the worst feeling. It just anxiety is horrible.
And I would imagine that having those letters stop, that was therapeutic in and of itself. Jillian Barbary, we appreciate the time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. It's great to talk to you, and I love sharing my story. I know some kind of pressure, so thank you for letting me share.
And we appreciate you sharing. Again, donewithdebt.com, that's the website. Log on, get the information that you need, donewithdebt.com. Well, folks, after the break, we're going to have a story that reminds us of just how wonderful America is. Plus, we'll have your answers to the America's Voice question of the day. There it is on your screen. What are your thoughts on President Trump's pending tariffs on Russian oil? We're back with a story that reminds us what makes America wonderful. North Pole Studio in Portland, Oregon is redefining the art world by giving neurodivergent artists a platform to shine. Founded in 2020 by artists Sula Wilson, Mary Ellen Anderson, founding artist David Wolford, and advocate Sarah Mensah, the studio provides a welcoming and accessible space where artists with mental disabilities can create, grow, and share their work with the public. Self-expression is not only encouraged here, but celebrated. Artists are allowed to take creative risks in a supportive environment. And one of those artists is 26-year-old Austin Bragg, who is on the autism spectrum and who has found a place to thrive. Specializing in intricate pen and ink drawings of urban landscapes, Bragg's unique talent has gained recognition beyond the studio. Thanks to North Pole Studios' connections, he was recently commissioned to design a bus wrap for Trim It, which is Portland's public transportation agency. North Pole Studios' impact extends far beyond creativity, though. It's about sustainability and opportunity. The studio actively connects its artists with avenues to exhibit and sell their work and empowers them to build lasting careers in the arts. The success of the program has been so profound that North Pole Studio is now expanding. It's going to move to Portland's Pearl District and into a larger space that will accommodate 4 times as many artists. This growth will provide even more resources, mentorship, and visibility to neurodivergent artists. By fostering both artistic expression and economic independence, North Pole Studio is proving that creativity has no barriers and its future is only getting brighter. What a story. All right, folks, let's get your answers to our America's Voice question of the day. Here is the question. What are your thoughts on President Trump's pending tariffs on Russian oil? Tim Paul, we appreciate you chiming in. Tim writes, drive the world markets down and defund Russia's war. Madrigal writes, the higher the better. Drill, baby, drill. And Genesis 20TC adds, whatever President Trump decides to do, when God is with you, nothing can be thwarted and nothing can thwart God's plan. So if God is for us, who can be against us? For God will gain the victory in these things, and we thank God. I love that. NV2024B or 2024B writes, Russian actions have had horrible consequences, but Zelensky just kept demanding to be a NATO member when he had signed treaties saying Ukraine wouldn't join NATO. Continuing the war has to have stiffer consequences in order to end that war for both sides, he writes. Thanks to each and every one of you who chimed in, and thanks to you for tuning in today. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Take care. Have a good rest of the day.
Tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Well, there it is. I don't know, overcast New York. They said it was 80 degrees at one point yesterday. I don't know. Not loving New York. Glad I'm not there anymore. Glad I'm in beautiful South Florida. Hey, folks, welcome back. Happy Monday. Coming up later in the show, real important guest, House Judiciary Chairman, Ohio Representative Jim Jordan, who'll join us to talk about the left-wing activist judges who are trying to stop President Trump from removing illegal migrant criminals from the U.S. and so much more. There's a whole group of activist judges that are trying to just disrupt the Trump presidency. Jim Jordan, the House Judiciary Committee, is going to look into that and see what they can do. What can they do? Can you remove judges? Do we have to be impeached, which they could do? Or can they just remove them because they may be not unconstitutional, let's call it that way. We'll have Jim Jordan coming up in just a few minutes. But first, Jasmine Crockett. Jazzy Jasmine Crockett, someone's got to do something about her. She needs to be contained. Her arrogance and ignorance make national headlines every week, but her racism is unlike anything we've seen before from an elected official. She's so open about her feelings with no filter whatsoever. She's never condemned or disciplined by her own party, her own group, or anyone on the left, which continues to enable her, almost encourage her to say whatever she wants at all times. Byron Donalds was her latest target. Congressman from Florida, maybe the next governor of Florida, who knows? Byron Donalds is Jasmine Crockett's latest target, and she had plenty to say about his personal life after learning that Byron Donalds is married to a white woman.
And if we continue to put people into office, and that even means some of our skinfolk who definitely are not our kinfolk, such as Byron Donalds, who are going to continue to say that, the fact that you sitting around talking about life was better under Jim Crow, is this because you don't understand history? Or literally it's because you married a white woman and so you think that whitewashed you. I'm not really sure what it is.
Well,
but I
need to be married to a white woman under Jim Crow.
Correct. And it took Joy to call him out. So I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? What are you saying? He just out here. I feel like they give him his talking points and he's like, yes, master, I got it.
Listen, Jazz, that is the most racist thing you can say. You can say a lot of things, but you're not allowed to judge people by the color of their skin. That's what we've been told. That's racism. African Americans have been pushing to stop that kind of rhetoric for 50 years. And who are you now to say Byron Donalds doesn't deserve to be in Congress because what do you call him? Uncle Tom? Is that what you called him? Because he has a white wife? What's wrong with you? He doesn't agree with your stance on immigration, with your stance on really anything. You're horrible. You're a horrible human being. You're a racist. You're the one who should be censored or thrown out. The issue with people like Jasmine Crockett, though, is that they're never, ever corrected. They have no reason to stop doing what they're doing. Nobody would dare to tell that woman that she's absolutely wrong about everything she says. In fact, they won't tell her she's wrong about anything simply because it's not worth hearing a chaotic and aggressive counter argument. Whether she's factually correct or incorrect doesn't matter. This woman is always wrong about something, just like when she said that she suggested that illegals contribute billions to our economy.
To be clear, undocumented folk contribute approximately $100 billion in taxes. They pay into Social Security and they don't get to draw down on it. So stop, again, allowing them to divide us and to demonize them.
I'm just going to leave it there. No, they don't. They don't pay taxes. That's insane. Absolute insanity, Jasmine Jazz Crockett. Again, let's debate anytime. Your topics, my camera, anywhere you want to do this. We'll get a huge audience. I have a serious question. Do the radical Democrats, do they even work? I know some of them, yoga instructors, baristas, and of course, fifth grade teachers that show their students drag queen hours. But seriously, how do these lunatics always have so much free time? A pack of libs had the time to go and dance in perfect sync outside of a Tesla dealership. Watch this. Okay. So, first of all, how hideous these people look dancing like that. They look like absolutely ridiculous idiots doing line dance outside the Tesla. But, they've got to be paid. Someone's paying them to do this. I'm guessing a George Soros-funded group. I'm guessing. Could be wrong, but I think it's probably one of those. That's what they do. These people are the most deranged members of our society. They all have, TDs, but they're actually suffering from not only Trump derangement syndrome, but Tesla derangement syndrome as well, as they've shifted their hatred from Trump temporarily to Elon Musk. A bunch of these freaks dressed up as, get this, flaming Cybertrucks, because that's a totally normal way to spend the weekend. Look at these folks here. Now, we need that music too. We need that music too. We can't get it, but it's funny. It's actually funny. They're playing some hip hop. Actually kind of creative. Give them credit for that, even though the basis for it is ridiculous. Despite what the Democrats tell you, Trump's approval ratings are still good and rising across the board. Now, this must be very difficult for them, but listen to ABC actually admit that part.
This is a story about balance, and the things that are going well in the public mind for him is his handling of immigration, which is still net positive, and his deportation program is still net positive and popular.
Of course it is. Everything's going his way right now. Everything's going Trump's way right now. And all to have a 50-50 overall approval rating at this point is amazing. It's massive. It's very successful. And then you saw 58-42. They agree with his immigration policy because Tom Homan is absolutely killing it. And by the way, Tom Homan absolutely silenced. Now, this is funny. The tweet that we found this said Tom Homan silenced Karl Rove when he asked about deportations. It was actually silenced ABC's John Karl when John Karl asked about deportation. But listen to Homan just wipe the floor with this guy.
Do they get a chance to prove that before you take them out of the country and put them into a notorious prison in a country that they're not even from? I mean, do they have any due process at all?
Look, due process. Where was Lake and Ronnie's due process? Where were all these young women that were killed and raped by members of TDA? Where was their due process?
Well, the people that did that should be prosecuted.
How about the young lady that burned alive on a subway? Where's her due process?
Well, sure.
The bottom line is that plane was full of people designated as terrorists, number one. Number two, every Venezuelan migrant on that flight was a TDA member based on numerous criminal investigations, on intelligence reports, and a lot of work.
Tom Homan's doing a great job, doing a wonderful job. And that's why Trump's approval rating is as high as it is right now. Okay, Tampon Tim Walz, right? We know that this guy's a lunatic. The reason why he's called Tampon Tim, because he is the governor of Minnesota and required all the men's bathrooms in his state, the public schools, men's bathrooms in his state to have tampons for some stupid reason. Well, he's got a daughter who's as much of a leftist progressive lunatic as Tampon Tim is himself. His daughter is passing up an opportunity to go to graduate school because the university that accepted her refuses to protect student protesters. And listen to this very much garbage about what she calls herself. Listen.
I got into grad school. I will not be attending starting this fall, though, and I will no longer be attending the university that I originally applied for. I applied for one school. I kind of had my heart set on it. That's what I wanted to do. I'm not going to name the institution, but given recent events, I am not going to give my money, go into debt for support institutions that don't support their students and their right to protest and, speak out for their communities. That's just not where I'm at. Students deserve to be protected. I'm not worried about if I were to be protected or not at said institution. I'm, privileged white woman, but I'm not going to put myself in a position, where
She's a privileged white woman. You know what? I am so sick of this. I'm so tired of just honestly support. Just don't Don't call out white privilege if you're white, please, for God's sake. Don't be a wussy. I almost said the other word. All right, now, former CIA covert operations officer and host of the President's Daily Brief podcast, by the way, very, very popular podcast. If you don't listen to it, you should. Mike Baker is here. Really good to have you back again, Mike Baker. So I'm watching all this stuff go on over the weekend. I'm watching these Tesla dealerships, get torched. Can we somehow, and we have Jim Jordan coming up right behind you, and I'm hoping that we're going to bring this up with him as well, but somehow, can we call these people domestic terrorists finally? Can we, and what's it going to take?
Well, I think they've been referred to as domestic terrorists, and the actions that they're taking, whether it's firebombing or shooting up a facility, blowing up a supercharger, vandalizing vehicles. I think it falls squarely in the realm of domestic terrorism because they're trying to influence through violence. And that is traditionally the test for whether something falls in that category or not. What can we do about it? Well, it's kind of like every other bit of bad behavior. You got to have consequences. So, again, I think some convictions and some jail time for those that are found guilty would probably go some ways towards changing the behavior.
Yeah. Mike, the other thing that happened over the weekend, I was watching Sunday night. Last night, Trump flew from Palm Beach, West Palm, where we are here, back to D.C. And at Joint Base Andrews, he had reporters gaggle. And one of the things he was talking about was Putin and Zelensky. Now, all of a sudden, Zelensky says he's not so sure he wants to do part of the minerals deal. And it may actually hinge on the United States allowing him the ability to get into NATO. And my point to you is, former CIA, tell us what's going on. This stuff that goes on behind the scenes, are they going to get a deal? Is there going to be peace, or is this just jockeying and maybe wait for 4 years until Trump's out of office and they go at it again?
Yeah, I think from Putin's perspective, he would love to just kind of keep dragging his feet, right? The minerals deal is what it is. The White House did change some of their thoughts on it, and so I think there was some lack of coordination between those two sides, the Ukrainians and the White House. Once the White House decided they were going to set down some additional terms on that deal. I do think it's a good move if they can get something done, because again, it provides it goes some ways towards a security guarantee in its own way, right? It's not boots on the ground, but there is some element there that would provide some security going forward. The issue with Putin, look, he feels he's in the driver's seat right now, right? Even though his economy is heading south, his wartime economy is awful, right? They're spending about 41% of their budget on the war, right? About 8% of their entire GDP is going towards the war. And that's not sustainable over the long term. So if you can crank up the sanctions or the tariffs, as President Trump is putting it, then that is probably the only bit of leverage, short of providing more advanced weapon systems and trying to ramp up leverage on a military basis. But the economic side of things, I think that's got the best chance of pushing Putin to the table, because right now he's not really serious about this. He says, I want, maybe we can find a limited peace agreement. That's not his game plan, right? He wants to drag this out.
So I only have about a minute or so. The other reason why we really wanted you today, Elon Musk is going to visit the CIA today.
Yeah.
I assume to talk about potential Doge cuts or where they could or shouldn't happen. What are your thoughts on this? What do you think what he should and shouldn't do with the CIA?
Yeah, I think this is really interesting. Look, John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, invited him to come over and talk primarily about, not in sources and methods, not sensitive information, but to talk about what the agency does, and importantly, the costs involved, right? And so what I think they're looking to do is say, we understand, like every other bureaucratic organization within the government, we're going to have to affect some cuts, right? And they understand that, and they're making plans to do that. But I think they want Doge to understand that not every government organization is the same. And the CIA is at the pointy edge of the spear here in terms of protecting national security interests. So I think this is more about trying to set the table so that, as President Trump has just recently said, Elon Musk and Doge uses a scalpel now going forward rather than a sledgehammer.
Great. And there was a really good comment earlier on Fox. It's a former CIA person said, you got to be careful because a lot of the money that CIA spends is for, basically paying for information, and it's very cheap versus an actual military operation with kinetic assets. Right. So it's actually money well spent. So hopefully maybe we don't drain too much of the CIA budget, if anything at all. Mike Baker, really good having you. I appreciate your time. Again, folks, President's Daily Brief, a great podcast to listen to. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks so much, Eric. Take care.
All right, folks, coming up, House Judiciary Chair Jim Jordan joins us. We'll be right back. Look at that, live in Stowe, Vermont. By the way, if you ski and ski in the east, you ski on ice. If you ski in Colorado or the west, Montana, you ski on snow, sometimes powder. It's so bloody cold in Vermont and other places up north, Massachusetts and Maine. Ski in Maine, it's just like an ice ball, Sunday's River. All right, guys. By the way, there's a huge meeting tomorrow. Committee meeting tomorrow in the House, on the House side. Jim Jordan is heading the House Judiciary Committee. They're going to look into activist judges. Now, Colin, do we have Jim? You can get on Voice of God. Do we have Jim Jordan? Is he in the seat and ready to go yet? I got to hear you, though.
Yes, he is, sir.
He's ready to go? All right, well, let's bring in that man, the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Chairman Jim Jordan, who is also represents the 4th District of Ohio. Chairman Jordan, really good to have you on. Thank you for coming on. Good to have you back, my friend, on shows. I love doing TV with you. You're the best, really, right there. Yeah. Everyone in Ohio and America should be thrilled that they're looking at that man as the Judiciary Chairman. Jim Jordan, thank you for being with us. So these activist judges, specifically Boasberg, now feels like Merchan when they were going through the lawfare with Trump. But Boasberg is now, how does Boasberg have the power to block the presidency?
Well, this is something we're going to change. We passed legislation out of the committee 4 weeks ago that it'll be on the House floor Wednesday. And the legislation says just what you described. Some district judge, federal district judge, unelected federal district judge can't issue an injunction that applies nationwide. If our legislation would pass, the injunction would only apply to the parties in the case in that respective jurisdiction. We think that is a good thing. We passed this bill, like I said, 4 weeks ago out of the committee, and the Speaker and the leader are putting it on the floor this week. And then tomorrow, that'll be on Wednesday, that bill. Tomorrow, we're having a hearing where we talk about this in the broader sense. We're bringing in experts. We're going to have former Speaker Newt Gingrich as one of our witnesses. We're going to have a lady, Miss Ramiro from Aurora, Colorado, who saw what it was like with trendy Aragua gang members in her community, what they did to her, what they did to her neighbors, her community, her city. So we think that'll be an important hearing where we can begin to highlight just how serious it was. And this judge's decision, as you mentioned, Judge Boasberg, who said, turn the plane around, bring the hardened criminals back to America who were here illegally, turn it around and bring the bad guys back, made absolutely no sense.
Yeah, no sense. I think most of America, even some Democrats, I'm guessing the independents, all conservatives, and some even Democrats would say, we don't want those people. Don't turn that plane around. But here's a question. So an activist judge, do these types of judges, do these federally appointed, not elected, appointed judges, do they need to be impeached to be removed? Or is there some sort of, I don't know, constitutional way to remove a judge who's overreaching his bounds?
Well, we've got resolutions that are filed to do that from some of our members with some of these judges and the decisions they made going after, executive orders from President Trump. What I've said is I think everything should be on the table. We should evaluate this, and we should use every lever we have in the legislative branch. So we should do oversight, which is what we're doing tomorrow with this hearing, where we talk about what's going on. We get a handle of it. We bring in experts. We should pass legislation like we're going to do on Wednesday, send it to the Senate. Senator Hawley's got a similar bill that he's introduced. And then, frankly, and the Speaker talked about this last week, we should look at the appropriations process, the power of the purse. And as the Speaker indicated last week, we create these lower court judges in our federal system. There's a Supreme Court, but there's all these circuits and district judges, et cetera, that we've created these positions that the executive branch then nominates and they get filled. So we have that leverage as well. What I'm saying is let's use all of those tools to make sure that there's respect for a separate and equal branch of government, the executive branch, of course, headed by President Trump.
Yeah, Chairman, I know how this is going to go. We've been doing this a long time. You'll do it. You'll probably get the Senate and board or some sort of mashup of the two proposals, and then it'll go to Trump, and then you'll get sued. They'll get sued. Trump will get sued, and it will end up in the Supreme Court's hands. Frankly, I'm a little nervous about John Roberts and quite a bit nervous lately about with Coney Barrett. So constitutionally, can these activist judges who are clearly overstepping their bounds, and in cases like Boasberg, likely with conflicted interests as well, you think that the Supreme Court will rule in your favor? I hope they do.
Well, the other thing we're looking at, I do too, and some of these cases I think are going to get right to the Supreme Court. The other thing we're looking at is maybe legislatively we go with some expedited review. So if some lower court judge says some order or some injunction, we would get to a 3-judge panel in an expedited fashion. We're looking at that on the legislative side. But in the end, I think what really gets their attention is the money, the appropriations. Now, look, we don't want to take away any money that would jeopardize the security of judges. We all saw what happened to Justice Kavanaugh after the Dobbs opinion was leaked a few years ago. And we want to make sure Americans get, ready access to justice and quickly get that. But there are things I think we could look at on the appropriation side. And then, as the Speaker indicated, the actual position itself is something that he said we have the authority to create and deal with. He's exactly right on that. So I think all that, again, should be on the table as we evaluate what's happened, because everyone knows President Trump has had disproportionate number of judges, decisions go against him, injunctions against him, and executive orders that he's issued. So it's a concern, and that's why we're having the hearing tomorrow and why we're passing the legislation. Well,
the idea and the facts, now that we know that these are facts, that Judge Boasberg's daughter ran an NGO, 501c3, that actually used USAID money to hide and house illegals, sometimes criminal illegals, from being deported. The conflict of interest is insane on this one.
Yeah, I think that'll be brought up by some of our members. I think what's also I think important is Judge Boasberg's history. He was on the FISA court when the warrants were approved to spy on President Trump's campaign, the whole Trump-Russia collusion baloney that took place 8-9 years ago. He was the judge who oversaw the Kevin Kleinsmith case. Kevin Kleinsmith, of course, was the FBI lawyer who lied to the FISA court as part of the Trump-Russia collusion case, lied to the court and was given a slap on the wrist by Judge Boasberg. Not my words. Those are the words of the Wall Street Journal. Has said that this guy, a member of the bar, lies to a court and basically got a little probationary slap on the wrist, for goodness sake. So that's Judge Boasberg's history. He also has a history that's not too, I think, a little questionable relative to this Ray Epps guy in January 6th. So that's his history. And then you add to it that decision a couple weeks ago where he said, turn the plane around, bring the bad guys back. And you start to wonder if this guy is a politically focused judge going against President Trump. And I think that'll come out in tomorrow's hearing as well.
And somehow the same bozo judge gets the other lawsuit that Trump is facing right now, Trump administration is facing.
Randomly
assigned. This guy gets the one where they're suing Trump and Pete Hegseth and the vice president on the Signal chat that got leaked. Quick thought on that. And by the way, folks, if you don't watch Jim Jordan open that hearing tomorrow, you're out of your mind. It's going to be hot. I know it is. He's great at this stuff. So quick thought on the randomness of this.
So some judges better able to decide who the Secretary of Defense can talk to and how he has to do it, not the Commander in Chief. I mean, that's what this comes down to, it seems to me. So, yeah, I think that issue will come up as well in the hearing tomorrow. And this will be a unique hearing because we're actually doing two subcommittees jointly. It'll be the court subcommittee chaired by Representative Issa, whose bill is going to be passed, as we talked about earlier, on Wednesday on the floor. Representative Roy, who chairs our subcommittee on the Constitution. And then, of course, I'll be there as well. But it'll be a unique setup tomorrow where we're focusing on the two subcommittees to deal with the Constitution and, of course, the courts, which we thought was the appropriate way to structure this hearing.
Great to have you. Appreciate your time. Chairman Jim Jordan, love to get you back again soon. Thank you, sir.
We will. Thank you, Eric. Take care.
All right, folks. Before we head to break, I just wanted to remind you about my podcast and YouTube page, which are both updated daily with unique content, stuff I don't say here, stuff I'm not allowed to say on TV, but we still have a lot of fun over there. We'll let you hear the show and tons of other content anytime, anywhere, but you got to be sure to subscribe to that YouTube channel and the podcast. Don't miss out. We'll be right back. 2 minutes.
nurse that does total joint replacement surgeries, and I don't want to be my own patient.
No, you don't. Thank you for finally taking care of yourself. The nurses always take care of everyone else first. They put themselves last.
My transformation weight change is 52.8 pounds. My shapeshift is 48.25 inches. I knew I needed to lose weight, but it was knee pain, and my knees feel so good, like just strong. I'm in the hospital up and down, different floors all day, and now I'm like, nope, I'm taking the stairs. And like, I'll take off on my coworkers and run, up 2 flights of stairs and meet them at the top of the elevator.
88 days ago, did you think you could lose 10 of these and 48 inches off your body?
No, and that's the funny thing is, everybody's on those GLP-1 medications now, and, Ozempic and Mounjaro and Wegovy, and I mean, they are causing irreparable damage to their bodies, and they just look loose, and they look pale and tired, and, I feel like it's just not worth it, and I've been saying, yep, and this is no pills, no drugs, like it's been totally natural. Keep plugging away, people, because it is totally worth it.
Well, that was a look at another happy, Energized Health client. Join me now is the founder of Energized Health, John Jubilee. John, really good. One of the most common complaints people have, joint knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, especially as we age. I have all three of those. But is pain something we just have to accept as part of getting older, or is there a deeper root cause that we've been missing, and how can you help?
Well, I personally, this was part of my journey as well. So, when I hear these tens of thousands of stories, people we got to reverse, this was one of my jumping off points to actually patent pen the science of Energized Health, our healthy protocol, because I had no cartilage left in my knees, and I know what that feels like. But what are we all told? We're all told the same wrong, false information. We're told, hey, that's just part of aging, aches and pains, take your 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10 Tylenols a day. That's just what you're going to have to do. Well, that's not true. So I can tell everybody here, my own journey is I regrew all my cartilage in my knees. I have clients that have MRIs. They regrew the cartilage in their hips, their shoulders, their elbows. We can regrow our cartilage. We don't have to live in joint pain. It's an absolute myth. And the crazy cool thing, guys, did you hear? This woman is a nurse. So this woman spent, 8, 10 years of her life, not just education, but education and medical experience. And none of that took care of her. And now she found something, no pills, nothing outside in, everything inside out transformation. And oh, by the way, cool side effect. Did you guys see that? She lost 50 pounds of fat, not weight, fat, not weight. That's like 5 bowling balls. So it is a myth. It's a myth that we can't lose our joint pain. We really can. We can reverse it, and we can get healthy at the same time. Did you know that every 1 pound of fat is 5 pounds of pressure on our joints? 1 pound of fat. So 10 pounds is 50. 50 pounds is 250. No wonder we've lost our cartilage and we're all in this pain, but we can reverse it in a natural, healthy way.
That's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. Again, when you use those Mounjaro and Wegovy's and those Ozempics, you lose muscle and fat, and you just look like you sag. And this is a much, much better way. John Jubilee, thank you so much for your time.
Hey, appreciate it. Let's do it the right way, guys. Get healthy. Cellular level.
I'm all about that. All right, folks, DOJ has found that illegals are receiving Social Security numbers, which means they're getting benefits meant for American citizens, and we pay for them. Here to discuss is editor of the Gateway Pundit, Joe Hoft. Joe, good to see you again, my friend, long time. So this was really, really interesting. Before we do this, let's play the soundbite of Elon Musk talking about exactly this. I believe it was in Wisconsin, where they're trying to make sure Wisconsin stays conservative with their Supreme Court. Listen.
Is what jumped out at us. When we saw these numbers, we were like, what is this? In 21, you see 270,000 people, goes all the way to 2.1 million in 24. These are non-citizens that are getting Social Security numbers.
Yeah, this is a mind-blowing chart.
Yeah, this literally blew us away. Like, we went there to find fraud, and we found this by accident. And this isn't political, by the way. My parents are immigrants. yeah, this country's been great to us. My brother and sister all born in Spain. I'm pro-legal immigration. This is not political. This is not political. This is about America and the future of America.
And so, John, 2.1 million illegals are non-citizen getting Social Security benefits. Got to stop, brother. Joe.
Yeah, it's shocking. Yeah. Thanks, Eric. Great seeing you again. Yeah, I wrote 3 books on the 2024 Steal and using my auditing background. So I'm excited to see this because basically this is what they're doing. DOJ is auditing the government, and they're finding all sorts of trillions of dollars really of waste. So right up my alley, I was a corporate auditor around the world, did audits in China even. I even asked in China for documents and they gave them to me. In our U.S. elections today, they're not even going to provide you the information. They're going to tell you have to get some sort of request, or you're just not allowed to look at this stuff. So as we started digging into it, and I did in my books, we found all sorts of stuff like this. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There's states now that have what's called motor voter roll sign up. Basically, if you go in and get a driver's license, it doesn't matter who you are. You can be an illegal alien, like these guys noted last night, and you're automatically, your name's getting funneled to the voter roll for that state. Florida has that, for example. And so does California. There's a study in California that we've looked at over the last, I'd say, year. Somebody brought it to my attention. And again, I looked at it, reviewed it, et cetera. There's estimates just due to this motor program, there's 3.8 million people in California alone on their voter rolls that are illegals, that were not born in the United States. So this is happening across the country. And it's a big deal. And these guys just stumbled on it per their work, and it's great work, and it's amazing. So they said 270,000 people got Social Security numbers, illegals that got them back in 21. This latest year, 2.1 million people. So we're probably looking around more than 5 million that they've identified, people that have Social Security numbers, and then they were able to tie these to voter rolls, and they did indeed see that some of these people voted in the most recent election. So as Elon has been saying for a long time now, he believes this is what's behind it. It's about getting these people to vote, change the landscape, the culture as well. But I even question, if these people are even voting, if it's just names that they want, that they're obtaining so that they can sabotage these elections. But there's so much here. And that's why I wrote my books about the steal. I called it the steal because the election in 2020 never should have been certified. That's what it's all about. Just like this, you can't certify 5 million people on voter rolls that aren't citizens. I mean, it doesn't make sense. There's a lot more coming out. I can tell you that too, Eric. That's going to blow people away.
Joe, the small ball is we're wasting a lot of money. We're giving a lot of money to illegals who shouldn't be taking Social Security benefits, which they likely are, because that's why you need the Social Security card. But the big kahuna, so to speak, is that getting that vote. And that's really what it's all about. We've accused the left of the open border, the porous border, because they wanted people to come over and get the right to vote. And they're like, oh, you're racist, you're bigots. Yeah. And this is what it's all about. You don't have to, as we point out, make it legal, and by all means, come on in. Just keep it legal.
Right.
Final thought.
Right. Make it legal. I mean, my wife is from overseas. She came here legally. It took us a few years to get it all worked out, and we did it legally, and she can vote today, and we're fine with that. That's why the laws were in place. What these guys have been doing, Biden, was the destruction of America using illegal practices to twist the votes. And it's terrible. There's a lot more stuff that's going on with our elections that needs to be addressed, but this was really good. Really great.
We're going to dig into it further. Joe, really good having you on, and love the Gateway Pundit. It's just awesome. Good to see you again, my friend. Appreciate your time.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
All right, folks, we'll be back in 2.5 minutes. Washington, D.C. Capitol building there, folks. That's the front side. The back side it's really beautiful on the back side. The Speaker's office is on the back side, has a massive balcony, a terrace along the back side of the Capitol. You can see literally past the Washington Monument to the White House from that terrace. And I'll never forget the day I went to see John Boehner, who loved to smoke, and outside on his little patio, I went to see him out there, and he had a planter about this 3 feet wide. You can take my shot here. It was about this big, a planter, 3 feet in diameter, and it was filled up with cigarette butts. John Boehner likes smoke. Tariff wars, recession fears, and stubborn inflation. No wonder gold has been routinely hitting all-time highs. In fact, over $3,000 an ounce again today. In volatile markets like right now, don't sit on the sidelines with your head in the sand. Take control and safeguard your life's savings. That's why so many Americans today are turning to Birch Gold Group. They've helped tens of thousands convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in physical gold. That means gold coins and gold bars. They have 1 ounce gold bars, believe it or not. They're small, but they're bars and coins. It's time for you to hedge against inflation and economic instability with gold. To learn how to own physical gold in a tax-sheltered account, text America to 989898. Birch Gold will send you a free, no-obligation info kit. Again, text America to the number 989898 with an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and countless 5-star reviews. Birch Gold will help you protect your savings with real physical gold. It took us decades to get into the mess that we're in right now. Now, how long will it take to get us out of it, and at what cost? Text America to 989898 today. Got to own gold. Always own gold. So, if there are 2 ways to tell someone is un-American, and there are, either they're a Democrat or they'll actually tell you.
Elon Musk has got to go!
So this isn't just about waving a pride flag next to an American flag. By the way, that's just un-American in itself, almost unconstitutional. No, this is the kind of un-American that we haven't seen in a long time. This isn't just opposition. This is some sort of bloodlust rage.
Dear Elon, I doubt you'd want to come face to face with me, boy. You're your boyfriend, no doubt.
She's some looker, huh? That's not just un-American. I don't even know what that was. Protests used to be signs and marching and chanting slogans. It used to be placing a freaking flower into a soldier's gun calling for peace. It's very, very American to voice your dissent. It's protecting the First Amendment, in fact. But what we're seeing now across America distinctly is not American. This is blind fury and violence and rage, dangerous and vicious. These people are obsessed with rage, so much so that they don't even understand what or why they're doing what they're doing. Maybe they're being paid for it. And those are the most dangerous people to deal with. They're not just boycotting Teslas. They're actually going to hurt you if you already have one. And these people fall into one of 2 groups. Those who actually believe that Elon Musk is Hitler, which is wild, but not unbelievable given the extent of Trump derangement syndrome that exists in the country. They either believe Elon is Hitler and must be stopped, or they just like breaking stuff. They're crashing into Teslas. They're keying Teslas. They're kicking cars, beating Teslas. And here's the thing. Some of them don't even know why they're doing it. Some of them are outright hired. They're paid to do it. They're paid to dance outside of a Tesla dealership like clowns. Look at that. A lot of pride flags going on there. A lot of colors, right? And they go right home at noon when they're clocked out. So who's hiring them? Well, let's understand why this cause is so important to those who are paying for all of it. Elon Musk held a rally in Green Bay, Wisconsin. He was there to support conservative Wisconsin Supreme Court candidate Brad Schimmel. We've talked about this all-important race on the show. And Musk walked out wearing a cheese head. He signed it and launched it into the cheering crowd. And then he asked the question I'm asking here today. Listen.
Isn't it shocking how much violence and hatred is coming from the left? I mean, isn't it supposed to be the party that they claim to be the party of empathy? and yet they're burning Teslas and shooting up dealerships and calling for the death of the president and me. I'm like, guys, you know, this is insane. Like, they're totally gone psycho.
Yep, very logical. And then Musk invited his friend and investor to the stage, Antonio Gracias. He's been helping Musk look into the Social Security system, and this is mind-blowing.
Non-citizens that are getting Social Security numbers.
Yeah, this is a mind-blowing chart.
Yeah, just this literally blew us away. Like, we went there to find fraud, and we found this by accident. And this isn't political, by the way. My parents are immigrants. Yeah, this country's been great to us. My brother and sister all born in Spain. I'm pro-legal immigration. This is not political. This is not political. This is about America and the future of America.
This is about the future of America. You're damn right it is, folks. This is the crime of the century. This means we were right. Yet another conspiracy theory that's neither conspiracy nor theory. We were right. That's why they hate him so much. Lust, so much vitriol against Elon Musk, vitriol and fury. This exposes Democrats. You realize what this actually means. 2.1 million Social Security numbers were issued to non-citizens in 2024. Biden. Folks, the Biden administration gave millions of Social Security numbers to illegal aliens, and some of those people actually voted in our elections illegally. Think about that. They also shared that more than 1 million migrants were already receiving government benefits, like Medicaid. That's what Americans should be enraged about. They should be enraged that our hard-earned tax dollars are being used dishonestly and illegally. They should be enraged that Democrats are so desperate to retain power and control that they would actually endanger their own country, men and women, to do so by keeping illegals here and paying for them, no less. But more than that, I never, ever, ever want to hear again that but it's saying that they're trying to replace Americans with illegals just is simply a conspiracy theory, or Tucker made it up. Soros-owned Obama Democrats have been hard at work with our money, actively making it happen. And that's why the people who are organizing and funding a way to end all of it, they're fighting so hard against Elon Musk, against President Trump, who are helping them get it done. These people should all be incarcerated by the likes of these two Democrat jackals who loved each other but loved putting away criminals more once upon a time. Mullen and Biden. You know, we didn't know it at the time, but when President Trump came down that escalator in Trump Tower and announced he was running for president back in 2015, he did something tremendous. He exposed the un-Americans, little by little. First, those within his own party. He exposed the rhinos, the deep state swampsters. He produced this little gem right here from nearly 10 years ago.
This is a tough business to run for president.
No, you're a tough guy, Jeb.
And we need to have a leader that is real tough. You're never going to be president of the United States
tough,
by insulting your way to the
let's
presidency.
See, I'm at 42 and you're at 3, so far I'm doing better.
Doesn't matter.
So far I'm doing better.
Nipped that Bush dynasty right in the bud, didn't he? And when he was done exposing his own party for what they were, rhinos, and what they were not, then he moved on to exposing everyone else for the next 9 years. The fake dossier, the accusations, the fake impeachments, the lawfare against them. Little by little, President Trump exposed the deep state, the Democrats, the three-letter agencies. But the level to which President Trump has exposed the left and their blind rage, which, by the way, is so powerful it crosses the ocean into Europe, all the way over to Italy. But to see Americans attacking their own, defending illegals rather than our own, what we're seeing has nothing to do with this country. There are two ways to tell if someone's un-American. Well, either they're Democrats or they will tell you. And folks, they're telling us each and every single day, unfortunately. Okay, don't forget, check out my podcast and YouTube page, which are both updated daily and lets you hear the show, but also tons of new content anytime, anywhere, whenever you want it. Be sure to subscribe to YouTube and the podcast so you don't miss out. We will be back in 2 minutes with Steve K-Bag. Now look at that. Now that is a beautiful sight. That's Miami. That's Brickell. Right. That's the entrance. This river, it's like a water from the ocean into inland. It goes down Brickell, separates Miami from the Brickell Key area. So beautiful right down there. A bunch of restaurants. Just lovely, lovely place. The only problem with Miami is getting there and getting out of Miami. It's like, it's worse than New York now, traffic-wise. All right, folks, let's bring in our good friend Steve Bannon, who we missed on Friday. I was like, where's our Bannon? Where's Bannon? He wasn't here. He was, too busy doing something else. Mr. Stephen Bannon. Here's the question I have for you. Last night, I'm watching, and I see this gaggle that Trump gives on Air Force One at Joint Base Andrews in D.C. after he leaves West Palm, and he's saying things that are very disturbing and very concerning. Number one, Zelensky now thinks that he's going to hold NATO over this minerals deal again somehow, and Trump says it's going to end badly. And also that Putin, it didn't seem to be going well with Putin either. What do you know? What do you think? What do you hear?
Well, I think with Putin, the rapprochement there, I think that Putin and the Russians have to see that Zelensky and these guys are falling in line. I mean, Zelensky's coming back and retreading us on the minerals deal, which, as you know, Eric, we're not big fans of anyway. I think the president's actually doing a solid for Zelensky and the people in Ukraine. You know, we've already done $250 million. I would also strongly recommend, Eric, that you and everyone in your audience read the New York Times piece on the American military and CIA involvement in the Ukraine war. That is absolutely, you'll be gobsmacked. It's unbelievable. Essentially, the Ukrainian, according to the New York Times, the Ukrainians supplied the manpower and the bodies, and we controlled everything essentially from, from a German military base, American military base in Germany, Wiesbaden.
That we were
Millie knew about it.
Are they saying that
and ran the war?
That we were running the Ukraine portion side of the war, that they were involved. We were funding it. Wow.
This is not this is not a proxy war. When you read this article, as Jack Posobiec, I was on the phone with him this afternoon talking it through, and he said it was like a coalition war. It was not a proxy war. Way too much direct American military involvement in this. And Zelensky right now, I always said from the beginning he's going to be the hardest part of this deal because he's going to keep making demands. President Trump said at first he doesn't have any cards. I just wouldn't tolerate this. I tell him, here's what we're going to do, guys. Fall in line and then get Witkoff and the president with the Russians, and let's have the rapprochement, which will settle down the situation in Persia, the situation in southern Arabia, in Gaza, in Ukraine, and that ought to be done sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Just you got in any negotiation, you got to be able and willing and ready to walk, and that's how you don't get your ass handed to you, so to speak. Steve, Doge, they want to go to the CIA. I'm over a barrel here. The CIA, I think I think they're corrupt. They've been corrupted. Is there a need for a CIA going forward?
I think you need an intelligence service. We have to definitely restructure the FBI and the CIA. I think you take them down to the bolts and to the deck plates, and then you rebuild both of them. The FBI would take away the counterterrorism, the counterintelligence, and put it in a different institution, different organization. CIA, I would definitely rethink, particularly a lot of the operatives that's been out of control. I would also release millions of documents from the CIA. I think people would see the deep state just kept it secret or top secret or above to keep it away from the American people. I don't know if I support Doge going in there right now. I would like to see Doge, not that Doge should not do that, but for the waste, fraud, and abuse, we need to have Doge come back with numbers that everybody can agree on are actually going to be cut. And then Russ Vought has got to go in and impound that money. Remember, by approving the CR, we knew we made a Faustian bargain by basically approving Biden's budget. It's now time to get the real math, what's really been cut, have Russ Vought either do an impoundment or have the House do a rescission. We got to stop messing around with this thing. And I think they've done Social Security, some other entities like that. Let's get the real numbers everybody can agree upon is fraud, and then let's impound what's going on. And then if it's fraud, let's go. I want to see fraud. I want to see the fraud people's names given over to the FBI and the Justice Department. Let's prosecute them immediately.
Right. Let's have perp walks, legit perp walks. It doesn't matter what if they vote R or D, perp walk them. Get him. That's how you stop it. This guy in Wisconsin last night said, part of the Doge group said they found 2.1 million illegals had Social Security cards, and in some cases voting, and other times receiving benefits. It's out of hand, Steve.
Well, if that's what I want to do, is make sure we verify that. Let's get it to Russ Vote. Let's verify it quickly. Let's take a couple of weeks to verify it. We don't even need to chase the false voter rolls now. We must do that, but let's get the money first of what happened there with these Social Security numbers. Let's cut it off, and then let's send FBI agents or local law enforcement to each one of these folks and arrest them.
Got an idea.
Let's go start rounding people up.
Those 87,000 IRS agents that Biden hired, don't fire them. Just swear them in, call them FBI agents, and let them go after this stuff and get some dirt on these folks. I'll turn it over to you, my friend. It's your hour. Missed you on Friday.
Eric, I went to Colorado to give a speech to the great GOP there on Friday. For timing, I had to miss him, but man, my day didn't seem fulfilling unless I'm doing a handover, unless you're handing the show over to me. No, it's like a relay race.
It's all here.
We got it. Eric Bowling. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Bowling out.
The great Eric Bowling. Here's what's going to happen today. We believe at 5:30, there's going to be a signing ceremony in the Oval Office of an executive order. We anticipate that executive order may be the Liberation Day about tariffs, about reciprocity. We think that's going to happen. Right now, we're told it is going to happen live. There's going to be a major signing ceremony. Our own Brian Glenn is so close we actually can't do. We're going to try to do a hit to tee it up. We're not going to be able to do that. Here's what we are going to do. We have a lot of business we have to get done before 5:30, and what we're going to do, we're going to go to Florida for Florida 1 and Florida 6, and we're going to go to Wisconsin, get updates on these very tight, very important races. Then we're also going to talk to Bolsonaro's team. But first, we have a summary of what the news has been this afternoon since we left you guys this morning. Let's go ahead and play it.
We start with jittery global markets bracing for President Trump's new barrage of tariffs set to take effect this week. He dubbed Wednesday, April 2nd, quote, Liberation Day, claiming his new plan will free Americans from a dependence on foreign goods. But how is that going to happen? What kind of tariffs are actually coming? Which countries will take the biggest hit? The answers to these questions and more, no one really knows. CNN's Jeff Zeleny is at the White House. Maybe Jeff Zeleny knows. Jeff?
I mean, Dana, there is no question that for all the whiplash that we have seen here at the White House in the first 66 or so days of this administration, the front and center to all that is the president's view on global trade and what these tariff policies have done. We've seen an on again, off again, on again, off again. But the president and the White House are talking about Wednesday being the day for these reciprocal tariffs. That is essentially the U.S. Charging what other countries are charging the U.S. for tariffs. So essentially it's a tax, though, on goods that American consumers will pay. The question, will this be across the board? Will this be sort of country by country, sector by sector? That is an open question. The president last night, flying back to Washington, offered little clarity.
How many countries will be in that initial tranche? You'd start with all countries, so let's see what happens. There are many countries. I haven't heard a rumor about 15 countries, 10 or 15. So you're starting with all countries? Essentially, all of the countries that we're talking about. We'll be talking about all countries. It's not a cutoff.
The administration estimates the Trump tariffs will bring in $600 billion in the first year to the Treasury General Fund. The president's extra 25% tariffs on autos alone expected to generate $100 billion on top of the reciprocal tariffs. So those tariffs on just about all countries is meant to level the trade playing field. The extra 25% tariffs on autos and others meant to protect 7 industries the president has deemed critical. You see those industries there, autos on the list, along with semiconductors, labor, steel, aluminum, and the others.
Donald Trump says he doesn't care about tariffs on foreign cars. It's going to force people to buy American more. Sean Fain seems to be in agreement with him on that. Bring that into the conversation.
Sure. Look, unions have for a very long time objected to U.S. trade policy. In fact, it's almost the touchstone of the contemporary trade union movement in the United States, is that our trade policies have led to layoffs of workers, shutterings of factories, really the hollowing out of many manufacturing towns, including towns in Wisconsin that have lost major plants. And so the tariff issue does play both ways. There are many working class people who really do believe that the government, the federal government, should be putting its thumb on the scale to help U.S. workers, to help U.S. industries. The question, as we've talked about before, is how do you do that in a smart way that helps U.S. workers, but that doesn't harm U.S. consumers and that makes things work? And I think that in Wisconsin, in this election, things will play, kind of both ways to the extent that tariffs are an issue.
Tests that we're seeing, not just in Wisconsin, but also in Florida with these two open House races. If you're a Democrat and you're watching to see these results, what are you watching for specifically?
Well, and thanks for that. One thing I want to say is level set for our viewers here. Those Florida seats are deeply red seats. Yeah, they've not been really competitive seats, and sometimes we can read too much into these special elections. Now, that said, I'm going to read too much into the special elections. If you look at the 14 special elections that we've had thus far, Democrats have overperformed in 13 of them. And I suspect what you'll see in Florida, look, I think Democrats have good candidates down there. They've run good campaigns, but there are deeply red seats. And I think you'll see Democrats probably do better than expectations, because we've seen that before. And Lord help Republicans if Democrats actually win one or both of those seats. But I think it's very telling also that, Republicans, the president pulled his ambassador to be the United Nations ambassador, because Republicans are clearly concerned about how they're seeing special elections go, and how they're seeing Democratic base being energized, and how you're seeing at these town halls where middle-of-the-road voters are not at all happy with what they're seeing coming out of Washington and Donald Trump.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Monday, 31 March, Air Alert 2025. In approximately 30 minutes, if we stay on schedule with the White House, we'll be in the Oval Office. President Trump will be signing an executive order live, and then I think he'll open up for some questions from the press. Our own Brian Glenn is there, and we're going to turn there immediately or momentarily. Right now, we have three men of the hour. I want to start first in Florida 1, Jimmy Petronas. Jimmy, what's the current state of the race? Obviously, you and Randy Fine have been on TV nonstop on MSNBC and CNN. Is that these are two bellwethers for President Trump's policies, everything from his policy in Ukraine to what he's doing in tariffs. What do you have to say, sir?
Can you hear me? This is Jimmy Petronas. I can barely
I hear you, Jimmy.
Let me put my earbuds
Go ahead,
in. I'm
sir.
not sure what's going on. Hold on a second.
Okay.
It's not the people.
We've been following Randy.
Can you hear me better now?
Jimmy, let's go ahead and cut, and we'll go to, we'll get back to Jimmy Petronas. Let's get him dialed back in. We got him by phone. We've got Brian Schimming from Wisconsin. Brian, right now, polling's coming out showing that we're running behind in Wisconsin, I think 2 points. Is this all about turnout on Election Day?
Thanks, Steve. It is about turnout. I think the race is very close. It's margin of error. But the truth of the matter is, I think the Liberal opponent put 5.7 million up on TV just in 1 week, last week. And so really what it is, President Trump endorsed the conservative candidate here, Brad Schimmel, the former attorney general, last week. If you are a Trump voter in Wisconsin and want to save this state and help the president, you only have one job between now and tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, and that is to go vote for Brad Schimmel. Actually, I should say, Steve, you have two jobs. You go get 5 or 10 people to go do it as well. Just voting yourself is great, but the truth of the matter is, if we're going to save this state and we're going to save this country, we got to have the attitude that we had back in November, and that is, I, the voter, the conservative voter, I, the MAGA voter, are going to do what it takes, and that means voting. Very simple.
Is this, why do we not, I mean, Wisconsin, and you laid out the blueprint for us, throughout the spring, the summer, and the fall of what had to happen in Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, I think even if Pennsylvania and Michigan was the hardest of the three to pierce in the blue wall, why does it seem that we can't get that same traction that we had? Is it simply that President Trump's not at the top of the ticket?
Well, that's certainly part of it, Steve. I think here in Wisconsin, which is kind of if of the 7 targets, there's one with the bluest tint, it probably historically is Wisconsin. As I've said to you, we've had 13 races in 26 years in this state that have been decided by less than 30,000 votes, going back to George Bush Jr. So we have had several close races. The 2 folks who have won it are the same person, Donald Trump. So, to have him not on the top of the, ticket this year certainly hurts. But look, President Trump won Wisconsin with 1.7 million votes back in November. Traditionally, Steve, we kind of have about 2 million or a little bit less than that show up for Supreme Court races. So if you're a Trump voter in Wisconsin, or Trump voters in Wisconsin and want to help the president, I was on the rally tour about 20 cities in the last 5 days, and somebody came up and asked me, does this really help the president? I said, yeah, it helps the president, because we can lose 2 congressional seats in Wisconsin. The flat out plan here, I have zero doubt about this. You can bring me on 3 months from now, and I guarantee it will happen. If the liberals control the court after tomorrow, they will throw out our current congressional map, and 2 Republican seats from Wisconsin, Derek Van Orden and Brian Stile, will be gone if they redo that map. And they've shown, this is one case where you can take the liberals at their word. 2 years ago, when they won the court initially, after the conservatives had controlled it for 15 years, what did they do? A lefty third-party group comes in, challenges the legislative map, not the congressional map, but the legislative map, and the legislative map ends up getting changed. So this is deja vu all over again.
What do you recommend? We have 24 hours. What time do polls open in the morning?
Polls generally in the morning in Wisconsin open at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Stay open until 8 p.m. tomorrow night. If you have gotten an absentee ballot, didn't get a chance to send it back, you can take it to your polling place and drop it off then. If you didn't get a chance to send it back, our early voting, that is to say early in-person voting, effectively closed down on Friday. We're seeing big numbers across the state, not just in our areas, but theirs as well. I think the rise in early voting is more on our end. I was an early proponent of early voting in the presidential race last year. Talked to the president about it. I've talked to other folks about it. We can't keep going into Election Day 100,000 votes down and expect to make it up in 13 hours. So I've always been a big push on early voting, even though it's not great. A lot of people don't love it. But the truth of the matter is, there's a fair increase in early vote. We've seen statewide a larger increase in red townships and villages than we have in the blue areas. About 37% of the liberal vote in Wisconsin is in 2 places, Madison and Milwaukee. Those are easier places to organize. Yeah, isn't that incredible? Incredible.
That does not shock me. Incredible.
Yeah, there's a star.
Bryant, where do people go tonight to find out about tomorrow? Where they go, information, social media, all of it. Where do they go?
Yeah, they can go to my X account, which is at Brian Schimming, BrianSchimming, right there. At Schimming. Join me tonight because I'm going to be doing almost constant on this thing, and also to the state party website at wisgop.org, WISGOP.org. But better to follow me on Twitter with your constant feed of information. What happens in Wisconsin tomorrow, Steve, does not stay in Wisconsin. It will affect President Trump if it helps knock the House majority a little bit closer. Democrats, I don't want to go through another impeachment resolution, and the president doesn't deserve.
Yeah. Brian Schimming, thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, sir. Everybody let's get everybody on his Twitter account tonight. Tonight's a work night. Another nail biter, this one in Wisconsin. Johnny Kahn takes us out with American Heart. Short commercial break. Randy Fine, Florida 6, is next in the War Room.
I got American faith.
Trump. We have the example from the first term. We know that we imposed historically high tariffs on China. We imposed aluminum and steel tariffs. We imposed on washing machines, on solar. And all we got out of that, Shannon, all we got out of that was prosperity and price stability. And the reason why we're not going to see inflation is because the foreigners are going to eat most of it. They have to. We're the biggest market in the world, Shannon. and they have to be here. They have to be here. And so they're going to cut their prices to absorb that. But the bigger picture here is restoring the American manufacturing base. We don't have that. We're an assembly thing. You remember, look, something called the arsenal democracy back in World War II. That was how we beat the Japanese and the Germans with our military might. When Patton went to Berlin, it was with trucks, jeeps, and tanks that were made in the auto plants of the Midwest. And right now, the only thing that looks like the Midwest back then is Mexico. You go across the diaspora of cities in Mexico, there's 50 football field size assembly plants that are down there making the engines for here. We can't do that. The Germans and the Japanese, the South Koreans, and the Mexicans have taken our manufacturing capabilities. So we've got to get that back. And we're going to do it in a way which is going to protect American consumers and create jobs for American workers. There's going to be over 1 million new jobs created in the greater auto industry.
We are ecstatic to see an administration finally address the unfair trade laws in this country. These laws have destroyed the American working class. They've destroyed communities in this country and virtually every state for decades.
Peter Navarro, and then the president of the UAW, United Auto Workers. There was supposed to be meltdown last week. A financial turbulence, chaos, all of it. A little choppy for a couple of days. Everything's fine by a closing market on Friday. Friday was a kind of a down tick, but not the end of the world, folks. A lot of that market that we lost in the week before had come back. Gold's on a run, but that's not because of the tariffs. They're trying to blame everything on the tariffs. They're trying to take Wall Street. They're all running dogs for Wall Street. Every time you hear, it's a tax, the price is going to go up over and over again. AOC, Bernie, you've run for president twice. You think you would learn something about this? When Bernie Sanders, these tariffs are terrible, he's out there as this phony populism, cosplaying a populist. And then the union that's making the cars say we love this. Trade policy has worked against the working class and the middle class in this country for decade after decade after decade, even before NAFTA. NAFTA was bad enough. Peter Navarro, let me give you a buried lead. Take your number 2 pencil out. He says we assemble, because all they're sitting there running, we do all this manufacturing. We assemble. We do final assembly and then marketing and sales. And then after sales support, marketing support. The actual manufacturing of the high value added components is not done. That's done in Germany still, or they farm it out to Mexico, or they farm it out to Canada, then bring it here and then assemble. President Trump's saying something quite different. If you don't make it, manufacture it, put it together here in the United States of America, you're going to pay a fee for that, and it makes sense. This is the premium market in the world because of you. Because of you. Not because of the oligarchs, not because of Wall Street, because of you. It's a premium market. You got to pay a price to get into a premium market. And that price does not get paid. By consumers. Did the Chinese goods go up? We put the biggest tariffs ever on China in the first term. No, it did not. Prices in the fall of 19 before the pandemic, we'd already had the tariffs on China. Prices fine, almost no inflation, right? Low interest rates. Wasn't the fall of 2019 kind of nirvana? Blue collar wages rising faster than white collar wages. Non-college graduates rising higher than college graduates. The credentialed class finally getting a little push from the middle class and the working class. Seem to be fine. Tariffs are a tool, an economic tool that's in a toolbox that President Trump's going to use. We believe that in a few minutes he's going to sign the tariff policy of reciprocity, or there's even rumor that it could be 20% across the board. No questions asked, not picking out, he's not going to give any exemptions. It's still up in the air. They may wait till tomorrow to do that. They may wait till Wednesday morning to do that. Because I don't think the tariffs themselves actually cut in over to customs until Thursday is my belief. But I would like to see some I would like to see a organized effort here to kind of roll this out. I think it's very important. So we're going to spend the rest of the evening on this in and out. I want to go now to Brazil. Paulo Figueiredo is with us. Paulo, just can you get us up to date? Because we started the show this morning. Le Pen was found guilty of this ridiculous charge of fraud or misappropriating of money. It was about a couple of staffers she had from the European Parliament that she had working in Paris. They gave her 4 years in prison, and plus excluded her from running for office. She's up by 12 to 15 points. This is what they're doing to President Trump every day, and what they're particularly doing to President Bolsonaro, who's up, I believe, 15 or 20 points, and he's on trial now, a trial that's a total show trial, if any indication of last week, a show trial that will end up him going to prison, and I believe to almost certainly being assassinated by the forces of Lula in this radical chief judge. Before we get President Trump up, can you give us an update, sir?
Yes, Steve, it's exactly the same playbook. They can't defeat us on the ballots, so they have to use lawfare. Just the latest chapter in Brazil is that the prosecutor general asked for the dismissal of the absurd other case that they had against former President Bolsonaro regarding alleged falsification of his COVID vaccine cards. And this so-called investigation was never about justice or public health. It was a fishing expedition, a pretext to go after Bolsonaro and his inner circle. I know it sounds familiar because we've seen the exact same playbook used against former President Trump. We saw fabricated accusations, baseless legal maneuvers, and the relentless use of lawfare to achieve what the left can't accomplish at the ballot box. In Bolsonaro's case that I mentioned, they raided the home of one of his top aides, seizing his phone and pouring over every piece of information they could find. And again, that was just a backdoor. It wasn't about vaccine card. Nobody cares about COVID vaccine card. President Bolsonaro said he never took the vaccine. And so why would he falsify a COVID vaccine card? So after 2 years of slandering on the media every day, they finally said, well, this case is not important anymore because you got you on something else. They were able to go to this aid house and just lean on that until he broke, forcing him to plea bargain and conveniently helping them to fabricate a new story, the so-called coup attempt. So now that they don't need this case anymore, they just said after 2 years of slandering, well, we never had any proof, so we're going to dismiss it. Same thing about, I'm sure you heard of a case that Bolsonaro was being prosecuted for disturbing a whale. I mean, an actual whale. He was playing with a jet ski near a whale. And the former minister of, actually, the current minister of environment of Lula asked the federal police to investigate him for disturbing a whale. They also, the prosecutor general also asked this case to be dismissed, but they used it to pretty much push him and slander him and get evidences and search and seizures of warrants and all that for 2 years. So what's going on is that they're very confident now that they're going to send him to prison on the alleged coup d'etat case.
But that's what I want to go back to. I just want to make sure the American audience understands the direct parallels. I mean, Bolsonaro was kind of, Trump came first, then Bolsonaro. Bolsonaro was called, the way he governed was the Trump of the tropics. He leads a populist nationalist movement, has a strong religious fervor underpinning to it. Walk me through his charges, because you know here President Trump was had 92 indictments, eventually 32 felonies, but that didn't even get to what they wanted to try him for insurrection. I think it was 372 years in prison potentially. They came after President Trump for standing up for the stolen election of 2020. Walk us through the actual charges. So we got about a minute. Tell the American audience what the exact charges are against President Bolsonaro.
You see, the same corrupt tactics are on full display. The left throw everything at Trump, from Russia collusion hoax to sham impeachments, and with Bolsonaro is the same thing. They started with saying that he falsified COVID vaccine cards so he could come to the United States. He never needed a COVID vaccine card. He was the president of Brazil when he came here, and there was a waiver for sitting presidents. And then they said, well, you got some presents from other leaders of different nations, and he didn't report on these, and he did. And they say, well, they're probably going to dismiss this case as well. But they use this to come up with a bigger case, which is a case that is on trial right now, that he tried a coup d'etat, although he was here in the United States in 2022 when he left the presidency. Brazil had January 8th, which was very similar to January 6th in the United States. People revolted. The protests went out of control. We don't know why exactly. A lot of evidence of agents provocateurs. This is the same playbook. Destroyed evidences, a special committee. So it's almost the same. And they say President Bolsonaro was behind it all the way. So it's a copy and paste of the Trump insurrection case. Remember that? And that's what they're using to supposedly throw him on prison, which they will unless the United States sanction the corrupt judges.
Hang on 1 second. I'm going to hold you through the break before we go to the Oval. I want to talk about those sanctions next in the War Room.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, we're being informed we don't think that the EO is finished yet for the tariffs. This may be another EO signing, but the president is going to be there. We're going to get, I think Brian Glenn's going to get in there, and I do believe he's going to take questions from the press. Just for you that haven't had the pleasure of following this today, I kid you not, the mainstream media all day has been absolutely obsessed by what topic? With everything else going on in the world, what topics is obsessed them? If you said the Signal chat, you would be correct. The top 30 minutes of each hour in the news, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, all of them just obsessed. Folks, it's a no scalps policy. It's time to move on. We're not going to address it. Nothing happened. The operation went off flawlessly. President Trump's team ought to focus on the business at hand, not spend a second on this nonsense. In fact, if any journalist asks a question tonight when the president does the presser, to me, they ought to be tossed out of the Oval and not let back in. I mean, it's time to stop this nonsense. You already heard where Caroline Leavitt is finally going to restructure the White House press area briefing room, and the mainstream media, particularly a lot of the snarky ones, are going to go to the back. They'll probably stop showing up because they're not on camera. They don't want to do any real reporting. So I think it's a brilliant move. It's way too long in coming. And I hope tonight the president takes questions from all comers, because we really want to see, and I think it's an easier environment for him to answer questions, as these things have been so amazing when he's sitting at the Resolute desk, than on the plane where it's kind of hard to hear and you can't hear the question. Paolo Figueroa, what are the solutions here? The United States, given that the closeness of President Bolsonaro to President Trump, there's a lot that can be done. It's a lot that Congress can do. And quite frankly, to be brutally honest about it, not simply Lula, but this Chief Justice is such, I believe, a criminal that you could immediately go to OFAC, restrictions on him, visa restrictions, travel restrictions, financial restrictions, moving money. Tell people what OFAC is. What are the tools in the toolbox for the United States to show that we have Bolsonaro's back and actually take some action? Sir, because I know my phone blows up every time I have you guys on. People are saying in the chat room, to me personally, why are we not doing more? Why is the United States not stepping up here? Bolsonaro is a good man. He's essentially President Trump in Brazil. And these guys are coming after him, are the exact same people coming after President Trump. Paolo, your thoughts?
It puzzles me as well. Because the Biden administration is very much responsible for what's going on in Brazil. Joe Biden used USAID money to fund all the disinformation programs in Brazil, and he was the one that financially backed this corrupt Judge Moraes, which is the one that had the beef with Elon Musk. The bald guy looks like a James Bond villain. He was backed by the Biden administration. All the disinformation programs financed by USAID. He got training from the FBI, from the United States deep state. And when he was going to be challenged, the United States, the Biden administration sent Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense, Bill Burns, Victoria Nuland, Jake Sullivan. They sent the whole gang to Brazil to threaten Brazilian public and military officials not to challenge this guy's Moraes. So this was done by the Biden administration. Then we got Donald Trump. We thought, well, maybe now the table has flipped, right? And now Donald Trump is going to do a lot. But we haven't seen anything very concrete. Donald Trump never said anything about Brazil, about Lula da Silva, and about Moraes. So there are several things that they can do. First, and obviously, visa cancellations. We're seeing judges coming here, as we talked last week, getting awards and all this to protect the democracy in Brazil. These guys should not be allowed to get in the United States. That's easy. The Secretary of State can do this at any moment. It doesn't need authorization from anyone. It's at his own will. So the other thing that can be done, and Trump did that for the ICC prosecutor, is our financial sanctions, OFAC sanctions. The United States has the Office of Foreign Asset Controls that can restrict business from U.S. companies with individuals. And there's a specific law for that, which is the Magnitsky Global Act of 2016. So the president has authority of signing executive orders saying U.S. companies should not do business with this guy. What happens is that the bank accounts or any credit card or anything gets immediately shut down and frozen anywhere in the world. So this would be a very good measure to be taken. And I do not understand why the action hasn't been taken with a guy that's violating democracy and free speech in Brazil, imprisoning journalists, coming after opposition, and pretty much controlling the country. And they are consolidating power very fast. So the window for the United States to act is very short. Otherwise, we're going to have another Venezuela. And when you come to the point that Venezuela came, there's not much you can do. So it's like you're treating cancer. You have a narrow window to use chemotherapy or even smaller actions. And what's going to happen and what's going to work now will not work in 1 year. After they consolidate power, after they send Bolsonaro to prison, the sanctions will not work anymore. And then what's left? Military action. There's like it's the same situation in Venezuela and the same thing that happened to Cuba in the late 50s and early 60s.
Paulo, what is it about Brazil that after the United States, that this is like the jewel in the crown for the globalists? Why are they so obsessed? Biden administration working with Lula, who's obviously a puppet of the CCP, but then you have these judges. What is it, through the globalist eyes, why is Brazil such a high value-added target for them, sir?
Well, it's everything that you want from a geopolitical perspective, right? The defense of the Western Hemisphere. You have all the 5 things that you need to do from a geopolitical perspective. Brazil has more energy, produce more energy than most OPEC countries. Brazil is the second iron ore producer in the world. You need iron for the war machines. Not only that, Brazil has the best iron ore on the planet. Has all the rare earth out of the 20-something rare earth that United States needs. Brazil has most of them. The United States currently depend on China, could depend on Brazil. Brazil has also 5th largest population. And if Brazil stops sending food to China, China will starve in 3 months. So Brazil is pretty much the pathway to choke China in terms of food. So it has everything that you need. Not only that, Brazil is also a very big antagonistic of every single U.S. policy. Brazil is pro-Hamas, openly pro-Hamas. Brazil is pro-Iran. Brazil is pro-Venezuela, obviously pro-China. Brazil is doing everything through the BRICS, which is presided by Brazil right now. It's chaired by Brazil, to undermine the dollar as a global currency. So everything the globalists and the Chinese want are in Brazil. And what's I think mind-blowing is that conservatives, they don't care very much, or they don't seem to understand how important it is, Brazil, in terms of geopolitics. They're thrilled with Milei in Argentina, and we all are. We love Argentina. But just to give you a perspective, Steve, the whole country of Argentina is the size of the state of Sao Paulo in terms of GDP and population. Brazil is half the population, GDP, and territory of South America, and also the largest population in the United States from the Americas after, obviously, Mexico and Canada. There are more Brazilians in the United States now than Cubans. So you have everything. It's important. The Brazilian diaspora will be deciding key seats in the Congress. And I'll give you a quick example. Donald Trump lost, supposedly, allegedly, Georgia for roughly 11,000 votes in 2020. There are 200,000 Brazilians in the Atlanta region alone, and they're not being reached out by the conservatives, the Republicans, or anything. So there are so many reasons for people to take a look at Brazil politically, geopolitically, economically, everything.
When Bolsonaro was even president, Macron and the French, remember, they were going to do something. They were concerned about his management of the Amazon. Lula, what is it about the Amazon? How because you guys are like stewards of this natural phenomena. How important is the control of the Amazon to both the Chinese Communist Party and the globalists, sir?
It is crucial, not only from an environmental standpoint, which is also important. There are richness there that we don't even understand. But in terms of rare earth, it's unbelievable. I don't know if people know this, But a few months ago, the Chinese bought a mine in Brazil that it is connected to the largest uranium mine that we have in South America. The Chinese bought it. A Chinese company bought it. So most likely, Chinese will, unless we can stop them, explore uranium in Brazil. So the Amazon also has more oil than the Gulf of America, former Gulf of Mexico, Brazil. So it's crucial. That whole region is crucial in so many aspects, and the Chinese are pretty much taking over. I have reports in Brazil from my friends that work on the infrastructure sector saying, Paulo, most of the meetings we have to do here now, we have to have a Mandarin, a Chinese translator. That's how much they're controlling of our infrastructure. In terms of cars industry, the Chinese electric cars are taking over Brazil. And sadly for Elon Musk, Tesla is not even in Brazil yet.
Wow. Unbelievable. Paulo, where do we want, if people want to go and get the updates on what's happening to President Bolsonaro every day, if they want to hear more about OFAC, because our Congress, I guess, the Congress can move. I know the administration could, but the Congress could start pushing this too. We have many different options in the Senate, in the House. We just need some people that understand the geopolitical importance of Brazil, and particularly how close the Bolsonaro movement and President Bolsonaro is to MAGA and the Trump movement. So I want to make sure people go to your site every day. You're kind of a central log on for everything that's going on. So where do folks go?
They can go to my X at Rio P. Figueiredo or my website, www.paulofigueiredoshow.com. And everything is in English there, so they can follow everything that's ongoing in Brazil in English there.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I only want to add, Paulo is also, you're not on trial. You're not tried in absentia, but I think you're one of the 10 or 11 guys that were also indicted or quasi-indicted along as basically President Bolsonaro's inner circle.
They're actually decided that they are going to try me in absentia. So, yeah, I'll probably be convicted without a chance to defend myself.
Hey. I don't want to say Bannon called it again, but I told you. I think they're going to try in abstention because I don't know.
He did.
Of course they are. They're Marxist judges. Of course they are.
It's because the law in Brazil is so explicit. It's so explicit. The law says if you are not there and if they can't serve you, they should suspend the trial. But they decided, we don't actually need to follow the law, so let's try this guy in abstention.
Unbelievable. Paulo, you're a hero. Look forward to getting another update from you in the next couple of days. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
Romania, France. What's happened in Pakistan with Khan? Remember the populist, the great cricket player that's in prison now? Darren Beattie did such a great job when he was at Revolver. That would be Darren Beattie, who's interim Undersecretary of State, making things happen now. Of course, the United States and Bolsonaro in Brazil and many, 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 many other places. Short commercial break. We're waiting for the president to enter the Oval Office or let us in. Short commercial break. Back in a moment.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
The folks are lined up. We do understand from some of our sources the president is going to maybe take questions from the media. I think very important today with Florida 1 and 6, Wisconsin. You've got the judges' insurrection. Most importantly, you have, which still has not been signed or promulgated, the executive order on tariffs, on reciprocity, or people talking about it may be 20% across the board. Gold surging to another all-time high today. Remember, since we've done this for the last 3 or 4 years, I think gold was $1,100 an ounce or thereabouts. It's not important exactly what the price of gold is. It is the dynamics that drive the price of gold and make gold a hedge against times of financial turbulence, like it's been for mankind, or a store of value, as it has been for thousands of years, right, of recorded history. There is a logic to that. What we try to do with Birch Gold is walk you through that logic, make sure you understand it, to teach you how to fish, not to sell you a fish. I think it's worked out well. I get more compliments about this when we travel around of people that it's really open, particularly for folks. If you're ever saying, hey, I don't understand math, I don't like thinking about finance, it's very confusing to me, we try to make this as accessible as possible. We think that's very important. We're very proud that a major university with a great finance department now makes it a part of the required course for their undergraduates, to basically, because it's accessible, to teach them about capital markets and about what drives the demand for gold, what drives the demand for a hedge in a complicated financial world. Like I said, gold's over 3,100 today. With everything that's happening geopolitically, geoeconomically, what you're going to see, if it all plays out according to plan in the next 24 to 48 hours, is that President Trump is going to put out a document, an executive order. That document's essentially going to lay, and people run around at reciprocity, tariffs are going to raise the rates. That's all noise. The signal is that President Trump is trying to have a geoeconomic reset, the most fundamental since the Second World War. And I would argue the first time that we've gone back to what the founders and framers really thought in laying out this country. In laying out and setting out the structure of the country, how we would govern ourselves, they had a political structure. And that political structure came through the Declaration of Independence and then the Constitution and other laws that came out to basically build out of the Constitution the framework we have today. But there was also an economic plan. That economic plan was put out by Alexander Hamilton, one of the greatest of all the founding fathers. Hamilton wrote a report called the Report on Manufactures. And Hamilton did this in his early days as Secretary of the Treasury. And Hamilton was he was a genius. He really had thought this through and realized that the potential for manifest destiny of this great potential continental empire could be based upon manufactured goods. But you had to nurture those industries, and he laid it out. That was called the American Plan or the American System, and it ran throughout as one of the most highly contested things of the events, institutions of the early part of our republic, put forward by not just Alexander Hamilton, but people like Henry Clay and Abraham Lincoln and others who were kind of protectionist, high tariff, and nurturing of industry, just something more than agriculture. There were going to be more than just natural resources. Remember, it's kind of brilliant. If you think about the Chinese Communist Party, if you look at trade between the two nations, and remember, you think the United States is an advanced manufacturing superpower, but if you look at the trade and the balance of trade from China to ourselves, China sends us back. Everything we get from China is essentially a finished good, or in the sense of what Jace Medical hopes to protect you from is generic medicines and active pharmaceutical ingredients, which President Trump says, hey, I'm going to break that one day, but it's a finished product. What we ship to them is raw materials. We're like a colony. We're like an economic colony. If you actually look at the shipping data of what goes to China from the United States, agriculture goods, oil and gas, natural resources, wood, all of it, very little finished product. What comes back is finished product. That's why that's, $500 billion trade deficit annually that builds up year after year after year. And with all the finished products they're sending, and they just don't assemble them in China. They also make the high value added parts. That's where the good jobs went. That's where Youngstown and Akron, Ohio, towns in the Midwest. This is why President Trump, with his economic nationalism, could pierce the blue wall in 2016 and again in 2024. Also in 2020, although they didn't, they counted the mail-in ballots from the phony non-live voters, and that's how they won. By the way, in a moment, it looks like President Trump is starting. Let's go ahead and jump. We're going to take you live to the Oval Office. We're going to blow the break. The President of the United States, Donald John Trump.
Have you back? A friend of mine, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. I know him as Bob, but he's been a good friend for a long time, many years, and he's been after something that is for the good of a lot of people, including, in particular, the public, and having to do with ticket sales and scalping and all of the gouging that you have been reading about. It's gotten worse and worse with time. And I didn't know too much about it, but I checked it out, and it is a big problem. And I thought, I think you've been trying to get this done for 20 years or something. He said Trump got it done in 2 weeks. But we came up with a very serious EO. And I'm going to sign it now, and maybe I'll ask you, Will, to explain a little bit about it, please.
Of course, sir. So this is an executive order, as you said, that deals with the ticket reselling business. For fans of live entertainment and for entertainers as well, the ticket reselling industry has become a huge issue. These people use bots and computer algorithms to buy up huge blocks of tickets and then jack up the price so that fans of live entertainers like Mr. Ritchie, I almost called him Mr. Rock, don't have access to concerts the way that they should, and when they do, it's at exorbitantly high prices. So what this executive order does, it charges the FTC and the Department of Justice with rigorously enforcing laws on the books in collaboration with state attorneys general that have power over consumer protection and other people who have the power to really crack down on this issue so that entertainers and fans won't be subject to these abusive and oftentimes illegal practices.
Good. Thank you very much. Bob, do you want to say something?
Yeah, anybody it doesn't matter your politics. First off, thank you, Mr. President, because this has happened at lightning speed. I know you put, I want to make sure Alina Habba gets her credit too, because I know she worked very hard on this, but thank you for making this happen so quick. Anyone who's bought a concert ticket in the last decade, maybe 20 years, no matter what your politics are, knows that it's a conundrum. You buy a ticket for $100, by the time you check out, it's $170. You don't know what you can charge for, but more importantly, these bots. You know, they come in to get all the good tickets to your favorite shows you want to go to, and then they're relisted immediately for sometimes a 400% or 500% markup. The artists don't see any of that money. And, you know, ultimately, I think this is a great first step. I would love down the road if there would be some legislation that we could actually put a cap on the resale of tickets. And I'm a capitalist and a deregulation guy, but they've tried this in some places in Europe, and it seems to be the only thing that's us as artists be able to get the tickets into the hands of the fans at the prices we set. I'll be the first one to say, and I know the president doesn't like when I say this, but I'm a little overpaid right now. It's kind of ridiculous. I would rather be, you know, a hero to the working class people and have them be able to come attend my shows and give them a fair ticket price. I can't control that right now, so hopefully this is a step to really be able to make that happen. I know a lot of artists and a lot of fans who love concerts and music are going to be very appreciative.
And I think Bob is more interested in the fans and the people that are having to pay crazy prices than he is the artist. Maybe the artist a little bit, but the fans a lot. I've spoken to him over the years about it. And it's been, it bothers him. It bothers a lot of other artists, too. You see the artists, and they go out with a $100 ticket and it sells for $2,000 the following night. And they seem to be able to sweep up the best locations, too, which is pretty amazing. So
they've only enforced that Box Act one time, I believe. Yeah. A couple of years ago in New York City, we got a $2 million fine. And that's the only time they've enforced that act.
And who's the primary culprit? Who sells these tickets?
It's the scalpers. It's these bots go in and they're automated. So
But is there a company involved? You might not want to say.
No. Well, there's reselling markets. Yeah.
I think I know, Peter. But that's all right. Don't get them involved. Maybe,
what company do you think?
Maybe they're more innocent than we think.
Well, if you think of it, like if Ticketmaster sells a ticket, if you buy a ticket and go to a show, you're in a lot of ways their worst customer. They make another 17 whatever percentage every time that ticket resells, so they don't want to enforce the Bots Act necessarily because they're making more money off it. The artists don't see any of that money, but that's not what I'm advocating for. Is for me to make more money. I want the fans to have fair ticket prices, be able to go to enjoy more shows. I know people that they decide on a family vacation or going to their favorite concert once a year rather than, my parents used to go see multiple shows when you could afford them back in their day. And I'd like to take my ticket prices lower, but if I set my ticket prices low, these bots immediately eat them up and they resell for hundreds of dollars more, and I'm just making these bad actors rich.
Well, I think this is a big step to getting it stopped. Do you have something, Brian?
Yeah, I do, actually. I actually feel that the consumer is going to take the money that they saved and actually buy merch, which you guys have a big percentage of, or do concessions, which you guys split with the venue on that as well. So I think their money goes for
concessions a lot. No, those are, we try to, but they don't want to share it in the beer prices and parking or any of that stuff. But the bottom line is there's money for everyone to be made. There's plenty of money to go around. No one's going to really lose here. Ticketmaster, if we can get a cap, they're going to lose some money. But I've already talked to CEO Michael. He's given me his word. He's on board for it.
I was talking to Jacoby with Papa Roach earlier, and by the way, he's a big fan of what you're doing, President Trump, digging into this whole scalping and the bots. A lot of musicians, and you can say that they're with Kid Rock, sir. On this, without a doubt.
A lot of people are.
President Trump, would you ever wear a jacket like that?
I don't know. I was thinking about doing it for tomorrow. We have a big event coming up, and I was thinking about doing it, but I'm not sure.
So you recently bought a Tesla for White House staff to use, but now there's all these domestic terrorists targeting Teslas. Are the staff scared to drive it?
I don't think so. I haven't heard. They weren't complaining. I did buy one, and I let the staff use it. We have it parked conveniently, and one day we give it to Margot, one day we give it to Chamberlain, give it to Natalie, we give it to everybody around, and give it to Dan Scavino, but he's got so much money it doesn't matter. But they love the car, and it's a great car, and it's made here. It's made in the country. He's got a tremendous plant now in Texas, and he has one in California. He does a lot of his work here, and he's been really unfairly treated, in my opinion.
I drive him.
Yeah.
There's this other story. I know it's hypothetical right now, but if you were allowed, for some reason, to run for a third term, is there a thought that the Democrats could try to run Barack Obama against you?
I'd love that.
For his third term?
Well, I'd love that. That would be a good one. I'd like that. And no, people are asking me to run, and there's a whole story about running for a third term. I don't know. I never looked into it. They do say there's a way you can do it, but I don't know about that. But I have not looked into it. I want to do a fantastic job. We have 4 years, just about, almost close to 4 years. Time is flying, but it's still close to 4 years. And we're getting a lot of credit for having done a great job in the first almost 100 days. And we have some big things we're going to be announcing over the next 2 days that you know very well, Peter, and I think it's going to be something that's going to bring a lot of wealth back to our country, tremendous wealth back to our country, actually. And other countries are understanding it because they've been ripping us for 50 years, longer, but they've been ripping us off for years, right from the beginning. And I think this is going to be an amazing, I call it a lot of different names, but it's really, in a sense, it's a rebirth of a country because how we could have afforded to do what we did. We help everybody, and they don't help us. I really, the term I like best probably is the liberation of America. It's the liberation of this country because it's incredible. Look, we have $36 trillion in debt for a reason, and that accumulates over a long period of time. So I think what you're going to be seeing over the next couple of days will be very inspiring to a lot of people. They had a lot of auto plants being built in a certain country. I don't want to mention the country because we get along great with the country, but those plants aren't being built there anymore. They gave them up today and yesterday, day before, and they're building them all now in the United States. And we have many examples, not only auto plants. Chip companies from Taiwan are coming in. The biggest, Mr. Wei, he's big. I said, you are a smart guy, aren't you? I've been reading about him over the years, but he controls a large portion of the chip business, as you know. You don't get smarter. They're going to be investing $200 or $300 billion. Apple's investing $500 billion. They always built their places in China. Now he's building here. I think because of you speak to Tim Cook, because of the election, but maybe more importantly because of the tariffs. He's got really an obligation to do it. But we have many, many companies that you haven't even heard of. But I think we'll be at $5 trillion very soon. And if you think about this, we've never been anywhere near that. I don't know if we've ever been at $1 trillion. What do you mean by that? We're 500. What do I mean by trillion?
5 trillion. What are you referring to, sir?
I think that we're going to be at $5 trillion of investment. I think you're going to have investments very shortly. We're already 3.5, and we have commitments, verbal commitments for a lot more. And numbers like that have never been done in this country. And it's going to get harder. This is in 2 months. It's really in less than 2 months, because since we've really gone out with it. And we have other interesting things happening. But to me, the whole tariff situation, and essentially they've done that to us for many years. So if we're anywhere near $5 trillion in 2 months, this could be numbers like the country's never seen. And every time you hear a dollar spent, that's another job, because the jobs are coming with it. So auto plants, chip plants, pharmaceuticals, lumber coming in. We have things happening in this country. I'm not sure that they've ever seen it. Steel, we have tariffs on steel. They've been here for a while. Steel and aluminum. Nobody's ever seen anything like we're witnessing now. Nobody's ever seen anything. Most of you agree with that. I mean, there's nothing much you can't agree with. We have things happening in terms of jobs and investment, the likes of which I don't think we've ever seen. If you look at, let's say, $4 to $5 trillion in a period of a month and a half, that's even more than you do with your concerts, which are always sold out, right? Nobody's ever seen numbers. And think of it, where Apple's at $500 billion, as I said, but they always used to spend that money in China. Now they're spending it here. That means they're going to they don't have any tariffs. Remember, there are no tariffs if you do your product here, you build whatever it is in the USA. One of the things we're also trying to get is if you buy a car that was built in the USA, you get a deduction on interest. So if you go out and borrow money to buy a car, if it's built in the USA, never been done before, it's a big deduction for people that really aren't used to deductions, frankly, because people that buy cars like that are not big into the world of deductions. And now they're going to learn about deductions. So I think it's going to be great. Yeah.
Mr. President, are you going to move ahead with a universal tariff or different individual tariff rates on a whole variety of different?
Well, you're going to see in 2 days, which is maybe tomorrow night or probably Wednesday, you're going to see. And they're reciprocal. So whatever they charge us, we charge them, but we're being nicer than they were. We have a lot of countries, friend and foe. I always say friend and foe, but the friend in many cases is worse than the foe. They took advantage of us, and we are going to be very nice by comparison to what they were. The numbers will be lower than what they've been charging us, and in some cases maybe substantially lower, but we sort of have a world obligation perhaps. But we're going to be very nice. Relatively speaking, we're going to be very kind.
Mr. President, you met with the chairman.
Somebody said that about me the other day. They said, who doesn't know me very well, they said, you're such a kind person. And I said, say that again. They said, you're a kind person. I said, I've never heard that before. It was a weird statement. I was kind.
What's that?
I've heard of words that, I don't know, I better not tell you. I've been called a lot of things, but it's sort of a different kind of a word. It's like an old-fashioned word, isn't it?
Mr. President, you met with the chairman of Stellantis today. Did he ask you for a pause on the auto tariffs?
No.
What was that meeting about?
Just about some of the problems they have with the environmental, which we're going to clean up.
Have any of the automakers...
We're going to probably go back to 1926. If you look, we're going to go back probably to a 2020 standard. So we'll have 2020 standard, and that's just a few years ago. Oh, they're making it so difficult. All over the world they're making it. It doesn't mean a damn bit of difference even for the environment. It doesn't matter. They make it impossible for people to build cars. So we're going to be doing much different. 2020 is a strong standard, but they've taken it to a level now that makes it very difficult to build a car. So we're going to be bringing it back to a standard that is a very good environmental standard, but it makes it possible to build it.
Have you heard any concerns from the automakers, though, about the tariffs on parts that will go into effect over the coming weeks, about what that's going to mean for the price of
Well, I gave them a big break for a month. I didn't charge them anything, for a big month, for that first month, and they brought a lot of material into this country because they could bring it in without tariff. If you look at Canada and Mexico, they were driving hundreds of thousands of cars into the market because they avoid the tariffs by doing it before the tariffs go on, which would be Wednesday. And I saw some of your shows where cars are lined up for miles and miles. Some of them didn't have fenders on them. Some of them didn't have the roof on yet. They're driving it in brand new. They're driving it in because they want to avoid the tariffs. I let them have that. They sort of took advantage of it because, that wasn't part of the deal, but that's okay.
Are there any
They're great American car companies, and so I gave them a little break on that. Yeah.
Are there any countries that you're not targeting on Wednesday?
Well, it depends. I said it's reciprocal. Not everybody has made a fortune, but almost everybody has, but not everybody. And the ones that haven't, we're going to be very nice to them.
And on a separate issue,
because that word reciprocal is very important. What they do to us, we do to them. Okay.
Can I just ask you briefly on President Putin? You said over the weekend, or indicated over the weekend, some frustration with him. How serious are you about imposing oil sanctions?
No, I want to see him make a deal so that we stop Russian soldiers and Ukrainian soldiers and other people from being killed. But mostly it's Russian and Ukrainian soldiers. They're losing at least 2,500 human beings, beautiful human beings, a week. And I wanted to stop. And some people would say, why do you worry about Russian soldiers or Ukrainian soldiers? I worry because they're just like you people. They're like us. They're like all of us. And I seem to have an ability to do those things. And if I can do that, I think it's a very worthwhile thing to do. And I think we will. No, I want to make sure that he follows through, and I think he will. I don't want to go secondary tariffs on his oil, but I think it's something I would do if I thought he wasn't doing the job. I did it with Venezuela, secondary tariffs, and you know what happened? Every boat left the harbor. Did you see that? It was a beautiful thing to see. The whole harbor emptied out. My words weren't even finished. They have these massive ships. They're actually taking the hoses and dumping them into there. They couldn't get out of there fast enough because they know I don't play games. So I think he's going to live up to what he told me, and I think he's going to fulfill his part of the deal. Now, then you have Zelensky, and hopefully he's going to live up. I see he's trying to renegotiate the rare earth. We did something because, as you know, the Europeans get paid back the money that they gave, and we don't, because Biden is an incompetent president, and he should have asked for rare earth, or he should have asked for the loans to be guaranteed in some form. That's what Europe did. Europe is in for probably $100 billion, and we're in for $350 billion. So we're in for more than 3 times. And now you could make it a little bit less than that, but it doesn't matter. Whatever the number, we're in for substantially more than Europe. We could be in for $350 billion. They have no idea because Biden wasn't a good bookkeeper except for himself. And what happens is we made a deal for rare earth. It was all done. And I heard through you, I haven't spoken to them yet, but through you I heard that they're now saying, well, I'll only do that deal if we get into NATO or something to that effect. Well, that was never, number one, discussed. Number two, I think it's going to be long before Putin, they said you're not going into NATO. And it could be, that's probably the reason the war started, actually.
Mr. President, we're hours away from a very special election. Wisconsin, Florida, want to share your thoughts on Republican voters to not sleep on this.
Yeah.
2 very important races to go.
Well, it's a big race, Supreme Court race in Wisconsin. It's taking place essentially as it was early voting, so we'll see what happens. It's a big race. I love Wisconsin. We won Wisconsin. Republicans typically don't do very well in Wisconsin, but I did. I actually won it twice. I actually probably won it 3 times to be exact.
They played their side.
Not probably. I won it 3 times. We had a rigged election the second time, but that's, one of those things. We had to make this one too big to rig. Would you agree with that, Brian?
Yes,
too
sir.
Big to rig?
Yes, sir.
So anyway, but there's a big race that I hope you get out and vote for the Republican. The woman is a radical left lunatic and let's see who wins. But the woman will be very bad. And Wisconsin's a big state politically, and the Supreme Court has a lot to do with elections in Wisconsin. So if whoever it is that's running, including, even Senate races, etc., but whoever it is in 4 years that runs, having Wisconsin is a very big, we won it early and big, but winning Wisconsin's a big deal. So therefore, the Supreme Court choice is the one you're talking about right now. It's a big race. It's going to be announced fairly shortly.
President Trump, on TikTok, big week deadlines. You got Liberation Day and the TikTok deadline.
Yeah, we do, which I can extend if I want, but we have a lot of enthusiasm for TikTok for buying it. I think TikTok is good. I used it I was a great TikTok guy, and we won by 36 points, the youth. We won the youth, which Republicans don't do. Maybe it's because Kid Rock likes Trump, I don't know, but we won the youth by 36 points, and I attribute some of that to TikTok.
Is the TikTok deal, the negotiations now, tied to a bigger tariff deal with China?
No, but it could be. I mean, I've used tariffs for lots of different reasons, but I could see, 1 point in tariffs with China, a big country, would be probably worth more than all of TikTok, as valuable as TikTok is. It's mixed up. So there's a great example. That's a great question, actually. I'm a very flexible person. I could use that for that. Like, maybe I'll take a couple of points off if I get approvals for something. I haven't done it. Maybe I'll do it, maybe I won't. But it's a very good question. Peter, you're very good.
Thank you. You'll love this one.
Go ahead.
It's not front page news, but I am just curious. What is your thought about Tiger Woods now becoming part of the broader Trump family?
Well, I love Tiger, and I love Vanessa, and they had a great relationship. I happen to think the relationship with my son, I happen to think the relationship was hurt very badly by the witch hunt that went on, Russia, and all the crap that they put Don through, who knew nothing about it. But Vanessa and Don had a very good relationship. They have incredible children, 5 incredible children, all good athletes, all great students. They're great. And they broke up, quite a while ago. And which was to me very sad, because I think they're both great. Don and Vanessa, and Tiger actually called me a few months ago, and they have a very special, very good relationship with Tiger. I played golf with him a couple of times over the last month, and he's a fantastic guy and a fantastic athlete. And he told me about it, and I said, Tiger, that's good. It's good. I'm very happy for both. I just let them both be happy. Let them both be happy. They're both great.
So to follow up on China, China, South Korea, and Japan say they're going to work together in cooperation to respond to the tariffs that you're going to put into effect this week. Are you concerned that this move of the tariffs this week could push some of the United States' closest allies to work with China?
No, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. Yeah.
Mr. President, can I ask you about
I think they have a chance of doing better, actually, with the tariffs. It can actually help them in a certain way. And I think a lot of them will drop their tariffs because, they've been unfairly tariffing the United States for years. And if you look at the European Union on cars, the European Union already dropped their tariff down to 2.5%. It was announced a couple of days ago, which is what which is a very small tariff. The United States charged very little. And I think I heard that India just a little while ago is going to be dropping its tariffs very substantially. And I said, why didn't somebody do this a long time ago? A lot of countries are going to be dropping their tariffs.
About what's happened in France today, Mr. President. Marine Le Pen, the far-right leader, got convicted in court and is now banned from running for office for 5 years. Do you have a comment?
That's a big deal. That's a very big deal. I know all about it, and a lot of people thought she wasn't going to be convicted of anything, and I don't know if it means conviction, but she was banned for running for 5 years, and she's the leading candidate. That sounds like this country. That sounds very much like this country. Okay, anybody else?
You've been presented with a bunch of proposals for tariffs by your advisors that were talking about that idea.
And who?
That your advisors have presented ideas about tariffs and what to do in the next 2 days. Have you settled?
Well, you're going to see. I've settled, a long time ago. But we talk about it. We talk about it a lot. We want to do what's right for the country and even the world. It affects the world, not just this country. This has been the piggy bank for the entire world, so it really does affect the world, and that's important to me also. Yeah.
Mr. President, in the past you have said that you want the quick return of Austin Tice, a Marine Corps veteran and a journalist who went missing in Syria over 12 years ago. Yeah. Have efforts been made to locate Austin Tice been extended beyond Syria, including potential leads in Iran? And do you have plans to get in touch with Ms. Deborah Tice, the mother of Mr. Austin Tice, and also at the same time, organizations like Hostage Aid Worldwide have been on the ground in Syria, searching for Austin Tice for many years. Can I get your comment on the potential future plans to locate Austin Tice and to bring him home finally?
So we've been looking, as you know, for Austin for years. I don't know about Biden. I don't think Biden was looking for anything, but we were, and there's been virtually no sign. You know that. There's been no sign of Austin. An incredible young guy. Be less young now. I mean, it's been a long time. It's been many, many years. The mother is fantastic. She's a very committed mother that her whole life is to find her son, who was in Syria and just disappeared off the face of the earth. So, a lot of bad things happen, but we're always, we will never, until we find out something definitive, one way or the other, we'll never stop looking for him. But we have been, and the response, it's just a lot of dead ends. He's been gone for a long time. The problem is there's never been a sighting. Sometimes you'll have somebody you're looking for him, and there's a sighting. There's never been a sighting of Austin. But we are out there, and we have great respect for his family and for his mother. She's been unbelievable. Yes,
Mr. President, a question about...
now behind you.
I apologize.
You've had outreach with the leaders of Russia and China. You made an outreach to Iran. When are you going to plan to reach out to North Korea and Kim Jong-un? Anytime in the near future?
Well, I do. I have a very good relationship with Kim Jong-un. Now, you people hate to hear that, but it's very important. I got along with him fantastically, as you know. It started off very rough, very nasty. Little rocket man, the whole thing was a nasty deal. And then one day we got a call that they'd like to meet. We met. We have a great relationship. And, we have, there is communication, yeah. I think it's very important. He's a big nuclear nation. And he's a very smart guy. I got to know him very well. I put my foot across the line, and then I walked across the line. I don't know if Secret Service was thrilled with that. They actually wasn't. They were not too thrilled. But I have a very good relationship with him. Yeah, we'll probably do something at some point. Yeah, please.
Who's on your short list, Mr. President, to replace Elise Stefanik as U.S. Ambassador to the UN?
So we have a lot of good people that want it. First of all, Lisa's fantastic, and I just don't want to take chances with you guys saying, how's the election going? We have a congressional election that's a little bit close. I guess the one is in good shape, but the other one's a little bit close. But Randy Fine is a great guy. They're both good candidates. They're very good. But it's, a little bit, we want to be careful. And Elise is very popular in her district, and so am I. We won by a lot of points, and so did she. And there's a lot of people that wanted to run for it, but we have no idea are they going to win. I think it's just security. And I said, Elise, what about going back? Because they love you there, and she's going to take a big leadership position with Mike Johnson and the group, the speaker. And I can tell you that for the replacement, we have a lot of people that have asked about it, and we'd like to do it. David Friedman, Rick Grinnell, and maybe 30 other people. Everyone loves that position. That's a star-making position. And so we'll see what happens. But we have a lot of people that are interested in going to the United Nations, as you can imagine. Yeah.
So we can get a quick music question. Favorite song to play live is what? And then my question for you, Mr. President, your favorite rally you did last year, 2024. What was your favorite one?
Favorite song to play live?
Yeah, favorite song to play live.
Oh, that's a tough one. It'd have to be one of the hits, probably Cowboy or Ball in the Bar. There's a song that I've played every night that was never a singular hit that I probably should not say the words to in this office right now. You never met a certain person like
his
me.
rallies are amazing. He does great and gets big crowds. He's really a star when it comes to that. He is a very talented guy. I would say maybe Madison Square Garden, because anybody that was there, the owner of the garden, Jim Dolan, who's, to me, always been terrific. He said this, he's never seen anything like it. We had, when you announced Madison Square Garden, it's a big arena, but we sell out big arenas. We sold out in Milwaukee. We sold out at every big arena. We never had empty seats. It's amazing. They talk about Bernie Sanders gets 2,000 or 3,000 people. Everyone said, these crowds, I get 107,000 people in New Jersey. In Butler, PA, we had over 100,000 the second time. We had 55,000 the first time. We have big crowds. I would say Madison Square Garden, because I grew up in New York and the garden is great. Jim Dolan treated us well, but everybody said that, because I think I could have filled it up 10 times. We had hundreds of thousands of people that were stacked all the way back to the Hudson River and on the other direction back to Fifth Avenue. Nobody's ever seen. I don't mean with a line. I mean like 50 deep. Like 50 deep this way. The streets were closed, the whole thing. It was crazy. And when you take that, you want to do well at Madison Square Garden. You don't want to have empty seats. But we could have sold it out, Brian, 10 times, and everybody knew it. And I think we got a good indication that that's where the election was going. And we won every swing state, and we won by millions of votes. It was a great election, yeah.
Mr. President, the U.S. military transferred 17 individuals to El Salvador overnight. Did you discuss with your team whether these deportations would run afoul of any recent court orders?
No, I do want to thank, however, the president. He has been unbelievable, and in relation to us. But I think that our people have done an incredible job. I got elected on the basis of getting bad people out of our country that shouldn't be here, very dangerous people out of our country. And that's what I did. And then you have a judge that wants to take over. And I can't imagine it can be allowed. If it was up to him, they'd all be put back in our country. These are killers. These are drug lords. These are really bad people. But I want to thank the president of El Salvador, because he's done an amazing job. You saw,
Elon Musk's special government tenure is coming to an end, 130 days, I think another month. Yeah. Do you want him to stay longer, or is it time for him to go back to running his companies in Europe?
Well, I think he's amazing, but I also think he's got a big company to run, and so at some point he's going to be going back. He wants to.
Would you want to keep him around?
I'd keep him as long as I could keep him. He's a very talented guy. I love very smart people. And he's very smart, and he's done a good job. Doge is, we found numbers that nobody can even believe, like 400 billion, 500 billion. It could be close to $1 trillion by the time they end on different things. And he's led the charge, and you've seen a lot of his people. And these are people that joined up. I would say the high IQ people. I like high IQ people. And they've done a great job. No, at some point, Elon's going to want to go back to his company. I will say he's got, despite the way he's been treated, so he's an American patriot, but the way he's been treated with Tesla is just terrible. It's just terrible.
Once he goes,
in fact, you have a Tesla, and you love it. You love it. He was saying before he bought a Tesla, he loved it. A lot of people are buying Teslas, I think, and I hope they are. He should not be treated that way. He's done an incredible service.
But once he goes back, is Doge going to keep operating even without Elon here?
Well, I can't tell you that. I can say this, that a lot of the people that are working with Doge are the secretaries, the heads of the various agencies, and they've learned a lot, and they're dealing with the Doge people. I think some of them may try and keep the Doge people with them, but, at a certain point, I think it will end. But they have also gotten a big education, and they're doing a really good job. There'll be a point at which the secretaries will be able to do this work and do it very, as we say, with the scalpel. And that's what we want. Yeah, Jeff?
Mr. President, have you had any updates on the U.S. soldiers missing in Lithuania?
I have.
Can you give us an update?
So 3 are no longer with us, and 1 is unfortunately probably in the same category, but they haven't declared that yet. It was a very heavy truck, like I told you, but I mean really heavy. That lifted the heaviest equipment, and it would seem that the bank of the lake collapsed. You know, the weight is so big, and it was at night, and it was very cold weather, and ice, a lot of ice, and it's possibly slipped. And the weight is so enormous of this thing. It's a massively heavy vehicle, and if they slipped a little bit, it's probably what happened, and it flipped. And 3 are gone, and 1 is missing.
On a separate topic, follow-up on immigration, did you see the video of a Tufts University student who was taken off the street by ICE agents last week in hoodies and masks? There's been a lot of criticism of that. Are you comfortable with how that was handled?
Well, I haven't really looked at it in any detail, but I will. I mean, I have seen it quickly, but not. I wouldn't want to comment on it.
Yeah, Mr. President, would you be able to confirm recent reporting that you are making plans to go to Saudi Arabia next month? And if so, why is Saudi Arabia so important?
So, I have a very good relationship with the Middle East. In fact, if you look at Michigan, I won the vote by a lot. People were a little surprised. And I have a very good relationship with Mohammed and the king. His son is Mohammed. He's great. Crown Prince, actually, he's prime minister, too. He's got a lot of good titles. But he's great. And the king has been wonderful. And if you remember, last time I went to Saudi Arabia, I put him first on the list because they agreed to buy $450 billion worth of American goods, military and otherwise. And they did. And it was an unbelievable day. It was in this gorgeous ballroom, and companies were there from many, probably 100 companies. And they were given anywhere from $40 or $50 million to less. And more, actually. Okay, some of them were given numbers that were just many times that amount. I think we had a couple of $20 billion deals and big stuff. And it's a very rich country because of oil. And we are a very rich country ultimately when we straighten it out because of oil. Oil is always good. And I agreed to do it again, and they've agreed to spend close to $1 trillion of money in our American companies, which to me means jobs. So they're going to spend hundreds of billions of dollars giving them to American companies that are going to be making equipment for Saudi Arabia and other places in the Middle East. And for that, I think it's worth it. I did it last time, $450 billion, and the press was there. It was one of the most unique days I've ever seen, where companies would get up and you're getting $20 billion. The name of the company, the chairman were all there, every chairman and top person in the company. You remember that, Peter? I don't know if you were there. You might be too young for that.
I was on the Democratic campaign trail.
Oh, that was boring. This was a much better deal. But it was amazing, actually. It was an amazing day. We sold and we partook in $450 billion worth of investment into American companies, and they announced the company, the amount of money, $1 billion, $5 billion, $25 billion, and the chairman of the company, many of whom, well-known figures, prestigious figures, great business leaders, they went up, they shook the hand of somebody, and they would sit down, and we just had a big investment made. So it was a record. Nobody ever beat it before. $450 billion worth of jobs. I view it as jobs more than anything else. And now we're close to $1 trillion. So it's more than double the number that we did when I first came to office.
And this trip takes place next month.
It could be next month, maybe a little bit later, yeah. And we're going to Qatar also. And also we're going to possibly a couple of other countries. UAE is very important. It's a great leader in UAE. And I had his brother here the other night, if you saw that. We had a wonderful guy, a wonderful family. So we'll probably stop at UAE and Qatar, and as I used to call it, Qatar. Nobody's ever told me right or wrong. I always like to say Qatar, but it's Qatar. They like to say Qatar. And Saudi Arabia, the 3 of them, and then we'll go other places also. But in the Middle East, those seem to be the 3. And again, tremendous amounts of jobs will be created in those 2 or 3 days. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
The Oval Office press conference, the President of the United States signing a very important executive order ending ticket gouging at entertainment venues. These bots buy up a bunch of tickets and they sell them at double, triple the price, making it harder for everyday Americans to go to concerts. Donald Trump diving into that debate. A lot of news in this press conference. He said they're soon going to be at $5 trillion of investments committed to the United States as a result of tariffs. $5 trillion. That's a huge
I feel like
number.
it was just $2 trillion a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole year.
It was.
It was.
Yeah.
Literally. Maybe just 10 days ago. Yeah. He said he was rolling back the EPA mileage standards, what they're known as the CAFE standards, the mileage efficiency standards, to 2020 after talking to automakers today, because the ones that the Biden administration said are just too aggressive. They can't technologically be met. That was a big moment. He weighed in on a lot of the world's crises, said he's going to the Middle East and Qatar at the very end there. So a lot of news today, Amanda, and what was supposed to be just a formal signing episode.
Yeah. At the beginning, it seemed like he might just take a few questions and then let it go, but then he was on a roll, as he usually is. Yeah. In good spirits.
He was definitely in good spirits and having a lot of fun and taking questions. It took probably more questions than President Biden took in the last 6 months of his presidency. Really remarkable. Yeah. I want to turn to one thing, because we got it just before we got on air, and I think it's really important. We talk about accountability on the show all the time, and the efforts to hold a wayward Washington to account are spreading this time to the courts. Some very big developments today. This is specifically targeting judges that Republicans believe are activists in exceeding their authorities in an effort to thwart President Trump. Just the News has confirmed that Congressman Andy Biggs, a member of the House Judiciary Committee, Amanda, just filed a novel resolution to remove U.S. District Judge James Boasberg. That's the man who is blocking Trump's deportation of illegal alien gang members under the Alien Enemies Act. It is a novel argument and one he debuted here last week on this very show. Biggs not pursuing articles of impeachment, which would require, I think, 2/3 of the Senate to convict for removal. Instead, he introduced a resolution to declare that Judge Boasberg is violating the Constitution's judicial standard of good behavior and therefore should be removed. Biggs argues judges who have conflicts of interest or who rule contrary to the Constitution are engaged in bad behavior, thus in violation of the Constitution, and this should be removed, and they should be removed by a simple majority vote. He explained this last week. He did it a little bit ago. Just the News confirmed it. Another big moment today, Chuck Grassley, the chairman of that powerful Senate Judiciary Committee, introduced a legislation to clip judges' wings, limiting their authority so that they can only issue temporary restraining orders in their own district and involving just the litigants in the case. They can't go nationwide, only limited to their district and the litigants. That's another big clipping of the wings. So a little bit of accountability today.
Yeah, and look, this is under the purview of Congress, because in our Constitution, it only sets out the Supreme Court, obviously as the highest court in the land, but its only branch. Everything else, all of the other inferior courts are under the jurisdiction of Congress. So I think that's a great remedy. I love the localized one. That one, to me, is the best one, because even if you remove Judge Boasberg, I don't know if that sends a strong enough message. There's got to be that you're just fixing the symptom there. You're not fixing the problem. I think that making sure that those injunctions and stays are only localized and only pertaining to the litigant parties, that's the way to go.
A lot during the Oval Office press conference, the president talked about the elections. We got 3 big elections tomorrow night: Wisconsin, and then 2 open seats in Florida. Two members of Congress joined the cabinet. Now there's 2 open seats there. Wisconsin is for control of the Supreme Court, which will dictate the rules of the election in 26 and 28. Earlier today, we had a chance to interview one of the men running for those open Florida seats, State Senator Randy Fine. He was a really great interview. We're going to throw to that right now.
Joining us now, the man who is looking to take that seat down in Florida, one of 2 that are in the special election tomorrow, Randy Fine. Randy, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
You have served the state of Florida as a state senator. I know President Trump has endorsed you. The media says that this could break any way or the other. What are you feeling?
Well, we feel really optimistic. Look, this is an area that loves President Trump. Democrats are mad because every time President Trump wins, they lose. And so what we need people to do is go and vote. They can go to voterandyfine.com, find their precinct, and they need to just go and vote tomorrow. If our people turn out, we're going to have a huge win.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Now, Democrats have put a lot of money into your opponent, and yet you've been able to hold the ground firm. Tell us a little bit about the Democrat strategy and what it tells us about their desperation.
Well, let's talk about the money. First off, we've hugely outraised them from the district and, frankly, from Florida. That money is not from anywhere around here. It's, if we can trace it, it's from Seattle or San Francisco or Washington or New York. But given it's all from Act Blue, we don't even know if it's from the United States. Now, the second thing you have to do is, what are they spending it on? I put my own money into this race. He's taken money out. I didn't even know you could do this, but he's paying himself a salary and living in a $51,000 Airbnb luxury rental while he's running for office. So think about what a scummy thing that is to do, to ask people for money. You tell them you're using it to run for office, and then you pay it to yourself. And if you go through the spending, it's all sort of griftiness. The race is very simple. It's, do they want a Donald Trump endorsed candidate who's going to stick with the America First agenda, or do they want a Bernie Sanders endorsed proud socialist who's going to blow it all up and try to impeach President Trump? I think the voters of this district are smart. I think they'll go to my website, voterandyfine.com, find their precinct, and they'll vote tomorrow.
Well, and you mentioned President Trump's endorsement. I know that your policies probably reflect a lot of his policies. If you win this seat and you head up to Capitol Hill, what are some of those major agenda items that you want to focus on when you're there?
Sure. I was the second legislator in Florida to endorse President Trump. And I think that's why I've got a great relationship there, because I put up with a lot of grief, frankly, for doing it. But I believed in him, and I believe in his agenda. The things I want to work on is, I want to make sure every criminal illegal alien's thrown out of the country. I want to bring down prices, whether it's home prices, inflation, homeowners insurance, those things that he's working on. And I want to make sure that we end the wars that are all over the world that didn't happen when Donald Trump was president for the first time. He's done an extraordinary job over the last couple of months getting things started, and I'm excited to be there to help take things to the next level.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Randy, when we were running into November, we had a good sense of what voters were thinking. Inflation, insecurity, and insanity were the three things. Let's get women out of men's bathrooms. Let's get the border secured and our city secured, and let's get inflation down. 3 months later, you've been out on the campaign trail nonstop. Have any of those priorities changed? Have you detected any new voter priorities when you're out in the field?
I haven't. I think if you looked at the voters of the 6th Congressional District, they would like President Trump as much now as they did then, maybe more. The difference is intensity of feeling. Democrats are really, really angry. They're really mad because we're blowing up their world. You know, they want an open border. They want socialism. They want $50 million boxes of condoms going to who knows where. They want 300-year-olds to get Social Security. And President Trump is fixing all of these things. And so they're angry. And so they're motivated. On our side, people to some degree feel like everything's fine because Donald Trump's president. So it's our job to make sure they understand that if this guy wins, we could lose control of Congress. President Trump gets impeached, and that's why they got to go vote tomorrow.
Yeah, great
absolutely.
point.
All right, so everybody shows up on Election Day. In the general election, it's always hard to get people out. I mean, even for the midterms, but especially for a special election. What is turnout looking like for you, and how are you getting voters to really get off their fannies and head to the polls?
Well, 82% of Republicans still have to vote. And I will tell you this, we have been calling and calling and calling and knocking on doors like crazy to make sure they know there's a vote. And what Republicans tell us is we're going to vote on Election Day. And so we anticipate a huge day tomorrow. And if our folks get out and vote, we're going to win. But they have to know where to vote. And that's why they can go to voterandyfine.com, click on the county that they're from. There's 6 counties in this district. Make sure they know where their precinct is and vote. And by the way, I not only want them to vote, I need them to take their friends and their family to vote. Because if our side turns out, we're going to have a huge win tomorrow night.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Now, you've had a lot of people in there pitching in, help. Moms for Liberty's been out there. You got Byron Donalds and Ben Shapiro tonight in a tele-rally. The ground game that the Republicans have learned to build over the last few years is really impressive. It's caught up to the Democrats in a lot of ways, particularly early voting. Tell us a little bit about the surrogates and all the help that is out there in these final 24 hours.
Well, the best thing about my help is it's largely volunteers. The guy I'm running against has had to pay for all of his. And I'll just tell you one story because you'll find it interesting. One of his paid door knockers got tired of walking and going door to door, so he went and he stole a bike out of somebody's garage. And when he got arrested, it wasn't the first, second, or third time he'd been arrested. It was the 20th time, including multiple felonies for gun crimes. So, you know, they're hiring sort of I don't know, dangerous people, and they're sending them out into people's neighborhoods. We're making tens of thousands of calls. I've got the RNC here with me today, the vice chair of the RNC, and they came to help. We've got National Federated Republican Women helping, people from all over the country, and they're volunteers, and they're doing it because they understand what's at stake. If they can be here to help, then the Republicans in the 6th Congressional District can go vote tomorrow, because we can't let President Trump down.
Yeah. Sir, I know the Democrats are obviously focusing on these 2 Florida seats so that they can fix that majority for themselves or get it a little bit closer for Democrats. But the media is really, really focusing on this. Does it seem to you like they're using this almost as a harbinger for midterms or what can happen next time around?
Well, I think the media is desperately looking for ways to take shots at President Trump. And when this guy raised $10 million from who knows where, compared to my $1 million, which, by the way, isn't bad in a 9-week campaign, I can't get money from Act Blue where nobody knows where it's coming from. I think that they saw an opportunity to turn it into something. And it is true that Democrats are angry, and that is a factual statement. But I think people were mostly looking to take a shot at President Trump. We're very confident tomorrow's going to be great. Voters just got to go to my website. I'll say it again, voterandyfine.com, pick their county, find their precinct, and show up tomorrow. And if that happens, we're going to have a monster win that President Trump can be proud of. Our people can't let President Trump down. They have to vote.
Yeah, it matters. You got to walk to the polls, drive to the polls, bring your friends to the polls, get people out. So you were in the legislature a long time. Tomorrow probably will be your last day if you win this election. About a year ago it was, if I remember correctly, you gave a really remarkable speech on the floor about gender-affirming care for minors. Can you remind people of that speech? It went viral. It was a very important speech, and I think it helped give people confidence to lean into that issue.
Yeah, no, today's actually my last day as a state senator. I had to resign today, actually having only been a state senator for a few months. I didn't expect to do this when President Trump asked me to. But look, I have prided myself on being a fighter for children. And what you reference is the Florida legislature led the way. When I found out there was a doctor in Miami who went by the trade name Dr. Titus Deletus, who was telling teenage girls on TikTok that if they just cut their body parts off, their lives would be fine, I got angry about it. And I gave a speech in which, and you're right, it did go viral, because I tried to explain why our children are under siege. In a world where Democrats tell little kids that they don't know what bathroom to go to, they don't know who they are, they should cut their body parts off, they should read books about sex when they're 6 years old, and then they wonder why our kids have so many problems. Democrats, and the speech was about this, that Democrats don't believe in the idea of childhood, of innocence, and letting kids grow up in safety and peace. And what I said is there is evil in this world, and we fight it every day. And that is what I will do in Washington when I get there.
I was in Pennsylvania when you gave that speech, and hundreds of miles away from Florida, people were talking. It was a very powerful speech, and you should be commended for it. It's really amazing.
And tell everybody the website again.
It's voterandyfine.com. You can go there. You click on the link to get the special election information. You click on your county, because there are 6 of them in this district. And then you find your precinct by typing in your address. Everybody needs to know where to vote. Make a plan. Get out there. Polls open really early in the morning. There's no excuse. And we want President Trump to look at the results tomorrow night and feel really great that this district didn't let him down. I'm not going to let him down. And I know that Republicans in this district won't let him down either.
Well, I know it has been a whirlwind 9 weeks, and we look forward to following all of the election information coming out tomorrow out of the state of Florida. State Senator Randy Fine, thanks so much for being here, sir.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Absolutely.
Great to have you.
All right. Yep.
Big election day tomorrow.
Indeed. We're going to be keeping an eye on, and there will be news alerts throughout the day on all of that. We're going to take a quick break. John earlier had a conversation with one of our frequent guests on the show from the State Department, former 9th Circuit clerk, and now one of our favorite folks over at ABAC. That's after this.
Welcome back, America. We just got a few minutes left. We saved a good one for the last one for the night. He's the former Assistant Secretary of State, former U.S. Appeals Court clerk, and now the national spokesman for AMAC, our good friend, Bobby Charles, and also the author of one of my favorite books this past year, Cherish America. Bobby, welcome back to the show.
What a blast to be with you guys. Always.
We love you on so many different fronts. You bring so much wisdom. I want to start with the elections. It's off year. There's the Wisconsin Supreme Court that could really dictate what the next couple elections look like, plus 2 open seats. What's your expectation for tomorrow?
I guess I'm very optimistic because I think we're kind of in the tailwinds from President Trump's win, and I think people know this really counts. If they don't know, I want to just emphasize again, turnout is everything. It's everything in every election, but if there was ever one that really sort of capped it, it's this one, because we cannot lose the House. We cannot lose in Wisconsin, and there are moments in American history when it's existential. And if you're a student of history, you can go back in time and see them. But the bottom line is, we got to win. People have to turn out, and that's critical.
Yeah.
And we were talking earlier to one of the candidates, and his story kind of reminds me, I'm sure you guys remember, after Trump was elected, the Ossoff election in Georgia for Senate. And this was a guy who had funding coming in from all over the country, especially Hollywood. And it was another one of these races after a Republican win for the White House, and the media just hung their hat on it. Do you anticipate that that's why they are placing such an emphasis on these now?
Sure. I mean, the Democrats have a history of pouring huge dark money, and I won't name the groups, but we all know what they are, into these states. And I think what we have to do is remember that destiny is in our own hands. If we choose to turn out in numbers, we will clearly preserve freedom and preserve our hold. If we don't, then it'll be bad on us.
Bobby, I want to turn to the issue that's really beginning to consume Washington, and that is the behavior of judges, these activist judges, very independent, imposing nationwide restraining orders well outside of their districts today. Andy Biggs introducing a resolution to remove Judge Boasberg, not through impeachment, but for violating the standards, the Constitution's standards for judges to be of good behavior. Chuck Grassley doing limitations tonight on judges so they can't rule outside their district. You got 2 or 3 other lawmakers introducing legislation. They're on the fast track. What's the right approach here?
Well, listen, as a longtime litigator, and as you both mentioned earlier, a U.S. Court of Appeals clerk, this Boasberg judge is sort of emblematic of a problem that has been creeping on us for 10 years. And first part of it is that these judges have decided that they can play president for a day or more than a day. They decide that they're going to come out with a ruling in a district, literally in a district, which is a small area in the country, and there are probably 600 or 800 of these judges. They decide that ruling is now going to apply to the entire country, and that they're going to be able to be king for a day. And that is not what our founders ever intended. In fact, our founders left to the United States Congress not just the determination of whether a judge was on good behavior, because they are only allowed to serve on good behavior, but also whether or not there would even be inferior judges. All they did is put the Supreme Court in place. So it is Congress that has put the circuit courts in place and put the district courts in place. And these judges, this one in particular, just, in my opinion, it's a judge that's jumped the fence. I mean, he's just decided that he's going to run around wherever he wants, say whatever he wants. And, I look at his pedigree and I say, you've been in too many ivory towers. I've been in some of those ivory towers, but I also grew up in a place where we chop wood and we understand everyday issues. And this guy just doesn't understand. What if those 300, gang members who are actually part of a foreign terrorist organization were brought back and put on his front lawn? Okay, you think he'd be happy? You think that? No, I don't think so. And so the bottom line is, this is a judge that's feeling his oats and decided that he wants to play president, and it doesn't work. Now, let me add one last point, if I may. He's using his role to defeat the president's prerogatives under the Alien Enemies Act. The Alien Enemies Act has a provision in it that says that an invasion or an incursion, a predatory incursion, validate or allow a president to send people out of the country. They become alien enemies. There is no case law that says that this president cannot do that. And I would just encourage people to remember that when the preceding president, President Biden, encouraged Russia to make a little incursion on Ukraine, Ukraine was fully entitled to try to oust Russia after that. We have criminal foreign terrorist groups in this country trafficking in fentanyl and killing people, and the people that were exported or deported were actually those people. So I think the president is well within his Article 2 and statutory rights, and I think this judge may find that he was on bad behavior.
Yeah. And Judge Boasberg, that judicial wheel just keeps stopping on him when it's a case related to Trump. It's amazing how that happens. John mentioned Senator Grassley's proposal with regards to keeping those injunctions localized and pertaining only to that case. Do you think that's probably the best overall remedy?
I think having Congress take the action now short circuits bringing it to the Supreme Court, where it would be decided in that direction. There's just no question. These judges, liberal, leftist, activist judges, are just out of control. In fact, I think the former Speaker of the House, Speaker Gingrich, is going to testify tomorrow on this topic. It's unconscionable to see these judges decide that they have Article 2 and even Article 1 authorities. They don't. They only have their Article 3 authorities at the leisure or the pleasure of the Congress.
Yeah, such a great point. Bobby, you do so many amazing things for us, including AMAC, which does so many great things around the ground, helping out all across this country. Folks, if you want to join Bobby and me as longtime members at AMAC, go to amac.us/justnews. They have some of the best benefits you'll ever have. Plus, you're joining a community of patriots. I love it. I do lots of events with them. And this month only, you can get a 5-year membership. I'm a 5-year Card King member for just $31. That's 47% off. And yes, the 47 is for the 47th president. Go check it out today. amac.us/justnews. Such great folks. All right. That show ran out of us pretty quick because of that press conference. We'll be back tomorrow with regular programming. Until then, we're going to hand the baton to our good friend, Grant Stinchfeld.
Well, welcome to the program, everyone. You want to take one look at a failure of liberal leadership? All you have to do is take a look at California. You know, we're going on almost 3 months now since those massive fires out in Los Angeles, where they had thousands upon thousands of homes burned. Do you know how many rebuild permits have been issued since those fires? President Trump went in there, said, let's expedite everything. Let's get these permits going. But it's California and it's Los Angeles. Want to take a guess? How about 4? 4 permits in 3 months. This is the crew at Fox and Friends.
This is the very end of years, decades of wacko policies, red tape, and one-party domination in an area. And it's a tremendous opening for, I think, that one party to face real scrutiny and political punishment for their inability to do something as simple as allowing people to clear their lots and rebuild their homes.
Well, this, of course, is about Karen Bass, the mayor there, and her lack of leadership, her inability to lead, and in fact, the ineptitude of not just the county, but the city as well. They paid somebody $10 million, a contract, to be a consultant to help navigate through this mess. $10 million. And yes, there are those on the city council that are upset that only 4 permits have been issued, but really this whole city council is part of the problem as well.
When I hear in a committee meeting like we had today that only 4 permits have been issued and we're on day 75 post-fire, that is concerning to me. And I don't think it is necessarily a lack of interest in rebuilding. I suspect it is indicative of systemic issues that we need to continue to focus on.
Yeah, though, you didn't know until just sitting in the committee meeting. If I'm a city councilman, I'm knocking on the zoning board or the whoever it is, the appraisal, whatever district is offering up these permits, and I'm saying, how many have you issued today? How many do you have on your desk? What's the holdup? I'd be in there every morning hounding them. But that's not how liberals operate. They want to talk about safety because they live in fear. So the environmental concerns and the safety concerns, and you can't breathe this and you can't do that, when everybody just wants to get in their house. So you know what we should do? Because everybody's scared, let's pay $10 million to some lunatic for a contract to consult us to how to ease people's fears.
We have city departments who know how to do this recovery, who have been involved in recovery efforts of the past, and yet they can't be afforded the opportunity to hire the personnel that they need, but we can give a $10 million contract to an outside agency to help write a report for us. For me, just is, it's obscene.
That woman's name is Monica Rodriguez. She's a city councilman. You have plenty of staff. You don't need more staff. It's a real simple game. Just start rubber stamping these permits to let people go in and rebuild their homes. Then we get word there are text messages. Remember the ones that Karen Bass couldn't find? People sued over it. Well, this is how dumb this mayor is. She forgot to delete the cloud, I guess, because they found her text messages. And you know what's in them? Not a whole slew of corruption, but what's in there is a lack of caring. I'm reading through these text messages. It's like Karen Bass doesn't give a rat's ass about what's going on in her city as she's flying back from Ghana. Well, joining me now is my co-host on The Morning Answer, AM 870 out in Los Angeles. Jen Horn is with us. Jen, welcome to the program.
Thanks so much. Great to be with you.
All right. What was your take on the text message chain? I put them up, but there wasn't much to read from her. It really was just kind of a lack of urgency.
It's almost like she was playing crossword puzzles and taking a nap on that flight back from Ghana. Her phone was blowing up. She was getting people that were telling her what was going on, the fire chief, the members of the city council, the board of supervisors, other city mayors. The White House was checking in with her. But what I took away from the text messages is a total lack of urgency. In fact, there's even one line, and I'm paraphrasing here, where she says, "No, we've got everything under control. Check back tomorrow." What? Nothing was under control for days in Los Angeles. Nothing. You can't say as you're flying back from Ghana that we've got everything under control. Call us back. It makes no sense, Grant. But this is the mayor. She is inept. She is a bad politician. She doesn't know how to answer questions. She doesn't know how to handle the hard stuff. And what's worse is that we have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, we have all of these huge events coming to Los Angeles, plus the constant risk of fire and earthquakes just because of where we are geographically. And this one, she doesn't have what it takes. She doesn't have what it takes to hand out permits, for crying out loud, much less deal with the disaster.
Well, they've got this recall, quite possibly, that she could get that done, or she could get recalled, maybe. I'm not sure that'll happen. I want to play a clip for you, though, because, you know, these fires affected everybody in Los Angeles, but especially rich folks, Hollywood types. Bill Maher was affected by this. Let me play a clip from you. This is him talking to Gavin Newsom, the governor of California.
My roof.
Your roof.
My roof.
Is this the solar? Is this, we're back to the solar?
After the fire.
It's always about the solar.
After the fire,
yes,
a new roof, they suggested, get the stuff that's not, okay. 2 inspections I needed to have. Why? It's my roof. If it falls on my head, that's my problem.
That's it?
That's it.
That's just a statement.
No, that's my question. Why do I need 2 inspections, which I have to pay for?
He wants to fireproof his house, Jen, and everybody there, including the governor, laughing at him.
I know. Gavin Newsom has laughed at this all the way through. I mean, anytime it comes to any of this climate stuff, he laughs like he's the Joker. It's amazing. I think they must teach that in liberal school. It's what Karen Bass does, too. But California is run. I used to always think it was just run by the unions, Grant, but after watching this and watching the disgusting chaos that has come after this fire, it's not just the unions that are running California. It is actually the environmentalists, the lobbyists who are in the pockets, deeply in the pockets of our elected officials. And so no matter what, they are not going to make it easier for people to rebuild because they have to serve at the altar of the environmentalists who have created so much red tape and so many loopholes. And I really think there is an ulterior motive here. It's not just because they care about the climate, and I'll use air quotes there. It's because they want people out of California. I think they really want to drive us out. Clearly, if they wanted us to stay, they would allow people to rebuild. They would allow people to live in the state. They want us gone for whatever sort of climate environmental paradise they have in mind.
Well, multifamily housing, you're going to take all those beautiful neighborhoods. They'll put up lots of big apartment buildings and turn everything into the inner city. Jen Horn, it's great seeing you. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning out on AM 870. Thank you for coming on tonight.
See you in the morning.
All right, we sure will. All right, folks, so it wouldn't be fair. I do a California story where Jen is, and I'm in Texas, so I'm going to do a Texas story. This is about the Army of Darkness. This craziness is frightening. Do you know there are Muslim communities popping up in and around Dallas? I count 3 of them now. One of them is called Epic City. They got a promo out for all of this.
It's a huge community, tight-knit, and also a lot of people from all over the nation are coming. They recently designated Masjid Yasin as the headquarters of the Tablighi Jamaat, which makes sense because Texas is the center of the Islamic initiatives all over America.
All right, here's the problem. The organization he mentioned there is quite frightening. They really do believe, at least what I'm being told, in Sharia law. Sharia law is anti-women, it's anti-gay, it's anti-gay and trans. You think you can be gay and trans with Sharia law? They'll throw you off a building, man. And so this is what's happening. They want to enact Sharia law in these communities and disavow the U.S. Constitution and the rule of law here in Texas. Now the Attorney General of Texas is investigating. Raheem Kassam over at the National Pulse had exposed this. He went on with our buddy Steve Bannon.
It's an Islamist missionary network that really operates under darkness. They really try to not cause a lot of publicity for themselves. They don't go out there into the communities and particularly evangelize. What they do is they form these kind of hardline Sharia-compliant madrasas all around the Western world with the idea of Islamifying the neighborhoods, cities, and states around them.
I'm going to botch the pronunciation. Tablighi Jama is one of the name of the organization. He's talking about this army of darkness. Frightening stuff. I want to bring in now Director of Jihad Watch. Our good friend Robert Spencer is back with us. Robert, it's good to see you. Welcome to the program.
Great to see you again, Grant. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I don't even know if I'm saying this group right. Is Raheem on to something here? Should the people of Dallas and specifically Texas be concerned about this stuff?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Tablighi Jamaat is a very dangerous organization. It's an international organization that is dedicated to imposing Islamic law wherever and whenever it can. I think it's interesting to note that it's set up in Garland, Texas, a suburb of Dallas, because that's where ISIS attacked the Muhammad art exhibit and cartoon contest that Pamela Geller and I were putting on in 2015. That was the first ISIS attack on American soil, with the FBI egging on the ISIS jihadis. And now the Tablighi Jamaat group has picked Garland, of all places, to set up its headquarters. This is a group that is connected to multiple jihadis. It has no problem with jihad violence. It does not fit the moderate fantasies of the American government or law enforcement in any way. It's going to be turning out people who hate America and want to transform it into a Sharia state.
Robert, what about these other communities? I saw one in McKinney, Texas. They've got these beautiful promo videos and 3D graphics. There's one in Irving, Texas, which has a large Muslim population as well, with gates around them. All the streets are named after Muslim names. Do we need to be concerned about these communities as well?
Very much so, Grant. The problem is anybody who is immediately accused of being Islamophobic and racist, and that just drowns out any honest discussion of these communities. But the fact is, we have seen what's been happening in Europe for 2 decades now, really, and what's been happening for longer than that in places like India, where you have large numbers of Muslims and large numbers of non-Muslims. The Muslim community grows and initiates conflict with the non-Muslim community in order to further grow at the expense of the non-Muslim community in a conflict. You want to know what the United States, what Texas is going to look like in 20 or 30 years if these communities continue to pop up unchallenged and impose Sharia. Look at India, where there are riots when Hindus have processions and walk through areas that Muslims consider are their own. They aren't doing anything, and the Muslims start throwing rocks at them and inciting riots. And this is the kind of thing we're asking for in America's future, Grant, because there has never been a place in the history of the world, and I am not exaggerating, that there have been large numbers of Muslims and large numbers of non-Muslims living together, and there was peace and harmony between the two. The Muslims always created conflict. Why do we think it's going to be different here?
Yeah. I'll say this. This is the same line that I got in trouble. It may have been you, my guest, 7 years ago with the Washington Post when I was at the NRA, but I do believe this. I want to make it clear. I don't believe that all Muslims are terrorists. But I can make this very clear. All radical jihadists happen to be Muslim. So that made me a racist for saying that with the Washington Post. But I do believe it. I don't want to paint a broad picture against everyone. But I don't think when you have a community, they don't want to assimilate. And this goes for Hispanics and Asians. If you want to come in and build a community and not assimilate with America, I think that's a real problem, not to mention the idea of young people and radicalizing them.
Absolutely, Grant. And yeah, it's okay. It's an important point because the left will use it against you and me. And so I'm not saying, and you're not saying, that every last person in these communities is going to hate the United States and try to cause conflict. What I am saying is that the Islamic faith is inherently against the idea of assimilation. And it says that the non-believers are the most vile of created beings. That's in the Quran, chapter 98, verse 6. They're like animals, chapter 8, verse 55. And the Muslims are the best of people on earth. That's chapter 3, verse 110. So you're going to get these communities. Some of the people, not all of them, but some of the people are going to be believing those things as if they're the word of Allah, as is taught in standard Islam, and they're going to act upon them and show contempt for the larger community, contempt for non-Muslim laws, and the determination to impose Islamic law. This has happened everywhere around the world where there have been similar communities.
Well, I'll tell you what, it really is a great point. It's one reason why the Attorney General of the state of Texas is investigating this, and I believe it's so important, which is why we profile it on this program. Your organization is great, Jihad Watch. Robert Spencer, as always, it's a pleasure having you on the program.
Likewise, always good to talk to you, Grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. So we'll keep following that one. I don't think it's just going to be Texas either. I think we're going to try to do this in other states as well. All right, I want to turn now to Mexico, okay? So we go what? California, Texas, now Mexico. Mexico, there is a secret war going on. I would call it clandestine war. You have secret crematories going on. We told you about the horror camp where they were basically called it an extermination camp. The secret war that's going on is cartel versus cartel. We're told over 125,000 Mexicans have gone missing, kidnapped, many of them killed, as you know. The cartels are fighting it out and battling it out in Sinaloa, of course. That's where our Ben Berkwam was and is, and filed this report for us.
So it's not just the drugs, it's not just the human trafficking, it's even small business. These guys are musicians, how to make a living. They're out here on the middle of the streets doing their music because the places they used to play aren't open now because the level of violence here in Culiacan. That's how all-encompassing the cartels are down here. And right across from the street corner where these guys are playing their music was where the human head was left from the cartels who chopped this guy's head off while he was still alive.
When he got murdered, they left his head within this narco mensaje, a narco message, where they were accusing him for being part from Los Chapitos. And
so this was
what's going to happen to all Los Chapitos.
So it's frightening what's going on. It is a very, very dangerous place. And I always worry about my two buddies, Oscar Ramirez and Ben Berkwam. They join me now live from Sinaloa, Mexico. Gentlemen, great to have you back on the program. Ben, maybe I'll start with you first. Why are the wars seem to be escalating? Is it because the border has been shut down? Do they have to find new ways to make money? Does that have anything at all to do with it, Ben?
Yes, there's a lot of variables. Grant, great to be with you, by the way. A lot of variables at play right now, but the big one, there's a couple things. One is the territories are all in dispute now. So you've got the border being secured by President Trump. Joe Biden opened the border. He pumped billions of dollars into the cartels. Now President Trump secured the border, and now you have the Mexican military. In fact, there's a checkpoint about half a mile up the road here. We're right across the street from a massive cemetery. We just got video of this. We haven't got it uploaded yet. Wait till you see the size of the monuments that they build to these cartel bosses. But this is really about territory and power and money. And so all these guys are battling. So part of it is battling the government, because now the Mexican government is actually going against some of the cartels. Part of it is battling their own cartel rivals, because there's a power vacuum that's being created in all of these areas where the money's drying up. So it's a combination of many factors.
All right, Oscar, we heard about, I read a number, 125,000 Mexican citizens missing. You told us last week about that horror camp where we think it was an extermination camp. I've heard other reports of clandestine crematories there. Where are those 125,000 people? Who are we talking about? Where are they going? Why are they missing?
And the statistics keep growing, Grant. Mexico is a massive mass grave. The whole territory is a massive mass grave. Collective groups that they have been searching for their family members. They are the ones that they have the essence and the initiative to search for their family members. Not even the authorities are the ones that they want to search for their family members. Just right here in Culiacan, just to tell you how the violence has escalated. Just last week, 36 murders in 5 days. This is a conflict between two cartels that they have been going at it because, you know, El Chapo Guzman is detained in the United States of America. El Mayo Zambada has detained in the United States of America. That has escalated into a war, an internal war over here that also, by the pressure of President Trump, in Culiacan, they have dismantled more than 300 laboratories that they were dedicated to traffic and to pump fentanyl into the United States of America. So missing people, it is the #1 issue right now in Mexico. Everybody knows about this now because social media and mainstream media now it is exposing this huge problem in our country.
All right, let me play a clip from a gentleman who was at a protest about these missing people. Cut 19, roll it.
Just in Sinaloa, last year we have 1,600 people that are missing, and 0 people are behind bars or in jail because of those crimes.
So 0%
100%.
Wow.
All right, Ben, you summed it up. 0 punishment. I want to ask you, how does this affect America? Why do we need to be concerned about this north of the border?
Well, because, and that was Aaron Ibarra. He's actually our guy down here, local press fixer and local press reporter down here, because everything that the cartel is doing in Mexico is an image of what is coming to the United States, and in many communities is already there. Grant, you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. You've got massive cartel presence there. You've got shootouts, gang level cartel shootouts there. Every major city in America has cartel influence. And the biggest question, the biggest problem is we're taking the heads off the snakes of some of these organizations, but there's another head that's ready to pop up and take over those organizations. Aaron also said that what hasn't happened in Mexico and also hasn't happened in America is none of the politicians have been arrested. And until we do that, this problem is not going to get better. We can take the heads off the snakes. There's a million more of these little cartel wannabe gangsters, all of these little guys, the brown shirts of the cartel that want to take that spot. But until we take out the politicians that are driving this as well, this is never going to be fixed. And it's just as big a problem in Mexico as it is in America.
Last question, Oscar. You and Ben both know I always ask you this question. If you can for me, Oscar, in about 20 seconds. All of Stinchfield's Army, all of our Real America's Voice viewers worry about you two guys. You're in Sinaloa right now. Oscar, are you guys safe there? Can you run the situation for me in about 20 seconds?
No, it is completely unsafe. Mexico is number 3 for assassination towards journalists. Even, our local fixer and journalist right here, he has put his life on the line in 2 massive shootouts. This is completely unsafe what we're doing. We have been in territories and also in locations where it's completely unsafe that the cartel can, start a war between each other, and we can be in a conflict and also in a crossfire. So it is completely unsafe what we're doing, but we're doing it to expose the reality and to expose more than that, the dirty politicians, that they're not only in Mexico, but also in the United States of America, who aided and abated this to continue to America.
Well, I speak for everybody watching. You guys are unbelievably amazing. And our prayers are with you. Please stay safe. Keep your head low. And hard to do when you're blasting with your voices. But please stay safe. And we love you guys. Thanks for coming on today.
Thank you, Grant.
Thank you so much, Gary.
Absolutely, fellas. All right, folks. With tariff wars underway, recession fears, a stubborn inflation, gold is hitting all-time highs. And today's volatile markets, don't just sit there, protect your savings like so many Americans who are turning to Birch Gold Group for help. Birch Gold Group has helped tens of thousands convert IRAs or 401ks into physical gold. They have an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau and 5-star reviews. Right now, you can get in touch with them by texting America to the number 989898 for a free info kit from Birch Gold. There's no obligation, only information. It took decades to create this mess. How long will it take to fix it? Text America to the number 989898 today. All right, the entire balance of congressional power could rest in Wisconsin's Supreme Court election. We speak with the state's GOP chair next. And welcome back, everyone. So tomorrow is Election Day, if you can believe it. Not in every state, of course, but in Wisconsin, where all eyes are on this Supreme Court race. I can't remember the last time a state Supreme Court race had so much attention. Why? This is really about the balance of control of Congress. Wisconsin recently redistricted. 6 of their 8 seats, congressional seats, go to Republicans. This radical Supreme Court wannabe says she'll upend that redistricting map. We could lose up to 2 seats in Wisconsin. That could flip control of Congress, as you know, with the razor-thin margins. This is not good. So what has happened? Over $100 million has been spent on this race. Elon Musk sees the importance of it, putting almost $20 million in. George Soros on the other side, he's put millions of dollars in. This is the former governor of Wisconsin, Scott Walker.
This is a guy who helped raise millions and millions and millions of money that he then transferred to Susan Crawford from George Soros, from billionaires like Rex Hoffman and J.B. Pritzker. And now he's trying to point that way so the hopes that you won't look at what he actually did. They've actually raised and spent more money for Susan Crawford by about $10 million than I did in my first race for governor. So the irony is whatever involvement Elon Musk is involved in is a fraction of the billions they're pouring in here because they're bought and sold. They're buying 2 House seats in U.S. representatives in a race that should be about upholding the Constitution.
Mostly the Democrats want to talk about abortion rights and all these things, and they quietly don't want to acknowledge that this is about stealing these 2 House seats from Republicans. This is Susan Crawford. I believe she's a radical. I don't think she's good for Wisconsin. I don't think she's good for anybody. This was during a debate where she was asked about going easy on a child molester when the prosecution had all kinds of circumstances they want to put onto the sentencing. She said, no way. Here's her during the debate.
And you referenced one. In 2020, you did sentence a child sex offender to 4 years in prison after prosecutors requested 10. Do you regret that sentence?
Yes. I don't regret that sentence because I followed the law in that case, as I always do. I applied the law, which says that judges have to consider every relevant factor in sentencing. You have to consider both the aggravating and mitigating factors. And the Supreme Court has said you have to order the minimum amount of prison time you believe is necessary to protect the public.
Here's what she didn't tell you. She still could have sentenced him to the 10 years well within the law. She chose the minimum at 4. This is her opponent, Brad Schmiel, who is running as a Republican, obviously, talking about Susan Crawford.
We have to take my opponent's word for it about what happened on that phone call because we've never had any evidence of just what happened except the email that went out. And it's hard for me to accept that she didn't see the email invitation that was inviting them to come on this call with her and find out how you can get her on the Wisconsin Supreme Court and they can turn 2 Republican congressional seats into Democrat congressional seats. And for the viewers, what that means is the court would move the lines.
I believe he's talking about a phone call with a PAC, which she shouldn't have been coordinating with at all. And I believe the Wisconsin GOP has filed a complaint against that as well. And lastly, of course, Elon Musk. It wouldn't be a race these days if Elon Musk wasn't campaigning. I truly believe this man loves the campaign trail. Roll it.
It's really wild. So, it was inevitable that at least a few Soros operatives would be in the audience. Give my regards to George. Say hi to George from me.
Well, it's a packed house there. And of course, the mainstream media is looking at this as a test to Donald Trump. How are Republicans doing? I'm not sure I look at it that way. Wisconsin most certainly is a swing state. But let's bring in the Wisconsin GOP chairman, Brad Schmiel. Election night here. How are you? And thanks for coming on.
I'm doing great. It's Brian for me in my case, but Brad Schimmel and Brian Schimming are almost the same. We get mixed up every single day of the week. I guarantee it.
I should be really. People call me Brad all the time, and or Greg from my day where Greg Kelly used to be on right before me. So I apologize, sir. I really do, and a sincere apology.
Listen. Being a Republican from Madison, Wisconsin, I've been called every name in the book. So.
I bet you have. Hey, break this down for me now. What is this about the redistricting? Can you tell our audience at home really why this race is so important?
It is important, Grant, and it is about redistricting. Look, and you made the point before, 2 years ago, the conservatives had the court for 15 years. It flipped 2 years ago to liberal, 4-3 liberal. We have a 7-member court. So it flipped 2 years ago. And it was just within 48 hours, the third-party group came in and challenged the legislative maps, which had been already decided 2 years before. So they just decided they were going to open that issue up on the legislative side. So now it's deja vu all over again. And that's what's going to happen here. We have an 8-member delegation here in Wisconsin, 6 Republicans and 2 Democrats. They have targeted repeatedly Congressman Derek Van Orden, who's kind of the purple seat there that you see on the left-hand side of your screen, and also Representative Brian Stile, who's down in that green area in the southeast area of the state. Those are both competitive seats. I have no doubt, Grant, and I mean I have no doubt that it'll be deja vu all over again. They will come in again after the election if the liberals win to try to take those 2 seats out. Well, why is that important, right? It's important because we have such a narrow majority in the House of Representatives that this could literally, I mean, think about it. The House oftentimes have numbers change, right, in a 2-year cycle. We've had 2 members of the House pass away in the last 6 weeks. So it just happens. Health, death, people move on, they resign, whatever that might be. So what happens in Wisconsin, Grant, will not stay in Wisconsin. It will affect the majority in the House of Representatives. And to be candid, for you voters out there, it'll affect Donald Trump.
You know, I know how hard you and the GOP worked for a Trump victory in Wisconsin and send him to the White House. I'm offended that the mainstream media is putting the Wisconsin congressional seats as somehow a gerrymandering victory. You said those 2 seats are very tight. They were victorious because of hard work of Republicans, and I believe Wisconsinites shunning the policies of Democrats. It's not some gerrymandering story, but in the end, every little bit helps. And if they really rig it, we'll never get those seats back.
Be very, very difficult to get them back. And so here we go. So what's going to happen? I've been saying, in fact, I'm on my way down to Milwaukee now to speak at a Sherman, kind of his final rally, I guess it would be. I've been in about 20 cities with him in the last 5 or 6 days. It's not the quiet part out loud. They're saying the loud part out louder. To your point before, she was the Susan Crawford, who's the liberal in this race against the conservative Brad Schimmel. She was on this fundraising call that was advertised. This call, Grant, was advertised to talk about the issue of 2 congressional seats. Well, then here, last week, Hakeem Jeffries said the loud part out even louder, which was if he flat out said that it was about 2 congressional seats in Wisconsin. That's why we've got $90 to $100 million worth of spending here.
Let me play it for you. This is Hakeem Jeffries, exactly how you set it up. Listen to this.
The lines are broken.
Right.
And as soon as possible, we need to be able to revisit that and have fair lines. The only way for that to be even a significant possibility is if you have an enlightened Supreme Court.
Exactly what you said there, Brian. Lastly, before I let you go, what do you need from Wisconsin voters? How does it look?
Yeah, it's very, very close. I think it's She may be up a point or two, so every vote counts. Look, we've had 13 races in the last 26 years in Wisconsin. Think about this. 13 races in 26 years in Wisconsin that have been decided statewide by less than 30,000 votes, including President Trump's victory, as you pointed out, in 2024. So literally everybody who's watching us right now, if you're in Wisconsin, if you know people in Wisconsin, every single vote may literally mean the difference on the House majority and President Trump not facing an impeachment motion again. I think we've had enough of those.
Yeah, we sure have. Wisconsin GOP Chairman Brian Schimming, you're a good man. I like having you on. You got to come back again real soon. And good luck tomorrow. And everybody in Wisconsin, Stinchfield's Army, get motivated, go out there and vote. Everybody else, we'll pray for you guys.
All right. Looking forward to seeing you again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir. All right, folks. Up next, Donald Trump says Zelensky is trying to back out of the minerals deal. This is true? Talk about it. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back. I want to talk about foreign policy right now. We got a lot going on. Tensions are rising in other parts of the globe. We have in Tokyo, Pete Hegseth went and met with Japanese officials. During a joint press conference, he says that the United States is upgrading its Japanese joint air base to be battle ready. Okay, so this is U.S. forces. Japan will be upgraded from basically an administrative base to a battle ready base. We have B-2 bombers now in the Indian Ocean. 6 to 8 of them, I'm told, now in striking distance of Iran. President Trump sent a letter to Iran saying, hey, we want to talk about peace. We want to sit down. We want peace in the region. You can't get a nuclear bomb. You want to hear how Iran responded? Listen to this.
We don't avoid talks. It's the breach of promises that has caused issues for us so far. They must prove that they can build trust. I hope this is formed.
These people are nuts, man. Breach of promises. What's the breach of promises on the United States part? The breach of promises has always come from Iran. They continue to try to secure a nuclear weapon through the enrichment of uranium and weaponizing bombs. So where are we now? Seems to me like tensions are rising across the globe. I want to bring in now former Special Assistant to President Trump and Army Colonel retired Derek Harvey. Colonel, it's great to have you back on.
Glad to be here, Grant, and you're right. Lots of problems, and you forgot to mention the back and forth in Ukraine and Russia and the dance that's going on there.
Yes, and I'm going to get to that. I've got a soundbite from President Trump about Zelensky, but let's first talk about Iran. What are they talking about, the problem of broken promises from the United States?
Well, that's more wordsmithing by them in order to delay. They're engaging with China and Russia right now and the United Nations and with European leaders, be it Germany, France, the UK, and others that have always tried to give Iran space to pursue its nuclear ambitions. They don't want confrontation, and they're playing that card right now, the diplomatic card, in order to give themselves some time and put some pressure on the United States. See, we're negotiating, we're engaged, while giving a stiff arm to any real concessions about slowing down their nuclear pursuit.
Colonel, how do they not see what I see? We have Iran playing a very evil role in chaos across the globe, specifically, though, in Israel, and then with the Houthis and all the things that are happening there. The United States moves B-2 bombers into the Indian Ocean. We've got Japan now upping that base, the United States base in Japan, to battle ready. Does Iran not see that they're about to get blown back to the Stone Ages if they're not careful?
What they should see is a president in the United States, Donald Trump, who is serious and will exert U.S. pressure in many ways. Right now, economic, diplomatic, but sanctions are coming, secondary sanctions, more pressure. But at the end of the day, Israel and the United States and some other countries will work together. If Iran pursues the nuclear weapon breakout, that there will be consequences, and the president has been very clear about that.
All right, let me play for you. You mentioned it. Things are happening or not happening, depending on how you look at it, between Russia and Ukraine and the United States. This is President Trump on Air Force One. Zelensky apparently backing out of the rare earth deal, or at least talking about it. Listen.
I see he's trying to back out of the rare earth deal. And if he does that, he's got some problems, big problems. We made a deal on rare earth, and now he's saying, well, you know, I want to renegotiate the deal. He wants to be a member of NATO. Well, he was never going to be a member of NATO. He understands that. So if he's looking to renegotiate the deal, he's got big problems.
Colonel Harvey, what do you think's going on there?
Well, I think the oligarchs in the Ukraine and another group of interest, be it European allies, are trying to protect Ukraine from completing this rare earth mineral deal. And they are saying that, you know, Russia and Putin, if you just play this out for a longer period of time, Putin is going to overstep, and it will shuttle what has happened so far with the progress in these talks, and it'll take the pressure off of Kiev and put more pressure on Moscow. So they're hoping to buy time in order to get a change in the dynamic where Putin then becomes the target, not Zelensky.
I'm not sure that's going to work out that way. I really don't. I don't think there's the resolve of the United States, and that's what you're going to need to go wage war on Russia right now. And certainly Ukraine's not going to win on their own here. Colonel Harvey, your thoughts on that?
Ukraine has never had a pathway to victory. The Europeans have not stood up. They have not significantly increased their expenditures. They're just now beginning to realize the fundamental shift in the dynamics in Europe, and they need to go full speed in order to rebuild their defense industries and rebuild their military capabilities. But that said, there really is no pathway to victory for Ukraine, given the strategic advantages of Russia.
Yeah, I'll tell you, President Trump is not a man that you want to go back on a deal with, that you want to tussle with, that you want to test. And I wish all of these world leaders, both friend and foe, ought to realize that, and the world would be a much safer place the sooner that they do. Colonel Derek Harvey, it's always good to see you. I appreciate you coming on tonight.
Thanks, Grant.
Absolutely. All right, folks, we talk getting your overall health in check and addressing causes over symptoms. Next. Welcome back, everyone. If you got health problems, you ought to think about the causes versus the symptoms. All right, watch this.
An OR nurse that does total joint replacement surgeries, and I don't want to be my own patient.
No, you don't. Thank you for finally taking care of yourself. The nurses always take care of everyone else first. They put themselves last.
My transformation weight change is 52.8 pounds. My shapeshift is 48.25 inches. I knew I needed to lose weight, but it was knee pain, and my knees feel so good, like just strong. I'm in the hospital up and down, different floors all day, and now I'm like, nope, I'm taking the stairs. I'm like, I'll take off on my coworkers and run, up 2 flights of stairs and meet them at the top of the elevator.
88 days ago, did you think you could lose 10 of these and 48 inches off your body.
No, and that's the funny thing is, everybody's on those GLP-1 medications now, and, Ozempic and Mounjaro and Wegovy, and they are causing irreparable damage to their bodies, and they just look loose and they look pale and tired, and, I feel like it's just not worth it. And I've been saying, yep, and this is no pills, no drugs, like it's been totally natural. Keep plugging away, people, because it is totally worth it.
And that's what the Energized Health System can do for you. EnergizedHealth.com. I told you I lost 15 pounds in just 2 weeks of that 88-day program. I want to bring in the founder of Energized Health, John Jubilee, is back with me, my good friend. John, great to see you, buddy.
Great to see you, Grant.
All right, you said you wanted to talk today about silencing symptoms versus solving the problem. What do you mean by this?
Well, what I mean, Grant, is so frustrating. That was a nurse. If everybody picked up on that, that was a nurse who spent most of her life learning how to be a nurse, working with doctors all day, every day, working with the most up-to-date pharmaceutical drugs and treatments that they offer at hospitals. And Grant, she was frustrated because everything only put a Band-Aid. It only treated a symptom. It did not go to the root cause, or she wouldn't have reached out to us. So why would a medically trained professional nurse reach out to Energized Health? Because she learned from seeing thousands of her own patients dealing with symptoms instead of going to the root cause. And she decided she had enough. She was going to go to the root cause. And when she went to the root cause, look at the result. Results come when we go attack the root cause, not when we attack a symptom. When we attack a symptom, we're just like putting a Band-Aid on a snake bite. We're still going to die of the poison of the snake bite. The Band-Aid just lets us not see the fang marks of the snake. Mm-hmm. But when we go to the root cause, we can have a result, Grant, that is transformative and changes our life, like this nurse who reversed all of her knee pain, all of her joint pain, and oh, by the way, lost 50 pounds of fat and over 40 inches.
Yeah, it's amazing. I've heard so many stories like this, including my own story of lower cholesterol, increased testosterone, lower body fat, increased muscle mass, all of those things on the Energized Health System, EnergizedHealth.com. Let me ask you, intercellular hydration, it gets to the root cause of so many things. Can you briefly explain this to me?
Yeah, I really can. And if I could please just simplify it for everybody, think about your kidneys, your heart, your brain, your thyroid. These are all organs, your lungs, your skin. These are organs. Think about what is the difference between a raisin and a grape. Now picture your organ, and all it is, the answer is hydration, ladies and gentlemen. It's just hydration. So imagine your organs dehydrated. They're like shriveled up raisins. But then imagine them how they're supposed to be when you go to the root cause and put intercellular hydration into your thyroid, into your brain, into your heart, into your lungs, your kidneys, all of your organs optimized. Of course, you're going to be healthy. You have 37 trillion cells in your body, and when your cells are healthy, you are healthy. And that's why the root cause of illness and disease is simply unhealthy cells, and we make cells healthy.
Yeah. And I'll tell you this, getting your cells hydrated at an intercellular level is not just about pounding water, and that's where the science of all of this comes in. That's where John comes in. That's where the team comes in. And I say that the science is simple here, but it is science, and you got to do it right. And I'm so grateful to you guys, your support of this program and coming on. John, I'm going to tell people how to find you. All right, here's what you do. The founder of Energized Health, John Jubilee, you can find him at EnergizedHealth.com. That's EnergizedHealth.com. And go there, tell him Grant Stinchfield sent you, and I promise you, you are going to love it like I did. All right, leftist protesters remind us why they're crazy.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day. So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Well, young dude to Elon protest, asking questions. Roll it.
Should we have tax credits for electric vehicles? Should we have tax credits for electric vehicles?
I don't want you to get
All right, I got you. Thanks, bro. What'd you say?
You're an elitist.
Yes.
Out of here.
Keep it friendly, all right?
This is my girlfriend. Yes.
Oh, my Lord. They're nuts. And I can prove to you they're nuts because I went out and visited with some of them on Saturday when I bought my son a Tesla for his 16th birthday. Go, Elon. Make America great again. Stinchfield's Army rolls. We'll see you soon.
From Studio 6B on a Monday night, 8 p.m. on the East Coast. Brand new week, getting started. Glad you're in. Rick Delgado's here. He's going to do the news. KDJ feels like a Friday, but it ain't a Friday. It's a Monday. KDJ is here. Paul's still off in Florida. He'll be back on Wednesday. Vinny Mac will be back tomorrow night. Slick will be here to do sports here in a second. KDJ sitting in on a Monday. Rick Delgado's going to do the news. Mr. Delgado, how are you?
I am good.
How was your weekend?
My weekend was busy and trying, but I powered through, and so much so I took today off from my other job.
Really?
Yeah.
And what did you do hence on your day off this morning?
On my day off, I slept in. Normally I'm up at 4 a.m. to go to
I know
work.
what you were doing between 9 and 11.
Do you?
Of course I do.
And then I snuck in to a studio near me where one Kevin Downey Jr. was crushing the commies and pounding the pedos.
I prefer punishing the pedos.
Punishing, okay, yeah. Pounding sounds a little weird.
So you took the day off from work to join Kevin on his show?
No, I didn't do that. I took the day off, and then I just happened to do a show, David.
No, you took the day off to do Kevin's show.
No, I did not do that.
Oh, okay.
I had a legitimate reason not to be at work.
Oh. What was that?
I had a show to do.
There we go. Let's get right down to it. Very good. Yes, I got many messages that said Rick Delgado was on the Kevin Downey Jr. show between 9 and 11. I did not. Unfortunately, I got them all after 11. So I didn't get to hear any of it. KDJ, how is Rick Delgado as a guest? Is he better? Well, it's got to be better than he is here, right?
He's amazing. The listeners go crazy every time he's on. They love when he's on. People were texting my show to say, hey, Rick, what about this? They're sending a text directly to Mr. Delgado.
Yes, Damon, they even brought up the dolphin story.
Robot dolphins.
The robot dolphins.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Because they wanted to know what was going on with the robot dolphins. I told them what I thought. It was my theory.
Have you heard from the station? You still have a show after this morning?
There is this new dolphin edict that came out. I haven't really read the email yet.
Good, very good. Well, that's good. I'm glad it went well. KDJ, you can hear every morning, 9 to 11 weekdays. LI News Radio 103.9, where you can hear us Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday from 8 to 10. Hope you had a good weekend, everybody. Glad you're in. Like I said, Slick will be here. Slick is here. He's making coffee. He's going to do sports. Delgado will do some news. KDJ will do some news as well. What caught your... Did you pay any attention to news this weekend?
Of course.
You did?
Of course, yes, of course. Believe it or not, I caught some of that Leslie Stahl stuff that was going on yesterday. Oh my goodness, she is a.
Now, do you think maybe it's just that they didn't have any food?
Yeah, she's terrible. She really is the embodiment of a human turd.
Well, this is why
really is.
This is why I always say I watch these Sunday shows so you don't have to, because most of you I know have standards. So, but I watched a little bit of them too, and I didn't see anything as repulsive as her. How could you? But I did see. I saw James Lankford on CNN. And he's just another one of the Republicans. Did you pull this clip, Aaron? I put it in the box. James Lankford on CNN. All right, if you can do it. Just another one of the Republicans who you just shake your head at sometimes. And you just wonder how these people get elected. Roger, we've talked about a lot of them in the last couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. James Lankford, Roger Wicker. All of them. As I see a headline in Just the News, John Solomon's great reporting, that the Trump administration is pretty much putting a bow on Signalgate, and they're closing their internal investigation and moving on. Which exactly next.
Yeah,
we're moving on. We don't need any lectures from any of you on the left, any of you Mark Milley supporters, any of you, the guy who ran that outfit over there, supporters for 4 years. We don't need any lectures from any of you. Okay, somebody made a mistake. Fine, we're moving on.
Right.
And that's what it is.
The guy owned up to the mistake. He took responsibility. The boss said, all right, that's all I need. I'm good.
But you have these Republicans who continue to show that they have no idea what time it is. They're just lost. Well, not even lost. They're just pathetic. As they continue to try to help we went over the article in The Hill last week. Remember that one? There's these Democrats running around talking to The Hill and talking to Politico so they can write their little stories about Trump insiders and White House insiders and this, that, and the other thing. And then you go, well, who? Well, there's no names. We have no idea who they're talking about because they don't know who they're talking about. They're just saying things. And then you get James Lankford and people of his ilk, Roger Wicker, people of his ilk, that go on these shows to help Democrats. And he goes on CNN with Dana Bash on State of the Union to talk about legitimizing Democrats' efforts to make this more than it is. And sits there and feeds right into Dana Bash's questions. And here's a little bit of that. Roll that, Aaron.
The Senate Armed Services Committee Chair, Roger Wicker, he said the incident, quote, raises questions as to the use of unclassified networks to discuss sensitive and classified information. He wants the Pentagon Inspector General to investigate. Do you also want an independent investigation into how all of this happened?
That's entirely appropriate for the Inspector General to be able to look at it.
So right up the bat, it's entirely appropriate. It's entirely appropriate. This guy, entirely appropriate. Really? Go ahead.
We already know how it happened. They already explained it. What do you need an investigation for? Somebody said, hey, we got to do a meeting about this, what's going on. Get so-and-so, get all these people on the call, and let's do this. All right, what's approved? What do we use? Oh, I'll take care of it. Hands it off to a staffer. The staffer says, I'll take care of it. Gets everybody on there. Probably slides on somebody who wasn't supposed to be on there on purpose. And these guys have what they think is a conversation that they believe is only them and free from the demonic press. right? So they're free. You know, when you're having a conversation with people and, you know, you're expecting to speak freely, right? If you're talking about stuff like this, you know, attacks or something like this, whatever they're talking about, you would expect a level of freedom to discuss certain details, because that's why it's only you people. It's only this select group that is talking about this. The fact that somebody, again, underhandedly slid this guy in under the initials JG, nobody will catch the name. You know, that's what happened. Now, the real investigation is who did it. We know it was. We know it wasn't. We know it wasn't Hegseth. He was one added to the call, so it wasn't him. So they keep coming after Hegseth because, well, he's the one they're most afraid of right now.
Here's the thing, though. Do you ever remember, ever? Well, first of all, Democrats don't try to. Democrats don't try to scandalize. You know, this doesn't happen the opposite way. You can leave that, Aaron, because we're going to go back to it. This doesn't happen the other way.
Right.
You never see a Democrat ever go on a show and try to carry water for the Republicans, ever, in any situation. Yet you can find Republicans who will do it all the time the other way. Will go on these shows and effectively try to carry water for the Democrats trying to scandalize something that's not a scandal. You never see it the other way.
Right.
Because they never step out of line on anything, obviously, when it was Pelosi or anybody else. But this guy in particular, a guy who spearheaded that horrendous border bill, remember that?
Yeah.
Trying to carry water for the Democrats and trying to get along with Dana Bash on CNN. So let's pick it up where it's a totally appropriate, and here's what the rest of it sounded like.
Two questions. One is, obviously, how did a reporter get into this thread in the conversation? And the second part of the conversation is, when individuals from the administration are not sitting at their desk in a classified setting on a classified computer, how do they communicate to each other? Currently, it's through encrypted apps is how that communication happens. The next question is that the right way to be able to do it?
You said it's appropriate for the Inspector General to look at it. Are you calling on the Inspector General to do so? Because we don't believe that's happened yet.
I do believe that Roger Wicker has actually called on that Jack Reed and Roger Wicker together have gone back and said, hey, we need to have the Inspector General be able to take a look at this to be able to examine that. I do. I think it's entirely appropriate. Again, there's two questions. One is, how did a reporter get in this conversation? And the second one is, how do members of the administration talk to each other when they're on the road on things that are clearly timely? The launch of an American strike on the Houthis is a timely issue. They can't all go to their desk, sit in a skiff to be able to have that dialogue. Where and how do they have that dialogue? What's the most secure way to do it?
Yeah. Sean Fleetwood today over at the Federalist says, what's amazing about this moment and this guy and that answer is his willingness to just capitulate before one of the worst media propagandists, that being Dana Bash, that's in the business. And he says, again, no Democrat senator you would ever find would be caught dead calling for some kind of investigation into, let's say, Nancy Pelosi or someone overseeing any of these committees when they were in charge, ever. Most of them never batted even an eye when the guy who runs that outfit over there disappeared for multiple times, went MIA. You would never see Republicans try to scandalize something like that, number one, because they're too weak to do it. But if they did, you certainly wouldn't see any Democrats going on shows and carrying the Republicans' water for why there should be investigations into Lloyd Austin. Never. You ever remember seeing that, Kevin, on anything?
I've never seen it, and I'm also cranky that this guy didn't shut down the false narrative right from the start. Say, oh, you're wrong. There was no classified information being released. Because right now, they're still pushing war plans and classified info. None of that was on this, and they let it go. And now it's become the latest. Trump said to drink bleach. Trump said to eat horse goo to fix COVID. It's, you know what? I think this guy's got rhino written all over him. All over him. I think this guy's disgusting.
Sean Fleetwood said maybe the more appropriate answer for him to have given to Dana Bash would have been something that sounded more like this. Hey, Hey, thanks so much for the question, Dana, but I'd love to answer it after your network, which a jury literally found as fake news, has asked Democrats why they weren't concerned about the so-called national security when Joe Biden got 13 American troops killed in Afghanistan, or when Hillary Clinton mishandled classified emails, or when Biden allowed a Chinese spy balloon to float across the continental United States, or when Democrat Eric Swalwell had a fling with a Chinese spy, or when Lloyd Austin had his mental issues from the Biden White House, and any other Democrat-linked national security matters your network refused to cover and downplayed your help to all of your political allies. So I'll answer your questions when anyone can take you guys seriously. But no, he doesn't say, oh, it's totally appropriate. Totally appropriate. Because that's what they do. The Republicans in these same positions. Unbelievable, these guys on these Sunday shows. If they're on a Sunday show, it's usually either Lindsey Graham, Langford, or all the ones who will capitulate to what the hosts on these shows want to hear. All right, just getting started. Slick with sports. Delgado with news. Kevin Downey with news. And we have presents. I'll tell you who from when we get back right after this. All right, 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. So we're getting ready to do the show, and KDJ walks in. And he says, I got gifts for you. And I said, excuse me? He says, I got gifts for you, Big D. Someone came to my show. Where was your show now?
This is Washingtonville, New York, a big fundraiser for the local fire department. Sold out. It was wonderful, great show. And I got to meet Patriot Bill, a.k.a. Top the Mule from Vermont, who came in with a bunch of Vermont goodies, and I can't thank you enough. Wait till you try that maple bourbon.
Man, well, how nice of Bill, Patriot Bill, sent a bottle of Metcalf's Vermont maple bourbon.
Nice.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
90 proof.
I want to pour that on my waffles.
Yeah, Big D, put some in my coffee cup over here. Come on.
Look at that. Sent me a beautiful cup for it.
Oh, wow.
That says something on it.
You can't read.
Vermont Distillers.
There you go.
Beautiful.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's an authentic. That's a nice thick.
Sent me a beautiful Vermont coffee cup.
Yeah.
Hey, that looks like
with like an elk on it.
Yeah.
It does. That's nice.
Jessica got gifts too.
Nice.
And come on, Newell's Vermont maple syrup.
There you go, Big D.
Now the thing is, I hope that I hope I don't look quickly and get these two mistaken.
Whoa, man.
Well, what does it say? What does it say under Newell's? Read that word under Newell's. What does it say?
It says bourbon barrel,
bourbon
aged Vermont maple syrup.
So I'm sure there could be a hint of bourbon.
I could get the two combined or the two confused and be in trouble here. So
that's pretty nice.
But look at this cup. I'm going to use this tonight for my coffee here in a second. Slick, what do you think of this?
I think that's beautiful.
Pretty good looking cup.
That's a gorgeous mug. Yeah, that really is something.
Well, Vermont is beautiful. I have a friend who has a house up there. We went up there for the golf trip last year, and it was just stunning.
Some of the best skiing in the world.
So I want to thank Bill. He wrote me a nice gift. Damon, big fan of LFS6B for years now. Enjoy you and all your crew. All the best. Bill and Eileen. Top of the Mule, Weedsboro, Vermont. I think that's what that says. So can't thank you enough, Bill and Eileen. Beautiful. And thank you so much. Hey, Slick, I tell you I never go around Long Island and see anybody. I'm at my son's basketball game. I'm at my son. Why do I say that?
You?
Yeah.
Because you don't get out much. You just go to kids stuff. You're so busy with your children.
Well, and I went to my children, and I went to my son's basketball game on Sunday, and these people come up to me and say, "Hey, I'm Damon, big fan of the show."
See, they're out there.
There you go. Dude. Did they know anything? They know anything about the show?
Yeah, they watch all of it every night.
Oh, that's great.
Were you wearing flip-flops?
Yeah.
All right.
I can't believe they recognize you.
They recognize him from his feet.
Sneakers. Yeah, he recognized me. Came right over to me.
Yeah, wow.
After the game was over, introduced himself, then introduced his wife, said that I started watching, and now she's forced to watch. Now she likes it.
Yeah, when I go, I don't think a week goes by that somebody doesn't, recognize us from the show. Doesn't recognize me.
They were lovely too. So yeah, it was nice. It was good. So
that's awesome, man. Wow.
How was your weekend, Slick?
It was good. It went very quickly. I was very busy, very consumed with the final, obviously the Elite Eight over the weekend. Some great games. I did pretty good too, Big D. I had 3 of the 4 guys. All the number ones have made it to the final. I can't remember the last time that happened.
Well, I made a big jump in the bracket. I'm in the top 100 now.
Yeah, I'm 76. I'm doing pretty good.
I'm right there with you. I think you got me beat though.
Yeah, you know what hurt me was I had to have one upset. I couldn't believe there'd be 4 number ones in the final. So I took Alabama, figuring they would look good. I thought Duke with the Cooper Flag injury early on when I had to make the pick. If you remember, I didn't think they'd have the legs to get to the Final Four. So that was my upset pick, and it was the only one that got me. But the other 3 I had though.
Yeah, I had all 4, and I said it when I picked it. I was going all chalk, but how could you not? And that's the way it ended up being. So, all right, let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. People shopping at Mike Lindell's for Easter. Use code LFS6B. Great stuff. I have a brand new sponsor coming to the show this week. Speaking of Easter, it's going to be a great gift for Easter. It's a great gift year-round. But it's certainly a great gift for Easter, so we'll introduce you to that this week as well. But Slick, LFS6B is the code to use at MyPillow. What's going on in sports?
All right, Big D. Well, let's get right to the scoreboard. First and foremost, NHL action right now. NHL heating up. Most teams are inside 10 games left for those last couple of wild card spots. I know the Rangers are really fighting hard to get a position. Islanders is trying to hang in there as well, but they're sliding away. But here's the Devils. They're in the middle of the mix. They're up 1-0 over the Wild. 8 to go there in the second period. 8:30, we have the Flames and Avalanche. with a puck drop out there coming up just shortly. And then 10 p.m. tonight, Kraken in Seattle hosting the Dallas Stars. Short window there in the NHL. Not a big slate there. But we have the NBA Kings 70-58 over the Pacers. 9 to go there in the third. 11 to go in the third. Magic and Clippers tied at 47. At the half, Heat lead the Wizards 58-47. Celtics and Grizzlies in a good one. Grizzlies by 2, 50-48. 5 to go there in the second as well. Just underway, Thunder and Bulls. Thunder up 9-5. And Nets, Mavs, Rockets, Lakers coming up 8:30 and 10 p.m. respective tip-offs. Well, we got some baseball scores too now. We can't forget baseball's back in action. How about that? Cincinnati Reds up 9-0 over the Rangers. I think I'm going to take the rest of the night off with that score. Bottom of the sixth there. How about that Yankee game the other day? Was it like a football score, 20-9?
9 home runs.
Wow. Aaron Judge hits 3 homers.
3 of them.
He's unbelievable. He's on fire. Rays over the Pirates 4-0, top of the fifth. Bottom 5, Blue Jays over the Nats 4-zip there. Cardinals blanking the Angels 2-zip, top of the third. Bottom of the first, no score, Giants and Stros. We got the Royals over the Brewers earlier today, 11-1. Boy, the Brewers need to find some pitching. They're getting bombed every game. White Sox 9-0 over the Twins. The Orioles over the Red Sox 8-5. Phillies down the Rockies 6-1. The nightcap games 9:40. Guardians at the Padres. Tigers, Mariners. Cubs at the A's, and Braves and Dodgers 10-10, 10-05, 9:40, 9:40 respective first pitches. So good stuff over there. And well, we can get to a couple of stories here. We got a lot going on here in sports. I will get into the March Madness in the next one, but I want to get a little Leah Thomas in here. Leah Thomas feels devastated and stricken with grief over trans athlete ban. Warner Todd Houston at Breitbart. Leah Thomas, the infamous transgender UPenn swimmer, says he is devastated after a ban on transgender swimmers was initiated in international swimming events. According to GB News, Thomas, who controversially took opportunities from female competitors during the 2022 NCAA Championship, was recently the keynote speaker at High Top's annual Trans Youth Forum. High Tops, that's a new one for me, where he discussed the trans ban. After reportedly transitioning, the now 25-year-old former swimmer claimed that he was surprised when he was permitted to compete on the UPenn's team. Oh, a little disclosure there. I looked up the NCAA transgender policy during freshman fall and knew it might be technically possible. I didn't think that I could do it, Thomas explained. Thomas insisted that sports should be athlete-driven, not driven by gender, sex. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. A lot of logic at play here, Rick. It has to be the athletes deciding for themselves where they feel most affirmed and most comfortable, Thomas said. Well, wait a minute. Why can't the women decide for themselves that they don't want men in there and they feel very affirmed by keeping the men out of their locker room and obviously the men out of their competition?
Right.
Anyway.
He wants to feel where he's comfortable, where he could win, as opposed to getting his ass kicked by better men.
Yep. Well, so far there have been no hint that World Aquatics will change its policy anytime soon. Obviously, they're lobbying and boycotting them, but I don't see this happening. I certainly do not see transgender athletes being permitted in the Olympic Games this year. Certainly not in our country. Certainly not with President Trump being our president, sitting president at the time. And that's a wrap in sports. Big D, back to you.
All right, Slick, very good. We don't have time to get to news, but we'll do some more sports with Slick before the end of the hour. We'll do news with Delgado, news with KDJ. KDJ, any other shows you have coming up, comedy shows? I know you have some in April, you said. Anything
I do.
Where are they?
Yes, thank you for asking. April 11th and 12th, I'll be in Saratoga Springs at the Comedy Works. You can go to thecomedyworks.com, get tickets, 3 big shows. Should be a lot of fun. I love Saratoga Springs. It's a little hippy-dippy, but some pretty cool bars.
All right, very good. All right, live from Studio 6B, we'll do some news with Delgado and KDJ when we get back right after this. right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B, settling in a new week right here. Real America's Voice. Slick's doing sports. Delgado's going to do some news. KDJ bringing gifts tonight from our friend Patriot Bill and Eileen Grimes in Vermont. What is it? Top of the Mule?
Top of the Mule.
Top of the Mule.
Yeah, I even got something. Look what I got.
Yeah.
I got the Green Mountain State Vermont bumper sticker.
Yep, there you go. Perfect.
When they drive by, they see you, they go, exactly.
Yeah, that's Delgado. Perfect.
He got matches. Look at this.
And look,
Talk about a perfect match.
Matches.
He's a perfect match. Yeah.
Perfect match.
Perfect match.
Man,
Very good.
he struck you good with that one.
It stands for the Dover Bar and Grill.
Yeah.
So if you're near, I guess it's in Mount Snow, the Dover Bar and Grill, go check out D-Bag, the Dover Bar and Grill. Awesome.
Yeah. Delgado might be your host.
Stuff. I think I might. You know what? I'm going to try and get an NIL deal with them.
You should. That's a good idea, Delgado. I like that. All right, let's do some news. 31 past the hour. By the way, we're gonna have I think we're gonna have a special guest at the warehouse this Friday.
Oh, who?
Mike Crispy, who is got a brand new show on Rab starting, I believe, Saturday night at 8:00. So you're used to us at 8:00, then you'll be used to Saturday night 8:00. Mike Crispy is going to join us at the warehouse on Friday.
Yeah, I met him at the I think it was the Scranton Trump rally about a year and a half or so.
Name dropper.
I did.
Okay, good. Well, you're going to meet him again on Friday night.
So that'll be good. That'll be fun.
What if he'll recognize you?
No, he won't recognize me.
Who's this guy?
He's got a face for radio.
All right, let's do some news with this guy, and that would be Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
Well, over in Wisconsin, I don't know if you've heard, there's a big vote tomorrow.
I have heard.
Excuse me?
I have heard.
Yes, between Brad Schimmel, the Republican, and Susan Crawford, the Democrat, for the Supreme Court of Wisconsin. It's a big vote. He's fighting for justice for all. I think Donald Trump made a statement against Crawford earlier today, and of course, trying to get the word out to get everybody out there, get all the Republicans, all the independents to vote, get out there to vote for Brad Schimmel in the state of Wisconsin tomorrow, April the 1st, for that special election. So. Make sure you get on out there and take care of business because, we're seeing what's happening with the lawfare, the judicial coup going on right now across the country with all these judges going nuts.
Well, Elon's out there. I mean, Elon's doing these teleconferences and these town halls each and every night out there, right? He's giving away money and all kinds of stuff. A judge actually said that the money thing was, I guess, said he could continue to do it.
Yeah, it's all legal. I think he paid, I think he ended up paying at least 2 people right now. Believe it or not, for that. So that's that's a start, but it's all legal. So if you do want to take advantage of it, and who knows, you might make some extra coin out of it. Not a bad deal when you stop and think about it. Other things that are breaking in the news, of course, Donald Trump is always in the news, being the president. Here he is talking about, I don't know if you heard over the weekend, some news that Zelensky now, the leader of the Ukraine, is trying to back out the deal that they had. The rare earths mineral deal as part of the treaty. And here's what Trump had to say. He was on Air Force One when he made this statement. Here he is talking about Zelensky trying to back out of that deal. Here's cut number 1. Check this out.
Zelensky, by the way, I see he's trying to back out of the rare earth deal. And if he does that, he's got some problems, big problems. We made a deal on rare earth. And now he's saying, well, I want to renegotiate the deal. He wants to be a member of NATO. Well, he was never going to be a member of NATO. He understands that. So if he's looking to renegotiate the deal, he's got big problems.
Big problems.
Suit yourself.
And you know what? I actually like the way that he's kind of approached this with Zelensky, of saying you're never going to be a part of NATO. No. So just take that, remove that from the equation. It's not going to happen. It's not a negotiating point. You're not going to be in it. So let's start from there. And I know you're not supposed to kind of give away anything, but I think in this instance, especially for somebody like Zelensky, who's kind of a one of these, it kind of works. So I'm not mad at the president for negotiating this way, especially when it comes to somebody like Zelensky as well. He was also, of course, signing some executive orders, this one, going after ticket scalpers. I don't know if you've heard it. I don't know if you paid for a ticket lately, Damon.
Can I just tell you the craziest thing I saw all day today was people online talking about the Oval Office today and the ticket scalping thing. People on the left going, oh, I guess MAGA doesn't care if someone's not wearing a suit in the Oval Office anymore, and referring to Kid Rock.
To Kid Rock.
And trying to compare it to Zelensky.
Right, because Kid Rock is out there fighting off the Russians.
Yeah.
I mean, I just couldn't believe it.
He's in the middle of a war.
Pictures of Kid Rock today and what he was wearing, and the president joking about I think Peter Ducey asked him, would you ever wear a jacket like that or something? And the left going out on social media trying to attack it and saying, oh, I guess they don't care about suits anymore.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
What an idiot.
When Kid Rock becomes a visiting head of state, I think he might put on a suit. But until then, it's Kid Rock.
Yeah, and that if it ever comes down to the Russians are coming to kill Kid Rock, he might put on a suit. But it's just amazing what these people will cling to.
Yeah.
And they buy everything thrown at them. Right away, look at war plans, classified info. They just, you know what? I'm trying to figure out the psychology. I think they need to believe it's true. I think they need some sort of hope or some reason to fuel their hatred. I can't figure it out. They always take the bait. It's the Lucy with the football, and they always end up on their bahookies.
Yeah, it's always this is the new walls are closing in. Remember the first term of Trump? Every night it was, the walls are closing in now on the president. The walls never closed in.
No.
They never moved. As a matter of fact, he knocked down some walls and put up one on the Mexican border. How about that one? Here he is, cut number 5, signing that executive order going after the ticket scalpers with Kid Rock looking on. Cut 5, check this out.
Of course, sir. So this is an executive order, as you said,
that is a
deals
suit.
with the ticket reselling business.
Yeah. It's nice. I like
for
that suit,
fans
actually.
of live entertainment and for entertainers as well. The ticket reselling industry has become a huge issue. These people use bots and computer algorithms to buy up huge blocks of tickets and then jack up the price so that fans of live entertainers like Mr. Ritchie, I almost called him Mr. Rock, don't have access to concerts the way that they should. And when they do, it's at exorbitantly high prices. So what this executive order does, it charges the FTC and the Department of Justice with rigorously enforcing laws on the books in collaboration with state attorneys general that have power over consumer protection and other people who have the power to really crack down on this issue so that entertainers and fans won't be subject to these abusive and oftentimes illegal practices.
Good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I don't know if you paid for a ticket lately, Damon. Those extra fees are quite pricey. Pricey.
They are.
I remember I went to that Knicks-Warriors game just a couple weeks ago. North of $1,000 for seats that were not as great as you would think they would be.
But how many seats?
2.
500 a seat?
Yeah,
more than that. Yeah. I mean, I get it.
It's crazy nowadays in the ticket industry. You can't, if you see tickets on these resellers where most people have to go now, you can't even get, Ticketmaster, you can't even get the tickets off Ticketmaster if you're trying to do that. But it's impossible to even find what the face value on the tickets even is anymore.
Right. It's true.
Like you see tickets on Vivid Seats or at one of these places, Game Time, whatever. And you're like, well, I wonder what these actually were faced when they saw. You can't even find it.
Yeah.
If you go find you can't find it.
It doesn't exist.
Because Ticketmaster has all the resales too.
Yep.
And then if you do find them, the pricing on them is absurd.
How about these meet and greets? What they charge $5,000 for a meet and greet?
Yeah, that's sick.
A family of 4. You can't even take your kids if your kids are baseball fans, Yankee fans, Mets fans, or basketball, Knicks fans, Nets fans. A family just trying to take their kids to even one game. Is the cost of flying down to Disney World.
It's true.
It's insane.
It's crazy.
It's got to stop.
So the prices there, by the way, are insane too. Not that you'd ever want to take your kids there.
No, that's the wrong place.
Well, let's hope the executive order makes some headway in terms of trying to get at these fees, because, like you said, it becomes you could take flights and actually you could leave the country instead of buying 2 tickets to a Knicks game. and probably enjoy a nice vacation.
I guess we'll see those guys out in the parking lot in the streets again now. Hey, you want any tickets? Hey,
yeah, exactly.
Cash, man.
You know what I admire about Kid Rock, though? He's been up against this for a while, and he's from Detroit. I'm from Detroit. We never met. I'm not saying anything like that. But what he does, I love, he would rather do 4 small concerts where he has more control over the ticket prices, and these block sellers have less, instead of doing one big one. Yeah. And that's actually pretty huge to say, you know what? Yeah. I'm going to make the same amount, but I'll make it in 4 nights instead of 1.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Because they're not getting that big ticket price.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're getting a previously agreed amount. Also, Donald Trump just the other day signed another executive order, this one requiring people to provide proof of American citizenship when they register to vote. What a novel concept. Demanding that all ballots be reviewed by Election Day as well. The order requires a government-issued proof of U.S. citizenship on its voter registration forms, directs the Attorney General to enter into the information sharing agreements with state election officials to identify cases of election fraud or other election violations, and conditions federal election-related funds on states complying with federal election integrity measures. There are other steps that we will be taking in coming weeks. President Trump said just before signing the order, he said, we think we'll be able to end up getting fair elections. It's an honor to sign this one. I'll sign all of them, but this one is a great honor. So there you have it. Again, President Trump signing a few executive orders, that one having to do with requiring citizenships. Again, a novel concept.
And I think there's legislation Chip Roy introduced. I can't remember. I think there's legislation on the floor this week to codify that into law as well. I think they've been trying to get it passed now a couple times.
Yeah.
If I remember. Did anybody go to the Tesla thing this weekend here on Long Island? You know, we have a huge Tesla.
I heard about it.
Dealership.
I heard about it.
And I saw Joe the Box was gearing up, getting in the old trucks there and going to wheels up to the Tesla store.
Oh boy.
I did see some other Tesla protests. I know they had one in Manhattan where they were laying down in the street, just daring people to run them over.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I would have happy to oblige if I was there. But what's so amazing about these people is that in the Biden administration, these same people were screaming that we all need to drive electric cars.
Yeah, of course.
And now all they want to do is burn electric cars and tell us how terrible they all are.
How fickle.
It's amazing.
It's incredible.
The climate Nazis are really good at drawing swastikas.
They are. You know what? Yeah, this just goes to prove climate change is nothing but a hoax and a way to basically control us. Climate change isn't real. If it was, look, if you care more about Elon Musk type, a fascist, whatever you're going to call him, than the environment, then you probably you weren't the best cloud hugger out there anyway. But this is just proof that it's garbage. It's garbage. Climate change means nothing. And you're wiping your keister on one isn't really going to make you part of the resistance.
I mean, and the Republicans, of all the things they should be doing, getting rid of the Green New Deal should be high on the list. Getting rid of the CHIPS Act should be high on the list. I don't know what it's going to take or how long it's going to take, but as we know, the Inflation Reduction Act was a new Green Deal Act. It was not about inflation. They've such admitted it. Republicans should get rid of it, and soon. All right, KDJ and sports coming up. 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B, drinking coffee out of my new Moose Cup from Vermont Green. Really like it. Thank you once again to Patriot Bill and Eileen Grimes from Vermont. And I can't wait to try this Metcalf's Vermont Maple Bourbon that they sent.
Yeah, well, you're going to try that in the privacy of your own home on Saturday night.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, I don't know. We'll see.
Come on, Big D. Bring that out Friday night. Maybe we could have a little nip.
A nip. Have a little nip.
You just relax over there. There's no note that said give any of this to Slick.
Oh, I'm sure.
So I'll be up
that one was not sent to me, so Kevin picked that up.
It's up to me to decide whether you get it
over there.
Would you like some of this and a Patriot cigar?
No cigars. Just the, I like the booze and not the cigar.
I just want to get drunk.
I don't smoke that stuff.
I don't need to smoke anything. Okay, that's fine.
Talk about a stink badger.
Speaking of that, let's do some news with Kevin Downey Jr. He's the host of the Kevin Downey Jr. Show, 9 to 11 weekdays, right here on Long Island, New York, 103.9 LI News Radio, where you can hear us Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday night, 8 to 10. KDJ, welcome back on a Monday. What's going on?
Thank you, Big D. Check this out. You're not going to like it. Turns out a toddler was kicked out of school in England for being transphobic. This is a toddler.
Oh, God.
Yep, kicked out of nursery school.
We talked about this on Friday, and I saw some headlines this weekend, KDJ, and I was like, man, he nailed that, what's going on in England, right?
Yep. And look, 94 students kicked out of primary schools in the same year. This was 2022 to 2023, and they're just finding out now 10 kids from first grade, 3 from second grade, where the maximum age is 7, all kicked out for transphobia and or homophobia. Now, I've always said what's happening in England will come here about 5 years later. I was wrong this time. Look what I wrote back for PJ Media July of last year. First grader, here's what happened. The first grader drew a picture of 4 little girls of different shades of brown after learning about Martin Luther King Jr. and gave it to a friend of hers who is Hispanic and darker skinned. And everyone thought that was great, except for the little girl's mom. The girl who got it as a gift took it home, and her mom said, well, this is unacceptable. Took it to the principal. He said, this is racist and inappropriate, and punished the girl. She couldn't draw pictures to give them to her friends, and she couldn't go outside for 2 weeks in recess. And she had to apologize to the class. The so-called victim had no idea why she was apologizing. Neither did the little girl. So the mom finds out and says, well, I'm taking this to court. Why did this happen? Blah, blah, blah. And the judge says, and I quote, freedom of speech rights do not extend to first graders. Too young.
What?
Too young, yeah. This judge has decided that some kids are too young for freedom of speech. Keep in mind, there was no malice in this at all.
Who is this, Judge Boasberg?
What's amazing is I don't think there's an age limit on the Constitution for free speech, is there?
No, not at all. Not at all, but a judge said she's too young.
The judge says there is. Delgado, hello.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Too young for free speech rights. So I was wrong. It's already here. It's already here. Now, of course, what they're doing, folks, is they're getting the kids at a very young age to understand that if you step out of line, you will be punished.
You'll be Marine Le Pen.
Yeah, exactly. You will honor the trans, and you will not besmirch them. You will not mock them as we do here sometimes when they deserve it. But there. Now let me now that we're talking about England, check this out. There's a guy, he's in Parliament. His name is Hussein.
Oh, I like that guy.
Yeah. Oh, him, yeah. Bless you.
And he sent a tweet out saying, British Muslims generate at least £70 billion annually for the UK economy. And he said Muslim-led businesses contribute billions of pounds and create thousands of jobs. The halal food industry alone generates over £1 billion in spending, and Muslims contribute 4 times more than the average Brit to charity. But along comes Community Notes to stab him in his Achilles heel. And it says, Community Notes, that's like the
metaphorically, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
This is they'll tell you what's true and what's not. And they said actually Muslims represent 6% of the population, so £70 billion would be just 2% of the GDP, suggesting they contribute less than average. Less than average. Now, I personally think most of the expenditures for Muslims are probably ninja swords, which are soon going to be outlawed, and they'll have to make their own instead of buy them. And if they give more of anything to British society, it's probably gunpowder as they're blowing people up around the UK. It's always a Muslim. It's always Islam. It's always the religion of pieces. I have never in my life seen a nun explode. So there you have it. The UK's gone crazy, and they're not getting any better. And you just said something that hits the nail on the head, Big D. This Marine Le Pen.
Yeah.
Okay, you got her. You've got the guy from Romania. They can't run anymore. These are Trump-like candidates. Far right, as they'll tell you. They can't run. Bolsonaro in Brazil, I think, couldn't run. And now Conor McGregor wants to run for president or whatever they have I think maybe a prime minister in Ireland. And they said, well, we already arrested you on something. We might just put you in jail.
Yep. And this is how it's done.
Yep. Remember, folks, when it's happening around the globe, as it is, who's doing it? The globalists are doing it.
Yeah. Yep. It's all about killing populism, because populism is not them. Their policies, what they push, is not popular, and they know it.
Yeah. All right, KDJ, very good. More news with KDJ coming up in an hour or two. Let's do some sports before we wrap. Man, it was a quick hour one.
Very quick.
Slick Rick. Scott Sports. That's sponsored by Mike Lindell and MyPillow. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you shop at MyPillow. It'll give you a great savings on all the great stuff from Mike. Most of it made right here in the good old US of A. LFS6B is that promo code to use at checkout. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, we've been talking about all the men's basketball. How about NCAA women's basketball? Big D Division One right now. Number one, Texas leading TCU 53-39. Madison Booker leads all scorers with 16, 4:52 to go in the fourth, and that would be the NCAA Women's Championship Regional 3 in Birmingham, Elite 8. And then we got UConn coming up tonight. Number 2, UConn taking on the number 1 team, USC, the Trojans, 9 p.m., and that would be in Spokane, Regional 4, Elite 8. So UConn, right now, the spread on that game, Big D, are favored by 14.5 right now per the ESPN book. So that's a pretty heavy spread there. Looks like they're going to roll it. I know USC had a big injury earlier in the tournament. So
yeah, Juju, their best player, right?
The best player
in the country.
Usually that, that's like losing a Cooper flag on Duke. That would really turn the team's odds there. So, but we'll see what happens. We'll keep track of that game. That tip-off is coming up in about 6 to 10 minutes. And gets a couple of quick stories, if I just might. And Packers legend Brett Favre defends Elon Musk, calls the left very evil after attacks on Tesla dealerships. We were talking about this earlier tonight. Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart, legendary Packers QB Brett Favre said Elon Musk is deserving of all accolades while blasting the left as very evil after a series of arson attacks on Musk's Tesla dealerships. Favre made the comments on Outkick's Ricky Cobb show where he remarked about how the left loved Musk before he joined President Trump's campaign and became his senior advisor. Again, exactly what we were just saying earlier tonight. Elon Musk several years ago was a Democrat, Favre said. They loved him. He was the most brilliant inventor, smartest guy ever, richest man in the world. He was on the pedestal. Now he's working for free and trying to make this country better. Does he need it? Does he need to do that? If you want to fly off into the sunset by several islands and never be heard from again, he can do that. And the same can be said for Trump. And so this guy's doing it because he loves this country, and people are hating him for that. I hate it for Elon, but I know he's going to be okay. He's a lot smarter than all of us. It's true. And he's pretty resilient. Anyone who's willing to do that, to do what he's doing for this country, deserves all the accolades that you can give him and not the negative backlash. In recent weeks, violent leftists have burned Tesla dealerships and even assaulted motorists in a series of terrorist attacks against Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency, otherwise known as Doge. So Brett Favre weighing in. He still carries a little juice there, old Brett Favre in Green Bay. And that's a wrap in sports, Big D.
All right, Slick, very good. That's a wrap on hour one. Hour two coming up. More from everybody. Live from Studio 6B on a Monday, brand new week. We're back right after this.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth,
and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
All right, 9 o'clock on the East Coast, Real America's Voice, Hour 2. Live from Studio 6B. Glad you're in on a Monday, getting a brand new week started. It's always nice to start it with gifts from our great fans. I want to thank Bill and Eileen again. Metcalf's Vermont Maple Bourbon, my cup, my coffee cup, my moose cup, and my Vermont Maple Syrup. Wow. Oh, man.
Man, I'm always going to call you a sap.
Can't thank you enough. Thanks so much. Slick's here. He's going to do sports. Delgado's got some news. KDJ on a Monday. That's right. Not only on Friday, but a Monday as well. Sitting in. He's going to have some news as well. We will be back at the America's First Warehouse on Friday night.
Yeah.
KDJ, Paul Nolan. We may have the whole gang there. Is anyone else missing this Friday?
I don't know, but I really enjoyed Friday night. It was great. Big D's parents stopped by. I love to see Mom and Dad. I love those people. And we had a great time. His son came by, too, after his basketball game.
Yeah,
good.
that was ugly. But,
it's good to see them. And I tell you, that venue is just really, I love doing the shows.
But
there.
he won
really
both
nice.
on Sunday, by the way.
Oh,
that's good.
right.
2-0 on Sunday.
Good stuff.
They decided to, show up on Friday night, which they did show up.
So we had Bigger D, your dad.
Yeah.
Then Big D.
Yeah.
And then Little Big D.
And Little Big D.
It was like three generations of D.
Yeah. I love Mom. She's the best.
Yeah,
your mom
exactly
is just,
right.
She's
very
I love
nice.
Her. Great woman.
Yeah,
I don't know how she tolerates you.
I think she likes you more than she likes me. Slick.
She does. She shared that with me, actually.
Yes, she actually told
No joking.
Yes, I think so. Wow. Well, everybody loves Slick. I don't
know about that, but there's a few that don't love me. But
you know who my dad loves because he's known him since I started doing this show was old Vinnie Mac, but Vinnie wasn't there.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sure.
Too bad for Vinnie.
Yep.
So, but we'll all be there Friday, and Mike Crispy's going to join us.
Yeah.
Host of the brand new show, I believe it's called Last Call. And that'll be Saturday nights at 8 p.m. right here on Real America's Voice. He's going to join us Friday at the warehouse. So I don't know what we're going to do about the seating configuration if we have all 6 guys there plus Mike. But we'll have to figure something out.
Probably throw me in the audience.
Yeah, we'll put Slick in the audience.
Come on.
So, well, there's a clip going around. Let's start hour 2 with this. There's a clip going around that's caught a lot of attention. And let's just play it because it's Elon Musk, of course, and he's out in Wisconsin. And we all, if you haven't watched Elon, the interview with Brett Baer from last week, you really should. Because it puts to bed a lot of the nonsense you're hearing from the left about who Doge is, who these kids are, that they're a bunch of Metallica concert shirt wearing hippies,
right?
Who are just smoking dope and having fun on the computer, and not, it just couldn't be farther from the truth. Not that there's anything wrong with that, by the way, but pretty stunning interview. These are serious people.
Yeah, they're not all 19-year-old gamers just hanging out all night, playing around, and then we work for the government too. That's not how this works.
Yeah, that was a pretty stunning interview.
Yeah,
and so Elon was out in Wisconsin, I guess, over the weekend, and he brought one of the workers out. And this clip's a little longer, but boy, it's worth watching. So
yeah, his name is Antonio Gracias.
Yes, and Let's just watch this, and then we'll get the guy's take afterwards. And your take. My only thing about this clip is, who's really surprised? I'm seeing all of this stuff online about, oh my God, what? And I'm thinking, it's one of those things where, okay, you see it in front of your face, I guess you're like, whoa. But who's really surprised?
Right.
Is the question. Here it is.
And I'd like to welcome my friend Antonio Gracias to the stage. I think so. Does it work? I can give you mine. Does it work? It'll be okay. I mean, Buzz Aldrin's still alive, and he went past the belt.
It'll work. Is this working? Yeah, it's on now. Yeah.
There we go. So, Antonio, can you tell us what you? Antonio is helping out with Social Security. So, just trying to review Social Security, where you may have heard that we found 20 million dead people marked as alive in the Social Security database. This is so crazy. And then you'll notice there's a strange trend here. Where how many Social Security numbers were issued? Do you want to?
Yeah. So let me tell you what happened here. We started at the top of the system.
I want to talk about a lot of it.
We started at the top of the system, mapping the whole system of Social Security to understand where all the fraud was. And there's a lot of great people there that showed us really a lot of waste. And so that came up with a big list of stuff they're working on. You've heard some of that already. But this is what jumped out at us. When we saw these numbers, we were like, what is this? In 21, you see 270,000 people, goes all the way to 2.1 million in 24. These are non-citizens that are getting Social Security numbers.
Yeah, this is a mind-blowing chart.
Yeah, this literally blew us away. Like, we went there to find fraud, and we found this by accident. And this isn't political, by the way. My parents are immigrants. Yeah, this country's been great to us. My brother and sister all born in Spain. I'm pro-legal immigration. This is not political. This is not political. This is about America and the future of America. And there are a lot of good people in the system that pointed us in this direction. I want to honor them right now. That work in the government today, who took risks to show us these numbers and tell us what's going on. So I want to stop for a minute. I want to honor those people today. Very good people.
Working there on the inside,
very good people.
pointing them. Here it is.
I have been from D.C. to Social Security offices to the border to track this down, and very good people have helped us along the way. I want to thank them.
Yeah.
This number, what this is when you come in the country, if you're illegal, there's a couple ways to come in. You come in through a port of entry, and you can tell them you're afraid, and they'll give you an asylum case. You get an interview, then you get in. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is to just go to the border. Literally, this happened. I talked to Border Patrol myself. Elon was there too. I went to Laredo, and I went to Bronzeville. Elon went to Eagle Pass. You walk up to a Border Patrol officer, and you tell them you want to come in. They have a couple of choices. They could charge you with a misdemeanor or a felony under 1325, or they can make it an administrative offense, like a parking ticket, basically. They were told to do that, make it an administrative offense under the last administration. And then you go walk across the border. They do what's called a release your own recognizance, and they give you an NTA, a notice to appear, which to appear at a judge. The wait times on judges are like average 6 years. Look at Grok, you'll see it on immigration judges. There's only 700 of them. This is 5.5 million people. Okay? So what happens then? Once you're in the country and you got asylum through one of these pathways, and we map the whole thing out, you can apply for a work document. You file a 765. It's the work form. You get this form called the 766. That's the authorization. And then Social Security Administration automatically sends you in the mail your Social Security number. No interview. No ID.
This is worth just reiterating. It's not people sometimes think that under the Biden administration that he was simply asleep at the switch. He wasn't asleep. No. They weren't asleep at the switch. It was a massive, large-scale program to import as many illegals as possible, ultimately to change the entire voting map of the United States and disenfranchise the American people and make it a permanent, deep blue, one-party state from which there would be no escape.
Look, if I hadn't seen this myself, I'm not sure I believed it. I went through it myself and mapped it. And Elon is right. This is true. The defaults in the system from Social Security to all of the benefit programs have been set to max inclusion, max pay for these people, and minimum collection. That's what's happening. We found 1.3 million of them already on Medicaid, as an example. We've gone through on every benefit program we went through, we found groups from this particular group of people, this 5.5 million people in those benefit programs. And then what was really, really disturbing us was why. We're asking ourselves why. And so we actually just took a sample and looked at voter registration records. And we found people here registered to vote. In this population, yes.
And who did vote?
And we found some by sampling that actually did vote, and we have referred them to prosecution at the Homeland Security Investigation Service.
Yeah.
Already. That has already happened.
I've said for a long time on this show that the left, and specifically the Biden administration, always felt that the illegal was more virtuous than the citizen. And that 5 minutes... what they just told you there is proof that that's exactly right.
Yeah.
That this has all been purposeful, and it's all been for the reasons that they stated and for the reasons that we've stated.
And this whole notion that, Doge is not doing anything, they're doing stuff. But as you heard from him, it's also whistleblowers within these agencies who are coming forward who probably feel empowered now, like, now I don't have to worry about losing my job or being targeted because I'm pointing out, hey, you guys are breaking the freaking law here. This is not what I signed up for. I love my country. I don't want us to be doing the wrong stuff and the wrong people to be getting this money that's supposed to go to the people that actually paid into the system, not to illegals coming over the border who have no right to any of the money from the American people, have no right to Medicaid and no right to Medicare. They have no right to any of this stuff. And basically, these are the robber barons of today. The bureaucrats and the elected officials who allow this, who set up this system, they are the robber barons. They are robbing the American people and paying off the people they want to replace you. The great replacement theory is not just a theory, it's a real thing. And I'm glad that they're able to point this out. And again, the importance of the whistleblowers, I think, is the most important part. We saw it with the Hunter Biden Social Security thing, right? Mm-hmm. When he didn't pay his taxes, and they went after the guys who identified it. And now we're seeing it here. But the whistleblowers now don't have to worry about being targeted. So I think that's a great thing. It's just so egregious. I think that's the most disgusting part of this, right?
Yeah, it's egregious. It's in your face. And it's all of these, it's the welfare state incentives that bring these people, that is the number one driver, besides an administration like the Bidens that just turned the other way, a blind eye to it, and encouraged the border to be overrun. But of course, it's all of these things that incentivize it as well. If you don't cut off all the incentives, what President Trump is doing to secure the border is all well and good, but you need to do it. You also need to cut off all the incentives so there's no other reason to come here. But I mean, if that clip doesn't fire you up and just get you flat out angry and want to see people arrested for it. And again, I know a lot of people still have a lot of faith in the Department of Justice and Dan Bongino and the FBI and all of that, and maybe things aren't moving as quickly as some people thought they would and want to. But when you see this, boy, you think, at some point, someone's got to be made an example of here.
Yeah. Or else they'll just keep doing it, and it'll get worse and worse.
JDJ, what do you think?
I think it's a form of treason. They're bringing these people in so they can vote. As Elon said, the Democrats will never lose again. That is treason. If that is not the definition of treason, I don't know what is. And when you're bringing in these people, and keep in mind, there's other ramifications. They can cloward pivot us into the dust. And by that, I mean overload the welfare system until it all comes crashing down. I think that's a big part of their plan, too, not to mention replacing us. But I think the people behind this, treasonous. And that's how I would like to see them go down.
All right, 13 past the hour. More sports and news all coming up live from Studio 6B. news. 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. We talk to you about our friends at the Wellness Company. It's a new day in America, a new administration in Washington, D.C. There's a lot of excitement and optimism about the future, but the reality is there's still a lot of work to do, especially when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The truth is that the forces that are responsible for breaking our healthcare system aren't going to simply go away. The challenges our system face won't disappear overnight. Now more than ever, you need to be prepared. And of course, that is where the Wellness Company comes in. You know the Wellness Company. Their doctors are medical professionals that you can trust, and their line of prescription medical kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. Whether it's the medical emergency kit, the contagion kit, the first aid kit, or the travel kit, these prescription kits contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of all medications. So from flu to strep throat, COVID to bird flu, trip to the beach, or a trip overseas, the Wellness Company has a prescription kit designed to keep you and your family safe. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to www.twc.health/voice, www.twc.health/voice today and order. Use promo code VOICE to save an additional 10%. Well, tariff wars, recession fears, and stubborn inflation. No wonder gold has been routinely hitting all-time highs here in 2025. In volatile markets like right now, don't sit on the sidelines with your head in the sand. Take control and safeguard your savings. That's why so many Americans today are turning to the Birch Gold Group. They've helped tens of thousands convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in physical gold. Is it time for you to hedge against inflation and hedge against economic instability with gold? I think it might be. To learn how to own physical gold in a tax-sheltered account, text the word America to 989898. Birch Gold will send you a free, no-obligation information kit. Again, text America to the number 989898. Birch Gold has an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, countless 5-star reviews. You can trust Birch Gold to help protect your savings. Took us decades to get into this tangled mess, and they're trying to unpack it now. How long is it going to take to get out of it, and at what cost? Well, you won't have to worry too much about it if you at least diversify some of your savings into gold. So text America to the number 989898 and do it today. All right, 19 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell, My Pillow. Great stuff over at Lindell. Great savings going on. Great stuff on our page, mypillow.com/LFS6B. I'm going to go there, as a matter of fact. mypillow.com/LFS6B for all the best deals for this audience. And, man, there are some absolute good ones right now. I can't type, so I can't get there, but there are some good ones. Check it out. Let's do sports. Sports is brought to you by My Pillow. Like I said, Slick's got it. What's going on?
Okay, NCAA women's basketball, big day, big championship for the ladies going on, too. Doesn't get as much popularity as far as the play in the press, but they got a good Monday night primetime games going on. Texas has just downed TCU 58-47. That game just went final. Regional 3 in Birmingham. Elite 8. Texas moving on, looking good. Madison Booker with 18 points to lead all scorers. UConn and USC, that tip should be coming up it's just getting ready to get underway, Big D. Good game there. UConn ladies favored by 14.5 to move on. And we got NHL action. Devils lead the Wild 2-1, 7 to go there in the third. Avalanche up 1-0 over the Flames. 30 seconds to go in the first. Stars and Krakens, 10 p.m. puck drop out west. Then we have the Clippers over the Magic right now, 96-87. Just about 14 seconds to go in the fourth. Looks like that game's in the books there. The Celtics over the Grizzlies, 92-87, 11 to go there in the fourth. At the half, Thunder pounding the Bulls 74-40. What a score there. Mavericks over the Nets 41-47 to go there in the second as well. We got some other games coming up a little bit later. I'll try to get to those scores before the end of the show. Mets right now leading the Marlins 10-2 in the bottom of the ninth. Good game for the Mets. Mets starting to play ball now too, like the Yankees. Rays up 5-1 over the Pirates, bottom 8. Top 8, the Blue Jays lead the Nationals 4-2 up in Toronto. Cardinals 3-2 over the Angels, bottom 6. And bottom 5 right now, Giants blanking the Astros was 2-0 in Houston earlier tonight. I gave you the finals already, so I'm going to skip over those and get to a quick story. Well, March Madness, of course, is the big rage of the weekend, Big D. We talked about everybody's brackets doing good. Slick Rick sitting at number 76 right now, so I'm probably in 11th place if you figure out all the different numbers there. Big D, I think you're at what, number 125 or 150? You really made a nice comeback over the weekend.
150? I thought I was 94.
No, I don't even think you're in the top 100. You better check that, Big D. I think you're sitting there with a 3-digit there. And Rick Delgado, you're in there as well?
250, I think.
Right, and I think the
230.
And Fran and Aaron are in the mix too.
How could I have gotten worse?
Oh no, we plummeted far.
We're at 200.
I'm at 330 something.
Oh, Francis. Oh,
I picked too many underdogs in the 8.
Okay, well, you look good You look good over the weekend, though. I saw you guys. I was like,
I was good until I decided I like the underdogs better than the number ones.
Yeah, I know. It's so hard to imagine 4 number ones in this kind of the story I'm going to get to right now. Final 4 to feature rare matchups of only number 1 seeds as Auburn outlast Michigan State to secure the final spot. For the first time since 2008, all 4 number 1 seeds have advanced to the Final 4. Chance Martin of Fox News reporting. Every team that entered the 2005 NCAA men's tournament with a top seed will play in the Final 4 in San Antonio. And then, of course, it's a misprint there because it's obviously this
You're
year.
right, Slick. I'm at 141 now.
You believe it? Yeah, I knew you were a 3-banger. You weren't in with the elite double digits.
I don't understand how you can be higher than me, and I have all 4 of the Final 4 correct, and you have 3 of the 4 correct.
I must have had I might have went a little further with some of my teams getting to the Final 4.
So right now, number 1, ESPN Fan 11, and a bunch of numbers. I have no idea how we're going to find out who these people are with these names.
If they don't have names, it's going to be very hard.
They're number 1.
I'm sure they'll let us know, though.
Another person, ESPN Fan 8, a bunch of numbers, is number 2. Axel Descanso is also tied for 2. Now, what do we do if I didn't think about this, Aaron. We said top 10. What do we do if there's ties in the top 10 and actually make up 100 people?
Then we send them to the ones we know.
I think we're going to have to do a random number generator for each group that has more than 1.
Yeah.
If there's 5 people at, let's say, number 4, we'll have to do a random number generator. Whatever number comes up, that person is the one who wins that spot. I don't know any other way to do it.
I don't know. I think Duke right now looks like...
Because right now in 7th, there's 50 people.
Really?
And then
we'll have to do a random number generator.
A lot of people have Duke, so I think Duke has got to be the odds-on right now. Right? Even though Auburn is looking pretty strong, too.
Chip Ski 1414. Is that Chip from Vegas?
Yes, Chip from the odds makers.
That's what I mean.
Who won?
Chip from the odds makers. He's not from Vegas, right? The other guy's from Vegas. He's in 4th right now.
Mm-hmm.
Is that him? Tied for 4th?
He emailed us earlier today.
That's impressive.
That's old Chip off the old block.
Chip off the old block and pick football and basketball. Pretty good.
Sure could. Chip's he could be a handicapper. He's good.
Now, there's somebody in 6 called Crazy Town. What even is that?
That's not me.
Well, we know that because they're in 6th.
No.
Shut up.
Yeah, so.
There's someone in 15th named Taste the Biscuit.
Yeah.
I
saw Harry. I saw it.
That's a good one.
Get your, off the couch, Harry. Somebody had that name.
Okay, no, I like these names. That's good.
The names are fantastic.
All right, Slick, what else is
Anyway,
sports?
I'm just about done there, Big D. We're just talking about what's going on here with these seeds, all 4 seeds in the bracket. Making it to the Final 4 is a rarity. It's been 17 years since the first time it happened in tournament history. Coincidentally, San Antonio was also the host history. Way back when in 2008, Big D, North Carolina, Kansas, UCLA, and Memphis qualified for the semifinals. Number 1 Auburn survived against the 2nd seeded Michigan State Spartans in Atlanta on Sunday evening to finish the sweep for the top seeds for just the 2nd time in the history of March Madness. I'll tell you, I like all 4 teams. I did pick Florida, Big D. I think Florida might be the weakest team going into the tournament right now, going into the Final 4. That's what it looks like. These other teams look real hot. We'll see.
Someone said Aaron's spanking Damon in the tournament. Where are you, Aaron?
Fran and I are at 332nd.
No, you're not. No. Aaron might have her own name, though. Maybe somebody took her name and they're up higher.
I think Big D's in control of that
one. You picked Florida to win it all?
Yeah.
So who do you have in the other games?
I think we're in trouble with them.
Very much. That's what I just said. But I said I think they're the weakest team going in. They barely got out of Dodge twice this weekend.
Too good.
Duke is, Cooper Flag aside, they still look good. But I thought Flag wasn't gonna.
I mean, you know what? You can't say Cooper.
I think it's defense. I think so.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour live from Studio 6B on a Monday. Brand new week getting started. Glad you're in. Slick will do a little more sports before we wrap the night. KDJ is going to do some more news here in a second, but we'll start the news right here at 30 minutes past the hour with Rick Delgado. News is brought to you by Freedom Force Nutrition, available live from Studio6B.com. Right there on the homepage, 15% off right now, whatever you put in your cart. Great vitamin supplements, all available live from Studio6B.com. By the way, new Odds Maker shirt is out, Slick. I absolutely love it.
I saw it.
You look good on it,
nice
too.
Looking suit.
You look good on it, too.
That's a nice looking shirt.
He's on a shirt?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
You look good holding that football. Woo!
Come on.
Hey. All right, let's do the news, Delgado. What's going on?
All right. Well, I don't know if you saw this. I know the clip was out there. I don't think we actually played it, but Pennsylvania Democrat State Senator Lindsey Williams giving a testimony, controversial testimony at the state capitol just the other day while opposing a bill that would ban trans athletes from girls' sports there, Slick. Williams, in a prepared remarks, said, "I want all girls to know that there are elected officials like me who believe female bodies are just as strong and fast as capable as male bodies. I want all girls," she's saying all girls, not just the biological ones, but even the fake ones, "to know that the elected officials like me would never underestimate your ability to beat a boy at their own sport, because that's the premise of the bill assumes, that female bodies are less than male bodies, that girls are automatically at a disadvantage and can't possibly compete against boys, even though girls do it every day." She went on to suggest that, of course, biological males participating in girls' sports is made up. Well, this is great. If you stop and think about it, I'm glad that she believes that women are just as strong, just as fast, just as powerful as men, so she won't have a problem. Because of this move by Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who announced today that the Pentagon, maybe he was listening to this woman speak, I don't know, but he decided, if he did, he decided he's going to follow her lead, and he's going to end the practice of separate physical fitness standards for men and women to serve in combat roles. You heard that right. So all combat roles are open to men and women, but they all must meet the same high standard. No standards are going to be lowered, and all combat roles will only have sex-neutral standards. Common sense, he posted on X. Prior to his nomination, Hegseth opposed women serving in combat roles entirely, though he moderated his views amid talks with senators. Different physical standards for men and women in the U.S. military have existed for a long time, but they were also combat roles that were male only. Then under Obama, those roles were open to men and women, but the physical fitness standards didn't change. They remained the same. So he decided at the Department of Defense, we fix this. He's going to work to remove all that stuff and make sure that, if you pass the test and it's the high standard test, you're not going to get you're not going to get pass. You're not going to get extra time to do stuff because you're slower and maybe you're not as strong as maybe a male counterpart can do it. So good on him. Good on the Pennsylvania State Senator, Lindsey Williams. See, we can all get along there. Lindsey, how do you feel about that? We'll see if she has any problems with them raising the standards for men and women to both achieve. And then, of course, if you were watching over the weekend, we talked about it earlier. Of course, the Tesla Nazis out there, they were out burning and looting and, of course, destroying all types of stuff. Tesla terrorists gets busted here on cut number 8. It's amazing how quickly these people turn into the whimpering wussbags they really are in real life. Here's cut number 8. Watch this guy as he completely gets busted. Destroying someone's Tesla. Cut 8.
Free service.
Free service? How about you pay for the repairs? Write a check. You just bought a Tesla.
I can wipe it off with a towel.
No.
It's not
it is a hate crime, sir. It is a hate crime. Did you write a swastika on there?
I'm sorry you're upset.
Did you write a swastika?
It didn't even work. Apparently it doesn't work.
Did you write a swastika on the... It's a key, sir. We see it on the video.
It's not a key.
Is it a swastika?
I was probably putting my keys in my pocket.
Is it a swastika?
Have you looked at your car? Is there a key mark?
Answer the question. Is it a swastika?
That's impossible.
It's at the police right now. It's being fingerprinted.
What do you mean it's being fingerprinted?
Because they're trying to track you down. Thankfully, Facebook tracked you down. So your business, your freaking livelihood, everything now. Because you chose to write so to tell Facebook that you're sorry for writing a swastika on a Tesla.
Listen, I said I'm sorry, and I apologize.
For what?
I have nothing against your car, and I have nothing against
That's what he's sorry about.
So why would you write a swastika on a Tesla?
Obviously, I have something against Elon Musk, but that's not the way to show
Elon Musk owns that car? Because
he owns the company.
It was bought and paid for a long time ago.
That's why it's misguided, and obviously, I did not intend to do this.
All right, we're going to wait for the...
Yeah. That of course.
I didn't intend to put a swastika on your Tesla.
It just happened.
I love it. Sorry, I got caught.
His name was Chad Rittenbaugh. 55. He was identified after he checked into his Planet Fitness gym using his membership card app following the alleged vandalism of the car parked in the gym's lot, according to the probable cause affidavit. So Chad is what they would say, I think, cooked, at least where he lives, because everybody knows now that he's one of these people who decides they're going to take things into their own hands and they're going to destroy other people's property.
Another one who did this, who just got caught, was this guy Ryan Lyle Williams. He's been caught and charged with felony criminal mischief after keying a Tesla Cybertruck in West Fargo, North Dakota. Thanks to X users, the clip went viral ahead of the arrest. And this creep's been arrested as well, and as they all should be.
Yeah, and then I don't know if you saw this one, cut number 9, of this 61-year-old woman being attacked after being cut off. and blocked in by another driver. Check this out. Cut number 9 as it unfolds.
Take a look at this. This is video from the victim's Tesla camera. It shows a green car pulling up to a Tesla on busy Route 66, then swerving in front to box the Tesla in. The driver then walks over to the 61-year-old woman in the Tesla and reportedly starts hitting her while she's sitting behind the wheel. At one point, the woman says she bit the man's hand. Moments later, the passenger of the green car appears to walk over and pull the attacker away. They finally get back in their car and drive off. We spoke to the victim today, who said she was terrified and can't understand why anyone would do this.
I was just stunned, and I wish that I would have had
a gun,
someone with me that would have protected me.
Yeah,
I'm just appalled. I didn't buy my car for a political statement.
Right.
I bought my car because it's really fun to drive, and my politics have nothing to do with that. And I'm ashamed of our society.
Listen to this
and what
part.
they're doing.
The victim, along with the other Tesla owner who received a threatening note and text, have both now signed up for a gun safety course at a gun range north of Flagstaff. They tell us they don't feel safe right now and want to be able to protect themselves.
And there you have it.
Yeah.
Good for them. And, it's amazing because these people are so stupid. It's not like they haven't seen other people get busted for doing this and not realizing, oh, by the way, the Tesla cameras are going to record you, your car, your license plate.
Hello?
Yeah.
People are stupid.
That's called
stupid.
evidence
So
in court.
crazy.
Anyhow, so that's what I got. Kicking it over to KDJ.
All right, very good. Let's go over to KDJ, the host of the Kevin Downey Jr. Show, 9 to 11 weekday mornings on LI News Radio 103.9. And, of course, you see him here on Fridays and sometimes on a Monday as well. KDJ, what's going on?
Thank you, Big D. Well, Friday at the Americaverse warehouse, I mentioned that there were new laws. You can't own ninja swords in England. And I said, you watch, this is going to bite natural-born UK men more than anyone else. And, wow, what do you know? Here it is. Actually, because it's April 1st in England. This is on right now. The Sentencing Council issued new guidelines for harsher penalties for white males over the age of 25 throughout England compared to individuals from ethnic, religious, or other minority groups, including women, particularly pregnant women. Keep an eye on that for a moment. So basically, this is what it is. This is racism. This is replacement. They're charging white men 25 and older, they're giving them more time in jail than they would anyone else. And why? Well, because apparently England's been racist for so long that they have to make up for it by imprisoning men who are white longer than they would anyone else. Keep in mind, folks, 82% of the world's terror attacks are not committed by white dudes from England. All right? That would be the religion of peace is blowing stuff up. Over 50% of the rapes and gang rapes in England, again, not white men from England. It's the same group. But this is a free pass. And as I said, whatever happens there will happen here in 5 years. Okay, I got it wrong again. We're releasing rapists. Boston got busted. They're just walking out. Illegal immigrants. One Haitian illegal immigrant raped a 15-year-old disabled girl. He got out for $500. So it's happening here too. This is happening globally. That means the globalists are doing it. They're the ones, and it's not going to stop until they have to stop. And right now there's nothing going on. Keir Starmer, he's the guy, he's the sits pinkler. Remember that word? It's a man who sits when he pees because he's less than a man. Keir Starmer, he's the one. His party said, we're not going to look into these ungodly rapes committed for 18 years by mostly 85% Pakistani Muslim dudes. They're not going to look into it. He's not doing anything about this. He made a little uproar. He said, well, maybe this is two-tiered justice. Well, actually, you had time to say something, but that time is gone. This rule is here to stay. The Sentencing Council said, nope, we don't need to make any revisions. This is the way it's going to be from now on. Welcome to England, unless you're a white guy from England. And check this out. This really... so there's a tax preparation company. They are called Jackson Hewitt. They were busted teaching illegal immigrants how to cheat the tax system. Keep in mind, illegal immigrants not supposed to be working. Well, most of them are not, and they're not filing taxes. But they had someone coaching people how to get a $14,000 tax refund. This is for illegal immigrants in New York City. They don't work. We're paying for everything they do. We're paying for their food. We're paying for their fancy hotel. We're paying for everything. And this woman working for Jackson Hewitt, passing out pamphlets to people in front of the Roosevelt Hotel, gave it to a journalist and snatched it back, but the journalist got another one, speaks Spanish, was able to translate it. They're referring to the Roosevelt Hotel as the new Ellis Island, which is weird because I don't remember people from Ellis Island coming in, getting paid, and being allowed to commit crimes with near impunity, which our invaders have been able to do, just like in the UK. But now you're going to see, you watch the sentencing. They're coming after those horrific straight white men. Oh, I'm one of those. Despite my beautiful hair, I am completely straight. What? I am. What?
Nothing. Of course you are.
Remember, if you're drunk, it don't make you gay. That's what the truckers always tell me. And truckers would never lie. They keep the nation going.
Right.
They do.
You got a lot of truckers at your shows?
You know what? There's a bar between here and Michigan where Jessica and I, we stop. It's a truck stop, and there's a bar there, and we drink with the truckers probably 3-4 times a year stopping there. But
very good.
And that's where he picked up that little bit of advice.
7 times.
Right.
I will wrap it up for a Monday when we get back right after this.
Hour live from Studio 6B on a Monday night. I want to thank everybody for joining us. Of course, we'll be back each and every night. Friday, we'll be at the America's First Warehouse, 8 to 10, right here, Real America's Voice. Mike Crispy will join us on Friday night from the America's First Warehouse. He's the host of the brand new show called Last Call. I'll be right here on Real America's Voice Saturdays at 8 p.m., so you don't want to miss that. He'll join us on Friday, so it'll be a fun Friday night over at the warehouse with Joe the Box and all of the great people over there as well. We should have the whole, I think we'll have the whole full cast there. So
full cast of characters?
Full cast of characters. Friday night, so we'll have some beats over there.
I'll sit in the cheap seats.
Maybe some bourbon for a slickster.
Yep, with the bourbon.
Let's do the news, and of course we got to start the news here on a Friday night with our Daily Epstein Update. Let's go to Rick Delgado with our Epstein Update of the day. Rick Delgado, take it away.
All right, Damon. Well, I know you've been anxiously waiting for this all day, so let's get to it. Here's our daily update from the Attorney General herself, Pam Bondi.
Wow.
All right, there's your daily Epstein file update, arrest update for the Epstein files for today.
I don't know if you can read between the lines there.
For a Monday, March 31st.
Yeah.
We will check back tomorrow, April 1st. You could imagine what the update will be tomorrow night on April 1st. But let's do the news and hear what that is, Rick Delgado. What else is going on?
All right, real quick, I got a couple of real quick clips here for you, Damon. Coming from the weekend shows with Leslie Stahl on 60 Minutes, of course, interviewing some of the freed hostages that were taken hostage by Hamas when they invaded and terrorized the people of Israel. Here she is. This is this is Leslie being Leslie. Probably an example of the worst person in the world you could think of. Leslie Stahl, cut number 4. Here she is asking this one hostage about what it was like to, were they hungry, or was everybody hungry? Were the hostage takers hungry? Watch this, and then just try not to punch your TV. Cut 4.
The terrorists became very mean and very cruel and violent.
More so.
Much more so. They were beating me and starving me.
Do you think they starved you, or they just didn't have food?
Oh. No, I think they starved me, and they would often eat in front of me and not offer me food.
Oh, wow. That is the way the twisted, demented, poisoned mind of the left thinks. Were you being starved, or were they starving right along with you? No. They were starving him on purpose, you dolt. That, again, an example of the worst of humanity is right there in the decrepit face of Leslie Stahl. But she wasn't done yet. Here she is talking to freed hostage Yarden Bibas, trying to get him to say something negative to about President Trump. But, of course, that didn't happen. Poor Leslie, let down once again. Sir, no. Leslie Stahl, everybody. Cut 7.
If you could say something to President Trump, what would you say?
Please stop this war and help bring all the hostages back.
And you think he can help?
I know he can help. I'm here because of Trump. I'm here only because of him.
Yeah. He's there only because of President Trump, because we all know President Walking Cadaver did nothing during the entire time when he was in office.
I mean, that question of hers is so vile. Mm-hmm. And just insidious. And it is amazing she has been allowed to do this for as long as she has. And nobody in her industry ever says boo about her behavior.
Because they all love that.
It is just stunning. Same thing with the Hunter Biden exchange she had with the laptop with Trump. The self-aggrandizing, self-importance. I know more than everybody. God, what a repulsive human she is.
Yeah. Totally disgusting.
This is their narrative, though. Remember, a Washington Post called al-Baghdadi an austere religious leader after Trump blew him into spare parts. The first thing they said, and this is a guy who helped kill Americans.
Yeah.
This is their narrative, and they're not going to stick it up.
Nope.
They're not going to give it up.
Yeah. So that's what I got for you, Damon.
All right, Delgado, 9 minutes till the hour. Let's do a little more sports before we wrap it up, and then we'll see if KDJ has anything left on his radar here. Slick Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell, of course. LFS6B is the promo code to use. What else is going on in sports?
All right, BD, just one score update right now. UConn leading USC 26-19, 4:54 to go in quarter two. Sarah Strong for the Huskies leading all scorers with 15 points. Pretty dominating game for that young lady. So 26-19, UConn looking to move on in the women's Final Four bracket. And it's all over in Austin, Texas. Travis County Center Rodeo Austin has wrapped up over the weekend. All around cowboy is the great Stetson Wright. We know Stetson, $25,330 he picked up for saddle bronc and bull riding. Bareback final went to Tana Oss, 91 points on Diamond G Rodeo's Good Girl, $10,340 there. And steer wrestling, that went to Will Loomis, 3.8 seconds. Team roping went to Sile Dennison and Lane Mitchell, 4.9 seconds. Saddle bronc winner was Quentin Taylor, 90 points on Butler and Son Rodeos. Hammerstone tie down went to Tough Cooper, 8.5 seconds. Bull riding winner was Wasey Shala, 91.5 points on Butler and Son Rodeo. Gangster Walk, total payout on the rodeo, $556,660 buckaroos. And just one more, Big D. Trump says he gave Tiger Woods' blessing to date Vanessa Trump. Let them both be happy. Trump believes the Russia collusion investigation eroded the marriage between his son and Vanessa Trump. This is Jackson Thompson of Fox News reporting. President Donald Trump weighed in on the romance between his ex-daughter-in-law, Vanessa Trump, and his golf buddy, Tiger Woods, for the first time on Monday. Trump told reporters in the Oval Office that Woods reached out to the president months ago to inform him of the golfer's romance with Vanessa, and Trump gave his blessing. He told me about it, and I said, Tiger, that's good. That's good. I'm very happy for both, but they just let them both be happy. Let them both be happy. They are both great, Trump said. Trump also spoke about Vanessa's previous marriage with his son Donald Trump Jr. and suggested that the Russia collusion investigation during the president's first term impacted the marriage. I happen to think the relationship with my son, I happen to think the relationship was hurt very badly by the witch hunt that went on, Russia, and all the crap that they put on through who knew nothing about it, Trump said. But Vanessa and Don have had a very good relationship. They have incredible children and five incredible children. They are good, all good athletes, all great students alike, right? And they broke up, quite a while ago, and which was to me very sad because I think they are both right. The Robert Mueller special counsel, well, we know all that, but President Trump weighing in on that. So he gave his blessing to Tiger Woods. So there we go, Big D. And that's a wrap in sports.
All right,
back to you.
Very good. KDJ, anything else on your radar?
Yeah, this one really steams my clams. This is California, of course. They've got something now called the Luigi Mangione Access to Healthcare Act. And what this is, they're trying to make this a law that would ban any healthcare insurance company from. They said that you can't delay. There's important words: delay, deny, or modify any medical procedure. In other words, they want to trans kids, and they don't want the healthcare companies to stop paying for it.
And they want to name it after a murderer.
They want to name it after a murderer, and they include the words delay, deny, because he scratched that onto some of the bullet casings, and it says you can't stop it, you can't delay or deny any procedure that could result in disability, death, amputation, permanent disfigurement, loss or reduction of any bodily function. So this is about transgender surgeries, without a doubt, and named after Luigi Mangione, who killed the CEO of that healthcare company, and the left made him a hero. Now they've got a future law named after him.
Unbelievable. One update from Doge. We saw that video to start hour 2. Doge tonight says for the past 4 weeks, Social Security has been executing a major cleanup of their records. Approximately 9.9 million number holders, all listed age 120 plus, have now been marked deceased. Another 2 million to go. So some progress. As always, we salute our military, active and inactive, police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, everybody on the front lines protecting us, all emergency personnel, all our truckers, all our farmers. Thanks, guys, on the show. Aaron, Fran, great job as always. Most of all, thank you. Live from Studio 6B audience. We'll see you tomorrow night. Live from Studio 6B, 8 p.m. right here, Real America's Voice. We'll see you then.
a toddler got kicked out of a UK nursery for being transphobic. I wasn't sure that toddlers could do that. Also, turns out illegals are getting a lot more than we thought. Actually, no, we knew it was happening, but the libs said, no, they're not getting social security numbers. Elon Musk unveiled that over the weekend. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point tonight. My name is Jobob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point tonight. Now, remember, you can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. You can email us whether you agree with everything we're saying or you're wrong. Doesn't matter. You can email. Glenn is going to read every single email that gets sent to that inbox. So tpt@tpusa.com. Now, before we bring our panel in, I want to talk about this almost hilarious, because of how ridiculous it is, and completely ironic story coming out of Wisconsin. There's a lot of talk about the Wisconsin Supreme Court, and this is one of the reasons why that election is so important. Last year, the Wisconsin Supreme Court, get this, said that Catholic charities were not going to be exempt from paying state unemployment tax because they, I'm not kidding, weren't religious enough. Yes, the charities that operated under the umbrella of the Catholic Church weren't religious enough, and therefore the Wisconsin Supreme Court said their activities are secular in nature, and they neither attempt to imbue program participants with the Catholic faith nor supply any religious materials. In other words, the Wisconsin Supreme Court, that is now run by libs in a 4-3 majority, said, well, the Catholic Church, their charities aren't religious enough. They're not disseminating religious information. Therefore, they don't get this tax exemption. Now, in the Catholic Church's charity organization, the charities in question are ones that deal with adults with developmental delays and are open to all people and not just Catholics. So in effect, the state of Wisconsin has basically said, well, you don't have enough doctrine in what you're doing as a charity. Instead, all you're doing is, showing the love of Christ, which, oh my gosh, that's such a terrible thing. The ironic part about this is now in front of the Supreme Court. And if the Supreme Court says, well, they aren't actually displaying enough of their religious affiliation in their nonprofits, these people in Wisconsin who hate the church so much might make it a legal requirement for charities affiliated with Christian religious organizations to tell people about Jesus. I'll give you a point on that. I think we're going to be cool with that. I think that's going to be okay. Here to comment on that and so much more is the host of A Daily Pop, Adrian Gray, and Turning Point USA contributor Anthony Watson. Guys, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us on.
Adrian, we'll start with you. I think this is a super interesting development in the way kind of the Supreme Court looks at free speech and whether or not the Wisconsin state libs can target Christian organizations. Now, in your sense, right, the whole point is to help people, and whether or not your Catholic symbol or cross symbol or any religious symbol is affiliated with the charities, the whole point is that it's a charity helping people. How weird is this kind of decision by the Wisconsin Supreme Court?
Absolutely. This is completely odd, but this is exactly why the race that's going on in Wisconsin is exactly so important in this moment. The next thing they're going to say is that the Pope is just a secular motivational speaker. This is a dangerous path. As somebody who comes from a donor family, the University of Notre Dame better watch out, because if Catholic Charities is not Catholic, they're going to have to get a rebrand that says they're the Secular University of South Bend. And like I said, that's not something we want to see. It's very dangerous.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting. Arguments were heard in front of the Supreme Court today. It seemed like the justices were leaning like, hey, you can't do this, and it feels like you're targeting Christian organizations, which, Anthony, is what I'd love to ask you about. Kind of this whole idea stems from a bunch of the libs saying, well, we need to get rid of religion and Christianity specifically in modern culture. Obviously, there's pushback from the religious folks out there, but at the same time, they're making headway in so many different ways. What do we have to do to make sure we can maintain a Judeo-Christian value-based society?
Well, the only way to maintain any type of Judeo-Christian value system is by being people that are involved in the communities. Because what the left does, they take everything that they don't want, they rebrand it, redefine it, and then try to push it with every kind of resource behind it so that people now have to accept it. Because if you don't, you lose funding. If you don't, you lose this and that. This isn't the first time in history that the church has been under attack, and it's still standing. These are the things that Christ told us about when he said we're going to be facing persecution. I really want to see, now that they're attacking the Catholic Church, if they're going to go as far as to telling black churches that that's not church service, it's just cookouts in pews. We'll see what happens next. But overall, the big thing that you see here is the church. It shows that the church is pivotal in the communities and how young people, how adults, and how families are shaped to now actually make a community that actually can withstand all of the pushback that they're getting now.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'd love for them to go into a Southern black church and be like, hey, you guys are not actually religious enough. Which, again, to the response would be like, oh, okay, we'll be more religious, I guess. Like, what do you want from us to do? So it's fascinating. One of the other plans that the libs use to degrade society is this. Elon was at a rally in Wisconsin talking about the same Wisconsin Supreme Court, but an election coming up that I'm sure everybody here already knows about. But at that event, he uncovered this, which I thought was fascinating, regarding illegals getting Social Security numbers. Go ahead and play this clip.
When we saw these numbers, we were like, what is this? In 21, you see 270,000 people, goes all the way to 2.1 million in 24. These are non-citizens that are getting Social Security numbers.
Yeah, this is a mind-blowing chart.
Yeah, just this literally blew us away. Like, we went there to find fraud, and we found this by accident. And this isn't political, by the way. My parents are immigrants. Yeah, this country's been great to us. My brother and sister all born in Spain. I'm pro-legal immigration. This is not political. This is not political. This is about America and the future of America.
Wow, so 2.1 million illegals got Social Security numbers just last year. But that's so weird. I feel like all the libs have been saying, no, that's not happening. They're not getting driver's licenses or Social Security numbers or registering to vote. Adrian, at what point do the average American people kind of recognize, hey, this has been going on a long time? They've said this is not going to happen, and then it happens. They said it's not going to happen, and then it happens. At what point do the American people recognize that and start saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't be giving illegals Social Security numbers?
Yeah, I think that time is now, and this is giving social insecurity, if I'm going to be honest with you. This is, in my opinion, diluting the American dream, okay? The American dream was built on hard work and success and a legal pathway to do so. So it should be insulting to all the Americans out there.
Yeah. It's interesting, too. I remember last week on Brett Baer's interview with Elon Musk and a bunch of his Doge team, they were saying like 40% of calls into the Social Security office are fraudulent or people trying to steal Social Security numbers. So I don't understand the idea that making Social Security more efficient is bad for America in some way, shape, or form. Anthony, so in California, registering to vote, you pretty much just need an address. Actually, you don't even need an address, and a Social Security number, which you also don't technically need. It's in an optional section when you register to vote in the state of California. How many of these people that got into the country illegally and then Social Security numbers specifically from the Biden administration, again, 2.1 million just last year, do we think are actually in the voting system? What I think I'm saying is there's no way the number is zero, right?
Oh, it's definitely not zero, but I go even further to say that even if it's just one voter that's taking Social Security illegally, one is how it starts to now open the floodgates for everyone else to now start getting on the train that now starts breaking the system. I think President Trump said it in his debate when Biden was saying like, oh, we're going to get everyone on Social Security. And he was just like, yeah, he beat Social Security. He beat it to death. It doesn't mean anything. You have Americans that can't get the paychecks that they need through Social Security because you have an influx of people that are on it. And the only reason that people brought people on there to get on Social Security was to secure the election. And it wasn't until the Supreme Court came out in last summer and said, if you are not a citizen, it is illegal for you to vote in our elections. That's when everyone started campaigning. And that's when the trail started shifting, because now they couldn't rely on all the people that they overloaded in sanctuary cities, that they put in all the charity centers and community centers and inner cities and all the places like New York City of all places where Mayor Adams came out and said, we don't have the money to actually support everyone that's here. So it's proven that it's not there. And 2.1 million people, it's just like, that's just the tip of the iceberg that they found. And like you heard it there, it's like, we stumbled on this by accident, but we're glad that we found it. And so it was one of those things that was swept under the rug until when people opened the room that they actually had to start cleaning out, they couldn't walk around it because they kept tripping over it. And now it's out and exposed. So now it's finally being dealt with and taken care of.
Yeah, and it's this kind of comes back on the heels of that New York Supreme Court state ruling that said, well, no, you can't. You have to be a citizen to vote in New York City, because New York City was trying to make it that anybody can vote in their election so long as they lived in New York. Adrian Gray, Anthony Watson will be back to talk more news of the day in just a little bit, including that story about a toddler getting suspended from a UK nursery, which is crazy. Also, we're going to check in with White House news correspondent Monica Page at the White House. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Wow is on sale now at Cabinets to Go.
It's our buy one, get one free sale. Get your dream kitchen for as low as just $159 a month. Hurry, this buy one, get one free sale ends soon.
Cabinets to Go. Wow for less.
Did you know that somebody could literally steal your house? Yeah, that is a thing that happens. It is when a criminal forges your signature on one document, uses one fake notary stamp, and then spends about $30, $40 with the county recorder. They then take out loans using your home equity as collateral. And the worst part of it is, you don't even know it's happening until you start getting collections and foreclosure notices. Most people don't check on their home title, because why would you feel like you needed to? But this right here is why you need to use Home Title Lock. They have a $1 million triple lock protection that helps keep your home and equity safe. It includes 24/7 monitoring with protection immediately, urgent alerts in case there's any changes in your title. Then if fraud does happen, they have a US-based restoration team that will spend up to $1 million to fix the fraud and restore your title.
Find out if you're already a victim. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now.
I'm Richard Karn, and I love my hose. It ain't those old hoses. This is my hose. The new Pocket Hose Copper Bullet, now infused with real copper, so your water is always clean and lead-free. Just turn on the water and watch your hose grow and grow. And when you turn off the water, away it goes. Our new inner tube uses 3 layers of high-strength latex on the inside. Then it's wrapped in a new polymer filament jacket, 3 times stronger than the other hoses. But my favorite part of our new hose build? The oversized, easy-to-grip fittings. Get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copper Bullet today for only $29.99. But wait, call now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. This is an exclusive release of our newest Pocket Hose. Order now.
Call 1-800-449-7172. That's 1-800-449-7172. Or visit copperbullet.hose.com. Order now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. My name is Jobob. Thanks so much for sticking with us. Right now, it is time to check in with Turning Point's White House correspondent, Monica Page at the White House. Monica, thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me, Jobob. As always love coming on.
So the tariff talk has been a huge topic of conversation throughout the entire administration. Now, there's big tariffs set to happen tomorrow or the day afterward. Actually, let our viewers know why it's not tomorrow, specifically April 1st.
Well, hello from a very windy White House here, right outside the Oval Office, where there is a Marine standing right outside, which means President Trump is in there. He has been in there all morning, all afternoon. He is getting ready for April 2nd. Now, you mentioned it's not going to be April 1st. Now, President Trump said it himself explicitly. He didn't want it to be on April 1st and be this announcement of these tariffs because he didn't want people to think it'd be an April Fool's joke. That is exactly what he said just a couple months ago when he was kind of previewing the tariffs were coming at some point within this administration, within the first 100 days of his administration. So it will be on April 2nd. He's also dubbed it as Liberation Day, where we are going to be having more opportunities to invest in America. And President Trump's blueprint has really been simple when it comes to these tariffs. If you invest in foreign countries, you invest in a country that's not America, it's going to cost a little bit more. But if you invest here in the United States, the president is giving a little bit more incentive for you to do that through deregulations, through making things a little bit cheaper, made in America. You want to support the country that you're living in. So, I mean, these are all positive things, no matter which way the media really tries to spin it.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see, and I wonder too, we've seen a lot of these tariffs kind of get pushed to a later date. It kind of sounds like that's not going to happen here. And also the whole tariff conversation is making some interesting bedfellows. The United Auto Workers Union came out, who historically has not supported conservatives at all. Can you kind of talk about how the administration is kind of either welcoming these new factions or how are they handling that?
Sure. President Trump welcoming this with open arms. It's very interesting. The United Auto Workers CEO, Sean Fain, came out and in support of these tariffs. It's a very good thing. It's giving these companies initiative to invest and grow in the United States. And God forbid, if something were to hit the fan here in the United States, we could rely on our own supply, our own resources in order to keep things afloat, instead of relying on places like China and relying on places overseas for maybe our resources to make these cars or for cars in general, because the auto sector is huge when it comes to these tariffs as well. So this will give so many opportunities here, small businesses as well, an opportunity to really succeed and thrive. Tax cuts, the president has also been pushing here in the United States if you want to start your business here, or if you even want to grow your business here in the United States. So you not only have the auto sector, but you have plenty of other industries here in the United States. I was reading a New York Post article just this afternoon regarding the fashion industry and how a lot of our clothes are made cheaply overseas through Shein, through Temu. No more of that. Everything should be homegrown, better for jobs, better for our own economy, and really just boosting the domestic growth itself.
Yeah, and also people, I think, recognize, too, that products made outside the country that are shipped in are usually crap. They fall apart, your clothes rip, it's just garbage. American-made things are just better in general. So that'll be really interesting to see, who gets brought into the fold of MAGA America with these tariffs. And, obviously we'll probably talk about this more as the week continues. Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Jobob. And definitely keep an eye on for April 2nd, President Trump making this big announcement from the Rose Garden right here at the White House. So we'll be sure to share with you some of that important news, and definitely going to be a big day for the country.
Not an April Fool's joke. Monica, thanks.
Yes.
It'll be really interesting to see how those tariffs that are going to be coming out over the course of this week actually affect really everything that's going on. And we'll obviously check in with Monica as often as we can. This story I thought was fascinating. This is not happening in the United States yet. And that is the problem. You have a bunch of libs across the planet, really, trying to force nonsense down everyone's throat. And that nonsense, manifests itself in ways like this. A toddler, someone aged 2 to 3 and whose identity is specifically being withheld for privacy reasons, which I totally understand, was expelled from a nursery school in the UK for the inability to believe a transgender person is actually real male or female, according to the parents. Let's bring our panel back in to discuss this. Adrian Gray and Anthony Watson are here to talk with us. So this, at a certain point, ridiculous becomes so ridiculous that it's I don't want to say even almost funny, because that's my natural inclination, but this is just crazy. It's maddening that a toddler, by the way, I have a toddler. She doesn't know what anything is. And actually, let me rephrase that. She knows what is and doesn't have the capacity to understand what isn't. In other words, if she sees a boy, she says, boy. boy. And if she sees a girl, she says girl. Adrian, this is a level that I didn't know people could sink to, having a toddler being expelled from a school because they weren't accepting of gender inclusivity.
Yeah, this is wild. As a boy mom myself, obviously this struck a chord with me, but it's like, peekaboo, you're canceled. These kids should be focusing on learning the ABCs, not the LGBTQA plus alphabet. You know, we're supposed to be prioritizing these things, learning colors, counting, but these butt-hurt liberals are obsessed with transphobia. It's their new hill that they're dying on, you know, but children should be focused on playing with Play-Doh and not having these adults molding their young minds to fit their ideologies and narrative. It's sick, and they're obsessed.
I wonder if in lib families they sing LGBTQIA 2 plus 4 6 G 12Z. I don't know the rest of the words. The acronym is too long. But Anthony, your thoughts, again, being around, so you're around a lot of students, Turning Point students, which is fantastic. But even at some of these kids in like even your elementary schools don't even understand the concept. What does this mean to do this to a toddler?
Oh man, because every toddler carefully crafts their socio-political ideologies between snack time and nap time. Next, you're going to read out of the UK, breaking news, preschooler gets expelled for insider trading with applesauce. What you're seeing right here is a well-crafted attack on the family, because now what this does is it forces parents like yourselves to now garnish your child behind closed doors to be like, now, if you want to go to school, you have to make sure that if Tommy says he's a girl, you have to call him she. And what that happens now is that, like, you know, it puts pressure on the parents at home, because now their child may get kicked out of school. Any school that they want to enroll their kid into, that's going to be on their record as some sort of crime. When a kid literally at that young age doesn't know the difference, because there is no difference. It's male or female. It's XX or XY, and it shouldn't be anything else. All this LGBTQ plus IA, the gay BCs, whatever you want to mix this Molotov cocktail of frustration of, I ain't sipping the Kool-Aid. And so everybody else is now trying to play the game just for societal pressures that literally in the end start breaking the family apart, which is why you see a bunch of teenagers and young adults now separated from their family because of the peer pressure they get at school, because their home foundation isn't secure. You know, by all means and by every means necessary, parents need to now start at any cost taking charge to make sure that their kids are raised right. It's not about growing up. Growing up is when you take the influence from wherever you find it relatable, even if it's bad for you. But when you're raised, that's when your parents, through all the adversity, through all the challenges, through all the trials, teach you the things that inevitably become a part of your DNA that you don't change from. And if it's happening there, everyone over here is like, well, that'll never happen here. But in certain ways it is. Look at all the stories that happened with all the people in daycares that were dressing up these little boys in dresses just because they felt like trying them on. And they didn't do it when the parents came in and said, don't you dare put my son in a dress. I don't care what he says. I don't want that. And if you do that again, this is what's going to happen to you. And it needs to be more of that.
Yeah. So you mentioned throwing a Molotov cocktail into reality. Speaking of Molotov cocktails and the type of person that would want the whole transgender ideology crap put in schools are all the people that are probably attacking all of these institutions that we have here in the States. A GOP office in Albuquerque, New Mexico was firebombed with a Molotov cocktail over the weekend. And also Tesla showrooms continue to see attack after attack after attack. Now, I really don't want to make light about this because this is, in my opinion, and in the opinion of the Attorney General, domestic terrorism. But I did want to show this clip from a protest outside of a Tesla showroom. Anthony, specifically, I'd like you to watch, take notes, and then we'll ask for your assessment after this. Watch this. No way that Elon Musk can stand the power of a coordinated dance. I didn't see this the first time watching this, but the lady with literally the swastika on a sign doing the electric slide. Yeah, gee, man, I wonder if the Allies had just done that, maybe we wouldn't have needed to storm the beaches at Normandy. We could have just danced the Germans out of France. Holy cow. Anthony, first of all, why do libs always have to resort to dance battles? And two, as a dancer yourself, can you critique their dance moves?
Well, I won't even desecrate the legacy of the electric slide with that. That's the swastika shuffle, we'll call it. But what you see here is a group of oxymorons that don't know the difference between reality and what's fake, because these are the same people that were protesting for the Green New Deal and getting rid of carbon emissions. And here came Tesla, and here they are protesting in front of a Tesla shop. But yet, if all of these green, like weed smoking hippies actually took a step into reality to actually see the damage that one lithium battery can cause to hundreds of acres of green land around them, they wouldn't be supporting it in the first place. And these are the same people that march for Palestine. And then, they're saying that Elon Musk is a Nazi, but if he's a Nazi, shouldn't they be hand in hand as allies since they're all against Israel right now? These are things that most people don't really think about that actually end debates. And, when you can't win over with words, you win them over with your dance moves.
Yeah. Maybe Adrian, in my 30 seconds I got left here, should conservatives take to the dance floor to combat the woke ideology of the libs? Is that gonna work out well in our favor?
I don't think so. I think we're just better at winning debates and winning elections. But what Anthony said is exactly right. And if I could just point out that blowing up an EV battery is about the dumbest thing you could do on Earth. If you are for the environment, we've learned how toxic that actually is.
Yeah, that's the irony there is lost on them. But again, so is reality. Adrian Gray, Anthony Watson, thank you guys so much for joining us today here on Turning Point Tonight. We'll have you back as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Hey, coming up here on Turning Point tonight, we've got an awesome clip from Turning Point and Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast, as well as MAGA Monday coming up right after that. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spills? They're no problem for Bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get Horsepower Bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces?
I think as my hearing loss has gotten worse, I'm not as engaging as I was before.
Then it might be time to consider nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Recent changes in the law have allowed for over-the-counter hearing aids sold direct and shipped to your home, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands.
The fact that you're able to go direct, the pricing was phenomenal. It just was a win-win all the way around.
Nano hearing aids are incredibly affordable and deliver outstanding high-quality volume with superior noise reduction.
When you put nanos in your ears, it truly amazes me that you can hear so much better.
Don't mistake nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are lightweight and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. And best of all, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries.
They are so small and so powerful. Just makes my life so much better.
Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Order now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $397. You get a free portable charging case, a $79 value, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, and free shipping. Plus, all Nanos come with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Try them, and if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Just so easy, so affordable. Just go ahead and do it.
Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order now and you'll get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Call and order your Nano hearing aids right now and get all the benefits of being able to hear again without having to spend thousands.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
What did you find as a holistic veterinarian that owners are doing on average to help their dogs live longer? I mean, you brought up the diet and things, but were there specific things like, oh, these dogs were really high and like they ate a lot of beef, or chicken was really good for them, or always filtered water, or things like that?
So in Bobby's situation, and in fact, all of the dogs in the Forever Dog book that Rodney interviewed, all of those dogs were eating some fresh food, meaning human foods that their owners were giving to them from the fridge. Not necessarily from the table, because, we're not trying to create a bunch of begging dogs, but every single dog that we researched, they had the ability to consume fresh fruits, veggies, and fresh meats. In Bobby's situation, he consumes fish almost daily. One of his meals is very high DHA EPA. And we know that dogs need a lot of those long chain omega-3 fatty acids, not just for good skin and coat, but to manage inflammation. And what's frustrating is that pet foods in North America, they're not required to add DHA and EPA to the food. So most dogs eating commercially available kibble are omega-3 fatty acid deficient. And then that plays into inflammation and immune health as well long-term. So yeah, I think that many of these dogs that we looked at were eating fresh food diets that were low in complex carbohydrates. So not a lot of corn, wheat, rice. Dogs are scavenging carnivores and cats are obligate carnivores. So their primary mainstay of their diets are meat and clean meat.
Is the reason we're putting so much grain and corn into conventional pet food in America is because we have these subsidized crops and all this extra stuff, we have to put it somewhere?
Yeah.
So it's interesting to me because when I hear you talk about what is wrong with the pet food industry, so much of it to me mirrors what we talk about in the MAHA movement, the Make America Healthy Again movement for humans. Mm-hmm. We need to get these chemicals out of our food, no more ultra processed food, etc. So would you say we almost need an arm of MAHA for pets?
We absolutely need to be thinking about why our dogs and cats are dying of chronic degenerative diseases at epidemic levels. Dogs and cats are no longer dying of infectious diseases where, we're not having these plagues. Parvo doesn't wipe out millions of dogs anymore, thank goodness. The downside is the number one cause of death for dogs in America, cancer and degenerative diseases, right? We're seeing more allergies, autoimmune disease, organ failure, cancer than ever before.
Okay, now see, this is juicy because how is it that is happening identical, the chronic disease crisis exploding with human Americans, and it's also at the same time you're saying exploding for pets?
Yes.
It's the food.
It's the food, absolutely. And even one step more horrible, you talk a lot about why humans, in fact, every pediatrician, every doctor, every common sense human knows that we should be minimizing our consumption of ultra-processed foods. Veterinarians around the world are the last group of health and wellness professionals still advocating that the only thing we should be feeding. Conventional veterinarians are recommending only feeding ultra-processed foods from birth till death. Veterinarians are beautiful humans with amazing hearts, and they have gone to veterinary school, just like young kids going to medical school, and they are taught that the only safe food that has been nutritionally complete and balanced for dogs and cats is ultra-processed food. And so they're just coming out of veterinary school as brand new doctors and parroting what they were taught in school, which is, I don't know about homemade diets or fresh food diets or raw meat diets, and I didn't learn about that in school. I think we should just stick with feeding ultra-processed foods from birth to death. So there is, thankfully, in the last 15 years, a growing movement of wise, open-minded veterinarians that are like, this does not make sense for my body. This doesn't make sense for my family's body. And now that I think about it, it doesn't make sense for my patients. But those are veterinarians that are evolving and learning and applying what they learned after veterinary school. In the US, there are 33 vet schools, all of them sponsored by big kibble companies.
It's exactly with human food. Exactly the same scenario.
If Big Pharma were sponsoring medical school pharmacology class, that is a direct conflict of interest.
Oh, yeah, it is. All this is happening.
And in veterinary schools, every single vet school is sponsored by Purina or a Mars company, Science Diet. They're sponsored by an ultra-processed pet food company. And of course, there's a conflict of interest. Every single one of those ultra-processed pet food companies do not produce any fresh, human-grade, species-appropriate living food diets. They don't make those foods. They're too expensive to produce. They're marketing to our next generation of veterinarians, and certainly 30 years ago when I went to vet school, the only category of foods that was discussed in my 6-month nutrition course, which in some veterinary schools can be elective. You can graduate as a veterinarian never taking any course in small animal nutrition. So as vets graduate, they're brilliant kids who don't know anything about food. And they certainly don't know anything about biologically appropriate foods because it's not being taught in schools.
What are biologically appropriate foods for dogs?
Dogs and cats do not have a carbohydrate requirement. They have a fiber requirement, but they don't need corn, rice, soy. They don't need this abundance of starchy, high carb, high glycemic foods. And yet, when you look at the volume, the amount of carbohydrates in the vast majority of pet foods in the US, they're 50% carbs, 60% carbs, 70% carbs. And then you wonder why all of our dogs and cats are fat, lethargic. They're struggling with obesity. Over 60% of dogs and cats in the US are struggling with weight issues.
You are kidding.
It mirrors the human obesity epidemic. Yes.
I didn't know it was that high.
It is over 60%.
That is absurd.
The frustration is fresh living, biologically appropriate foods with a significantly lower glycemic index. Lean meats would be the appropriate thing to nourish our dogs and cats with. Now, do we want to make sure that we're following a recipe to make sure that we are meeting our pets' individual needs for trace minerals, nutrients, DHA, EPA, calcium, phosphorus? Of course. But to assume that the entire veterinary industry is saying that pet parents, owners are incapable of nourishing their dogs and cats themselves is really untrue and takes away our ability to make good choices because we're relying then on the pet food industry to tell us the truth about the products that they're making.
Is all commercial pet food bad?
No. In fact, thankfully, in the last 15 years, we have this flood in of fresher foods that are made with USDA inspected and passed ingredients that are biologically appropriate for dogs and cats. Now, are they significantly more expensive than the rendered inappropriate carb-based ultra-processed little kibbles that we're used to feeding? Yeah, a lot more, because we're going from terrible quality food to excellent quality food. Just like, why is it that organic apples cost 3 times what terrible junk food costs? It's frustrating. So pet parents are not used to looking at the price tag associated with really good quality human grade, biologically appropriate food. They're not used to it, which is why homemade diets are becoming so popular. Veterinarians are very anti-homemade diets because people guess on recipes and they guess wrong. That's one of the reasons that we wrote a cookbook, is we wanted to be able to give people nutritionally complete and balanced recipes that are biologically appropriate, that your vet can look at the entire nutritional analysis and say, okay, you're meeting your pet's minimum nutritional requirement needs. And that's a possibility. We don't want people to guess in the kitchen, but we also want people to be able to relax. And when you open up that fridge and you see those dented blueberries, of course you can pop one to your dog. If you're cutting off little pieces of meat and you have a kitty there begging for meat, of course you can share your human grade leftovers with your dogs and cats. The number of foods that are truly toxic for dogs and cats are very few. No grapes and raisins, no onions, no macadamia nuts. Now, macadamias don't have a specific toxin, but they're high in fat, so they can cause some GI upset. And chocolate.
Yeah.
Don't feed those things to your dogs and cats. Everything else in moderation is a great idea. And that's one of the things that I'm really passionate about, is helping pet parents relax and have way less anxiety about feeding their animals fresher foods, because they have to be given permission to be able to do that. There's so much misinformation between websites and conventionally trained veterinarians that literally people are stuck in fear, not wanting to feed anything other than ultra-processed food for an animal's whole life. And what that just denies them is the ability to experience what real living foods can do for the body.
What if you could tackle your dog's itching, mushy poops, and low energy? Millions of pet parents are raving about Dr. Marty Nature's Blend.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues.
I'm Dr. Marty. I've been a veterinarian for more than 50 years. The dangerous ingredients added to many pet foods could be impacting your dog's lifespan. That's why I formulated Nature's Blend.
Now you can feed your dog wholesome cuts of real meat, vegetables, and fruit with no artificial preservatives or fillers. Try Dr. Marty risk-free. Go to drmartypets.com/TV.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity.
Many people don't know this has happened until long after it's done.
You as the homeowner think you still own a house. 3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
Messes happen every day in every way, but who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra powerful suction. Watch as it effortlessly crushes this large bottle. This is a small but mighty duck, making it quick and easy to clean any mess. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places. It's smaller than a water bottle, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again.
I used to have to drag out this huge thing they call a portable vacuum cleaner. Now I keep the duck in my kitchen drawer and I clean up messes in 2 seconds.
The turbocharged motor is engineered to create a powerful vortex of suction, while the HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. We attach the duck to this tube, and the powerful suction lifts the water all the way to the top. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust and screws in the workshop. Plus, it's rechargeable. Got messy pets? Duck powerfully picks up pet hair from anywhere and cleans around that dish in a flash. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. Clean seats, the floor, and deep into those hard-to-reach places. Other bulky hand vacs sell for up to $150, but get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube to get into tough spots like under appliances, the crevice nozzle to reach into those quacks and crevices, and the soft brush nozzle to vacuum gently with no scratches. You'll get the Duck with all the deluxe attachments, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low, low price. So don't delay. Duck it up today.
To order, call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckvac.com. So call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckvac.com. Order now.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. My name is Jobob. Thank you so much for tuning in. So we get so many emails and texts and Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Rumble comments that's sometimes difficult to go through. But like I said, Glenn goes through every single comment, message, anything of these literally several 100,000 that we've gotten in the course of the last couple months. So you can email us, tpt@tpusa.com, or comment on Facebook, YouTube, wherever you're watching this. You should be on the RAV website or X, but people watch in different fashions. So anywhere you're looking at us, tpt@tpusa.com. You can email whether you agree or whether you're wrong. Doesn't matter if your email is disgusting and gross. There's a good chance we'll actually read it on the show. Today's email comes from, I actually think this was a YouTube comment. It comes from Denise saying, is AOC really the Democrats' choice for the next presidential election? She's been touring with Bernie, drawing huge crowds. Really? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. And the question marks go on probably to infinity. To that, I would say, gosh, I hope so. Not because I think AOC has any good ideas. I don't think that. What I think is if AOC were the actual presidential candidate for the Democrat Party, whoever the conservative candidate was, if it was a stool, they would probably win. And that, I think, is good news for conservatives. Now, I don't necessarily want to underestimate the energy in that movement, because if you haven't seen this, we haven't really talked about it a ton. Bernie and AOC are pulling really big crowds in some really interesting places. So we shouldn't just completely ignore it, because there is actual momentum there. But at the same time, considering the policies of the far left versus even the center left, they are so far outside of the realm of possibility for average everyday libs that I think the conservative candidate wins 50 states if AOC is at the top of the ticket. Actually, you know what? Put AOC at the top of the ticket, then go with David Hogg, the guy who said he's too extreme for American politics and is now the vice chair of the DNC. That's a great idea. libs. Before we get to MAGA Monday, I do have to say I will be in Dallas, Texas tomorrow at the University of Texas, Dallas, with our awesome Turning Point chapter there. I believe we start at 5 p.m. Conversation about what's going on in the world. I think we're going to have some fun there. So if you're in the Dallas area, University of Texas, Dallas will be there at 5 p.m. tomorrow, and also doing our show from Dallas tomorrow. So we will see you then. So without further ado, let's get to MAGA Monday. First up in MAGA Monday is this clip that, all of these clips are great. You're going to love all of them. Clip number one, let's play this and discuss.
Congressman Perry, do you trust Trump's national security team to keep our war plans top secret?
Do you trust your mother every night to fix your Hot Pockets and make sure your Game Boy is turned on?
That's Tim Burchett getting accosted by a guy who I think he thinks he's doing some serious investigative journalist work. Sir, do you trust the Trump administration to... No, we're not we're not playing games here, kiddo. Go make sure your mom's got those Hot Pockets ready. Unless you don't trust her, unless you don't trust your mom to make the Hot Pockets at an adequate temperature and fashion. Hopefully your mom does the oven bake, because we all know microwaved Hot Pockets are not as good as oven baked Hot Pockets, which I'm sure there are several of you nodding your head out there. I'm appreciative that you understand that reference, but the Game Boy being turned on is actually a pretty big issue for folks like that. I would imagine that his mom does limit him to Game Boy hours, and if he has surpassed the allotted Game Boy time for the day, well, it might be a bad evening for that young gentleman. MAGA Monday rolls on. Watch the next one.
I really like your shirt.
So I'd like to talk about where you think there's waste within your department.
Where do I start?
None.
What exactly will you be cutting? And how much of it? And can I watch you do it while eating pork cracklings?
Okay, you need to understand that just to keep this town afloat, we probably have to cut the budget of every department by 40 or 50%, okay?
Well, but Chris said that you just had to, tinker with things.
Yeah, he said that because that sounds a lot better than we're going to gut it with a machete, okay?
If you're unfamiliar with that show, that's Parks and Rec, and you should watch it just for the character of Ron Swanson, who is played by Nick Offerman, who ironically is a huge lib, but Ron Swanson hates the government and the way that they do things more than anyone in the show, and again, ironically and hilariously works for the government, but that interaction pretty much depicts how I feel, and I'm sure a number of you feel of, trimming down it's just a nicer way of saying gutting with a machete, which is what needs to happen, by the way. Again, we're not really talking about what you want and what you don't want. It's what math will allow. We will go bankrupt if we continue on the path that we are on. That is why Elon is so important. And speaking of Elon, he is our last clip here that we will watch. Go ahead, and MAGA Monday wraps up with Elon Musk. Check it out.
Yeah, I mean, isn't it shocking how much violence and hatred is coming from the left? I mean, isn't it supposed to be the party that they claim to be the party of empathy, and yet they're burning Teslas and shooting up dealerships and calling for the death of the president and me? I'm like, guys, this is insane. Like, they're gone psycho. I mean, it's really like. I totally understand if somebody doesn't want to buy a product. Yeah, it's up to you. It's a free country, but you don't have to burn it down. Okay? But much. That's somebody else's car. Leave it alone. Thanks, guys.
I love that, and he's totally right. The libs preach tolerance, and then I'm only tolerant of you if you agree exactly with everything I say. Says all the libs, but he hit on something that I think it should be talked about more, because all across the internet, if you haven't seen this, the libs are saying, well, what about Bud Light, or what about Target when you guys boycotted them? Yeah, the difference is, did anyone go to the Bud Light brewing facility and burn it to the ground? Did anybody go and attack Target when, I guess the BLM folks did, but that's not us, so that's a different thing. But nobody actually did any sort of physical violence. And if they did, we would condemn them roundly for it. The difference between boycotting a product and then torching civilians' private property should be abundantly, evidently clear to everyone, but it is not to several of the libs. So wild times that we are living in. That's going to do it for us today. Hope to see you tomorrow. If you're in the Dallas, Texas area, Charlie's going to take it out. We will be here tomorrow, same time, same place. God bless America.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. No matter how hard you try, it always comes out stuck on and dry. Until now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker.
It's the easiest way to make fluffy, delicious rice every time.
Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
White, brown, jasmine, pilaf, basmati, even sushi rice, all cooked just right. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
Rice Robot's so smart it won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed.
Watch this. Add rice, water, olive oil, salt, 1 large tomato in the center. Click it, cook it, and look, amazing Mediterranean rice that's just bursting with flavor. But how about an egg fried chicken rice meal for the whole family in just minutes?
And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. For a healthier choice, make quinoa, couscous, or cauliflower rice.
Throw in turkey, rice, vegetables, potatoes, broth, and bring leftovers back to life.
Elevate your party with a melty queso spinach or a s'mores dessert dip. Rice Robot is perfect for apartments, dorm rooms, and RVs. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Call or go online now and get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for the special TV discount price of just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-575-5956 or go to buyricerobot.com. So call 1-800-575-5956 or order online at buyricerobot.com today.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
It's called Liberation Day, coming up on April 2nd. That is later this week. On Wednesday, President Donald Trump has said that there is going to be a liberation in this country. There will be tariffs put on every country that has tariffs against us. There will be reciprocity, and there will be tariffs across the board. The Trump administration is planning its biggest round of tariffs yet this Wednesday. Now, do not look at your stock portfolio. Do not do that this week. Make a promise to yourself. Take the app off your phone. Do not look at your stock portfolio. Say, this week and maybe for a couple weeks, I am not going to look at it because it's going to get a little bit bumpy. We're in for some turbulence. Now, we already have tariffs on Canada and Mexico. But what we're getting now is a big wave of reciprocal tariffs. These are tariffs that President Trump is imposing as retaliation for similar tariffs that have imposed on American goods in other countries. For example, India has a huge tariff on Harley Davidsons, just stuff like this. Big screen TV tariffs in Japan. If we are going to be tariffed, then we will tariff back. Last year, the U.S. trade deficit with the rest of the planet passed $1.2 trillion. That's a record. And there are no signs of things getting better unless we took dramatic action. America has been becoming a country that produces nothing and only buys. That ends in national bankruptcy. We are seeing a geopolitical restructuring on our terms. We have a choice. We could ignore what is obviously the rebalancing of the international world order and continue be a consumer economy. If you are strictly a consumer economy, you are subservient and held hostage to the internationalist and globalist forces. We are tired of being cheated, and President Trump has talked about this issue for decades. We have one shot and one shot only to fix this. We have one opportunity. While we are still the wealthiest nation in the world and the incumbent economic player, we have one chance to do this. You see, post-World War II and the World War II based order, America decided to become a consumer economy. We don't really make much in this country anymore. We make mobile apps, we build homes, and we have a banking sector that is robust and the best on the planet. For now. What else do we actually physically make? Now, there are some small manufacturing companies that have still persisted, but we signed a series of trade agreements. The North Atlantic Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. We allowed China to go into WTO in the late 1990s. We also have decided to get rid of almost all tariffs over the last 30 to 40 years because we believed that free trade would make us richer. Now, while free trade has allowed us to get more stuff, has it actually made us a richer country? I had this debate with a strict libertarian on campus. He called himself a libertarian economist. And I said, the political question is not just whether or not we are getting economically wealthier. It's whether or not our communities are strong. Our families are staying formed. It's whether or not an average worker can afford to have his or her part of the American dream. It's whether or not we have a vibrant and connected culture in our country. We have lost 5 million manufacturing jobs in the last 20 years. 5 million. And what we have learned is that when we lose those manufacturing jobs, when those factories are closed, there is a wage reduction for that worker by 11 to 22%. This was a bipartisan study done by Congress. So when a factory worker is no longer building a dishwasher or a big screen TV or a pickup truck, and they find a replacement job, there is a wage reduction of 11 to 22%. Wages, since the World Trade Organization entrance of China into this compact and since NAFTA was passed, wages for the bottom 10% have only rose 4% over the last 30 years. We have closed 60,000 factories in the last 12 years. 60,000 factories. We call them the muscular class on this country, and the muscular class has been completely and totally decimated, eliminated. In 1985, it took 30 weeks of work to support a family of 4. 30 weeks of work to be able to have housing, health care, send your kids to school, get a car. And that means you could save money. That means your wife did not have to go into the workforce. She could if she wanted to, but if she wanted to be a stay-at-home mom, it was perfectly fine. It made financial sense. Now it takes 62 weeks of work for an average worker to be able to support a family of 4. 62 weeks of work, which means that one of two things have to happen. The family has to go into debt to just support a family of 4, or the wife has to go into the workforce, which then means the kid has to go to daycare. And if you have to do daycare, that's obviously necessary for a lot of people, but it's not ideal for many families. Many moms would prefer to be with their kids when they're 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years old. They would prefer to be stay-at-home moms during those formative years. Free trade absolutism has hurt our nuclear families. It has weakened our communities. So we have one shot to do this. We have one shot, and there is going to be a hardware renaissance the same way that we have seen a software renaissance. Advanced robotics and advanced manufacturing is going to be the new economic growth curve. Where are these tools of the future going to be built? The hardware renaissance to build the rockets and the potential flying cars and the autonomous vehicles, President Trump understands that there is this window. There is this momentary window where we can finally rebalance and course correct the mistakes of the last 40 or 50 years.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Mark called me today at 10 o'clock, and we had a very, very good talk. He's going through an election now, and we'll see what happens, but we're going to end up with a very good relationship with Canada and a lot of the other countries.
We have the example from the first term. We know that we imposed historically high tariffs. All we got out of that was prosperity and price stability. Germans and the Japanese, the South Koreans, and the Mexicans have taken our manufacturing capabilities, so we've got to get that back.
This is a story about balance, and the things that are going well in the public mind for him is his handling of immigration, which is still net positive, and his deportation program is still net positive and popular.
We're going to make a decision on secondary tariffs on Iran based on whether or not they're going to make a deal. If they're going to make a deal, then we're never going to put secondary tariffs on. I would prefer a deal to the other alternative, which I think everybody in this plane knows what that is. And that's not going to be pretty, and I do not prefer that. Zelensky, by the way, I see he's trying to back out of the rare earth deal. And if he does that, he's got some problems, big problems. Well, he was never going to be a member of NATO. He understands that. So if he's looking to renegotiate the deal, he's got big problems.
In Wisconsin, that's a 50-50 race. Whoever wins is going to determine who has the majority in the Wisconsin Supreme Court. Why is that important? Because the lines are broken.
Right.
And as soon as possible, we need to be able to revisit that and have fair lines. The only way for that to be even a significant possibility is if you have an enlightened Supreme Court. And so, I think that's an incredibly important race.
So what do you say to people who say, well, this sounds all very good, but Governor, you were the poster boy for a lot of this stuff. I see today the Trump administration, they talked about the fact that California had a rule that schools cannot be required to notify parents if their kids in school have changed their gender, their pronoun. That's the kind of thing, even though it doesn't affect a lot of people, that makes a lot of people go, well, you know what? That's the party without common sense.
I just disagree with that. I mean, the law was you would be fired, a teacher would be fired if a teacher did not report or snitch on a kid talking about their gender identity. I just think that was wrong. I think teachers should teach. I don't think they should be required to turn in kids. And by the way,
we're talking about their parents. How can you snitch? The idea of a snitch and a parent, to me, doesn't compute.
Well, isn't it shocking how much violence and hatred is coming from the left? I mean, isn't it supposed to be the party that they claim to be the party of empathy, and yet they're burning Teslas and shooting up dealerships and calling for the death of the president and me? I'm like, guys, this is insane. Like, they're gone psycho. I totally understand if somebody doesn't want to buy a product. Yeah, it's up to you. It's a free country, but you don't have to burn it down. So you can sign up to be kind of a block captain for your zip code on the America PAC website right now. Pretty straightforward. Just knock on doors in your neighborhood and give them either a digital or a paper, picture of, Justice Brad Schimmel, and they just have to say thumbs up and hold a picture of Judge Schimmel, and that's it. And you get $20. It's pretty easy. It's easy money. The whole point of it is just to make people aware of the election, and say that there is an election. It's on Tuesday, and it's super important. Please vote. The betting markets, it varies between 85% and 90% probability of loss for Justice Schimmel. That's the current situation. So we got to pull a rabbit out of the hat next level. Actually got to have a steady stream of rabbits out of the hat, like it's an arc of rabbits flying through the air and landing in a voting booth. we need to generate an anomaly in the matrix. So I will die in America. I'm not going anywhere.
I will too.
Yeah. I mean, I might go to Mars, but that will be part of America. Yeah.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spills? They're no problem for Bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get Horsepower Bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country, honored with you as always. We have a huge week in store, and this is going to be a very, very intense news week, and we are here for all of it. It's called Liberation Day, coming up on April 2nd. That is later this week. On Wednesday, President Donald Trump has said that there is going to be a liberation in this country. There will be tariffs put on every country that has tariffs against us. There will be reciprocity, and there will be tariffs across the board. The Trump administration is planning its biggest round of tariffs yet this Wednesday. Now, do not look at your stock portfolio. Do not do that this week. Make a promise to yourself. Take the app off your phone. Do not look at your stock portfolio. Say, this week and maybe for a couple weeks, I am not going to look at it because it's going to get a little bit bumpy. We're in for some turbulence. Now, we already have tariffs on Canada and Mexico, but what we're getting now is a big wave of reciprocal tariffs. These are tariffs that President Trump is imposing as retaliation for similar tariffs that have imposed on American goods in other countries. For example, India has a huge tariff on Harley Davidsons, just stuff like this. Big screen TV tariffs in Japan. If we are going to be tariffed, then we will tariff back. Last year, the U.S. trade deficit with the rest of the planet passed $1.2 trillion. That's a record. And there were no signs of things getting better unless we took dramatic action. America has been becoming a country that produces nothing and only buys. That ends in national bankruptcy. We are seeing a geopolitical restructuring on our terms. We have a choice. We could ignore what is obviously the rebalancing of the international world order and continue be a consumer economy. If you are strictly a consumer economy, you are subservient and held hostage to the internationalist and globalist forces. We are tired of being cheated, and President Trump has talked about this issue for decades. We have one shot and one shot only to fix this. We have one opportunity. While we are still the wealthiest nation in the world and the incumbent economic player, we have one chance to do this. You see, post-World War II and the World War II based order, America decided to become a consumer economy. We don't really make much in this country anymore. We make mobile apps, we build homes, and we have a banking sector that is robust and the best on the planet for now. What else do we actually physically make? Now, there are some small manufacturing companies that have still persisted, but we signed a series of trade agreements, the North Atlantic Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. We allowed China to go into WTO in the late 1990s. We also have decided to get rid of almost all tariffs over the last 30 to 40 years because we believed that free trade would make us richer. Now, while free trade has allowed us to get more stuff, has it actually made us a richer country? I had this debate with a strict libertarian on campus. He called himself a libertarian economist. And I said, the political question is not just whether or not we are getting economically wealthier. It's whether or not our communities are strong. Our families are staying formed. It's whether or not an average worker can afford to have his or her part of the American dream. It's whether or not we have a vibrant and connected culture in our country. We have lost 5 million manufacturing jobs in the last 20 years. 5 million. And what we have learned is that when we lose those manufacturing jobs, when those factories are closed, there is a wage reduction for that worker by 11 to 22%. This was a bipartisan study done by Congress. So when a factory worker is no longer building a dishwasher or a big screen TV or a pickup truck, and they find a replacement job, there is a wage reduction of 11 to 22%. Wages, since the World Trade Organization entrance of China into this compact and since NAFTA was passed, wages for the bottom 10% have only rose 4% over the last 30 years. We have closed 60,000 factories in the last 12 years. 60,000 factories. We call them the muscular class on this country, and the muscular class has been completely and totally decimated, eliminated. In 1985, it took 30 weeks of work to support a family of 4. 30 weeks of work to be able to have housing, health care, send your kids to school, get a car. That means you could save money. That means your wife did not have to go into the workforce. She could if she wanted to, but if she wanted to be a stay-at-home mom, it was perfectly fine. It made financial sense. Now it takes 62 weeks of work for an average worker to be able to support a family of 4. 62 weeks of work, which means that one of two things have to happen. The family has to go into debt to just support a family of 4, or the wife has to go into the workforce, which then means the kid has to go to daycare. And if you have to do daycare, that's obviously necessary for a lot of people, but it's not ideal for many families. Many moms would prefer to be with their kids when they're 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years old. They would prefer to be stay-at-home moms during those formative years. Free trade absolutism has hurt our nuclear families. It has weakened our communities. So we have one shot to do this. We have one shot, and there is going to be a hardware renaissance the same way that we have seen a software renaissance. Advanced robotics and advanced manufacturing is going to be the new economic growth curve. Where are these tools of the future going to be built? The hardware renaissance to build the rockets and the potential flying cars and the autonomous vehicles, President Trump understands that there is this window. There is this momentary window where we can finally rebalance and course correct the mistakes of the last 40 or 50 years. And you can only do that while you are still the incumbent economic player. And as that window is starting to close, President Trump is trying to run right through it. And that is what he means by Liberation Day. Germany does not allow us to sell Ford vehicles in Germany without ridiculous tariffs. So why is it that we should allow the importation of VWs and Mercedes-Benz and BMWs? Japan is the same. Why should we allow the importation of Toyota and Honda? South Korea the same. Why should we allow Hyundai to have themselves dump their products into the United States? So what is about to ensue is, ladies and gentlemen, there is turbulence ahead. There will be some bumps coming. But on the other side of this bumps is a recalibration of how we finance our government and how our economy is structured. Because if we do nothing and we continue to engage in the cheap money spigot brought to you by unfettered free trade policies, we will have no manufacturing base. We'll be nothing but a consumerist economy where we are just a colony that buys stuff. No, a country is definitionally strong based on whether or not you make stuff in your nation. And if you don't, you're no longer a country. You're simply a colony that barters goods. It is a geopolitical restructuring on our terms. And President Trump has the political courage and mandate to make it happen. Roughgreens.com. I want to tell you, if you are a dog owner out there, listen carefully. Have you ever seen your dog slowing down or having health issues and wonder, what can I do to make them better? Well, my friend, add Rough Greens to your dog's food for 90 days and you'll see changes that will amaze you, guaranteed. Invented by naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, Rough Greens wants to invite you to give your puppy the Rough Greens 90-day challenge. In the first 30 days, you'll see shinier coats and increased energy. By day 60, you'll see that your dog has a stronger immune system, less shedding, improved joint function, all due to the live nutrients that you've added to their diet. Fetch a free Jumpstart trial bag for your dog today. Go to ruffgreens.com/Kirk. That is roughgreens.com/Kirk, and just add a scoop of Rough Greens. That is ruffgreens.com/KIRK. We've closed 60,000 factories in the last 12 years. It's time we start opening factories. We'll be right back.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces?
I think as my hearing loss has gotten worse, I'm not as engaging as I was before.
Then it might be time to consider nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Recent changes in the law have allowed for over-the-counter hearing aids sold direct and shipped to your home, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands.
The fact that you're able to go direct, the pricing was phenomenal. It just was a win-win all the way around.
Nano hearing aids are incredibly affordable and deliver outstanding high-quality volume with superior noise reduction.
When you put nanos in your ears, it truly amazes me that you can hear so much better.
Don't mistake nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are lightweight and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. And best of all, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries.
They are so small and so powerful. Just makes my life so much better.
Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Order now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $397. You get a free portable charging case, a $79 value, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, and free shipping. Plus, all Nanos come with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Try them, and if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Just so easy, so affordable. just go ahead and do it.
Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order now and you'll get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Call and order your Nano hearing aids right now and get all the benefits of being able to hear again without having to spend thousands.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
I'm Richard Karn, and I love my hose. It ain't those old hoses. This is my hose. The new Pocket Hose Copper Bullet, now infused with real copper, so your water is always clean and lead-free. Just turn on the water and watch your hose grow and grow. And when you turn off the water, away it goes. Our new inner tube uses 3 layers of high-strength latex on the inside. Then it's wrapped in a new polymer filament jacket, 3 times stronger than the other hoses. But my favorite part of our new hose build? The oversized, easy-to-grip fittings. Get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copper Bullet today for only $29.99. But wait, call now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. This is an exclusive release of our newest Pocket Hose. Order now.
Call 1-800-449-7172. That's 1-800-449-7172. Or visit copperbullet.hose.com. Order now.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, whyrefi.com. If you are a private student loan borrower, you should listen carefully. Or if you know someone that is. I bet this weekend, as you were hanging out with some friends or family, somebody said, man, I just can't get out of this private student loan debt. What is the issue? Well, get out of private student loan debt. Private student loan debt in the United States totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. Why Refi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others simply won't touch. They provide you with a custom loan payment. Understand why Refi supports our campus tours. They support our Student Action Summit. YWLS, they support this program. They are total patriots. This is the place where you should refinance your private student loan debt. It may not be available in all 50 states. Just call 888-YREFI34 or log on to yrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Do you have a co-borrower? Well, YREFI can get them released from the loan, and you can give mom or dad a break. Let's face it, if you have distressed or defaulted private student loans, nobody is coming to bail you out, and bankruptcy is not an option, but you can take charge of your situation by contacting YREFI. That is yrefi.com, YREFY.com. Be right back, everybody. Okay, everybody, welcome back. I was remiss to do this. I should have done it at the top of the hour. We are beyond honored and humbled to now be on all of Dennis Prager's radio stations across the country on the Salem Radio Network. Dennis is a dear friend. He's a mentor of mine and a teacher, someone who I still talk to whenever I can. Dennis is in recovery mode right now. And so, Dennis, I miss you. We miss you. And I'm going to do everything I possibly can to carry this show in your honor. And the word honor, as you taught me in the 10 Commandments, is to treat heavily, is to treat with seriousness. And so thank you, Dennis, for all that you've done for me and all that you still will do. And I told Dennis when I visited him in his recovery state, you're going to finish the Rational Bible of Leviticus. And he said, oh, yes, I will. So honored to be here. And we are on radio stations now across the country, from AM 560 The Answer to KRLA in beautiful Los Angeles, or once beautiful Los Angeles, and here, of course, in Phoenix, Arizona on AM 960, including many other markets. So for those of you that don't know, it's Charlie Kirk here hosting for now on this program in this hour, and we're honored to be here. Okay, so Liberation Day is coming Wednesday. I want to play this piece of tape here first from the head of the UAW, the United Auto Workers. What he says is very important. Tariffs and the threat of a tariff is a forcing function to allow companies to make them redomicile. We want to onshore manufacturing. We want to see a redomiciling renaissance. Play cut 82.
There is plenty of opportunity, and I've had companies tell us point blank that they're going to have to bring product back here if those tariffs are implemented.
I thought it was a little longer than that, but it's still very powerful. And that's exactly right. The president of the UAW understands that all of the parts associated with making a vehicle, these companies might have to bite the bullet, and they might have to say no to their McKinsey consultants and bring them back to America. I want to do a 1-2 combo here. This was played on Jesse Waters' show, and I have to give the Jesse Waters production team a lot of credit. This is a phenomenal pull. This video has been memory hold. This is a video before I was born in 1992 of a frontline report in Allentown, Johnstown, Pennsylvania, where they were talking about one of these 60,000 factories that were closed. Listen to this frontline news report and then multiply this by 60,000. And we just handed China global superpower status. What we did throughout all of this is we handed China global superpower status. Here, China, go become our greatest enemy. Why? Because we want cheaper plastic and trinkets, and the Wall Street class wants to be able to go make an extra couple $100 million. The people like Mitt Romney and Bain Capital. Play cut 123.
For ages, hot molten steel has been the lifeblood of Johnstown, vigorously pumping dollars and jobs through the city's veins. But now the pulse of the community is in cardiac arrest. Bethlehem officials aren't making any more comments than what's contained in this press release. They're sorry, but it's simply not cost effective to run the mill any longer.
It does hurt, and there's a dramatic spin-off that's going to come from that, and there's going to be a lot of problems that have to be solved.
In part, Bethlehem cites fierce foreign competition and the national economy for their demise. For some Bethlehem employees, it's hard to look past the shocking news.
Don't rely on a corporation that don't want you, in a sense, and they don't care, you know. You're only a number.
That reminds me of a scene out of the movie Wall Street, which is a phenomenal movie. Anacott Steel. In fact, Ryan, we should cut up parts of that movie Wall Street. As far as in drama form, it goes to show the moneyed Wall Street class that parachuted in and closed and deindustrialized our country. The top 1% benefited massively from this because they got higher margins. It used to be where you were able to build an automobile, a computer, a skyscraper, an ocean liner, a fighter jet, entirely with parts manufactured in the United States. The era where you could do that was the apex of American success and power. Now, the country that can build all those things on its own is China. Is it any surprise that they're now our number one rival and probably our enemy? Is it any surprise it looks like they are winning? When you make things, you learn how to design them. When you stop making them, you forget. The brain power, the design power, the skills, the ability to fix things, build things, poof, all gone, vanished. And President Trump is now maximizing this opportunity we'll never get again. Look, all of our stocks are going to go down. My stocks, your stocks, for a moment of time. And then it will be a golden era ramp up. It is a short window. And this is long-term intergenerational thinking. Finally, we are resisting the momentary pleasure for long-term success. Be right back.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it. The secret is Perfect Cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve. It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed. And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. And with a ceramic ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. Order now.
1-800-575-5956.
Messes happen every day in every way, but who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra-powerful suction. Watch as it effortlessly crushes this large bottle. This is a small but mighty duck, making it quick and easy to clean any mess. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places. It's smaller than a water bottle, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again.
I used to have to drag out this huge thing they call a portable vacuum cleaner. Now I keep the duck in my kitchen drawer and I clean up messes in 2 seconds.
The turbocharged motor is engineered to create a powerful vortex of suction, while the HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. We attach the duck to this tube, and the powerful suction lifts the water all the way to the top. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust and screws in the workshop. Plus, it's rechargeable. Got messy pets? Duck powerfully picks up pet hair from anywhere and cleans around that dish in a flash. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. Clean seats, the floor, and deep into those hard-to-reach places. Other bulky hand vacs sell for up to $150, but get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube to get into tough spots like under appliances, the crevice nozzle to reach into those quacks and crevices, and the soft brush nozzle to vacuum gently with no scratches. You'll get the Duck with all the deluxe attachments, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low price. So don't delay. Duck it up today.
To order, call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. Order now.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. The newly released JFK files will be the topic of conversation tomorrow when famed film director Oliver Stone testifies before members of the House. Republican Florida Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, who is the chair of the task force on the declassification of federal secrets, says tomorrow's hearing will focus on the value of the newly declassified documents. She also points to a document that was released from the CIA, which she claims affirms that the agency didn't believe a lone gunman was responsible for President Kennedy's assassination.
Kudos to President Trump, also Director Radcliffe and Tulsi Gabbard for pushing for this transparency. It is going to be generational changing that they've done this, and we hope to bring forward legislation to ensure that this never happens again for future generations to come.
As for Oliver Stone's testimony tomorrow, you may remember his 1991 film JFK faced major criticism over its suggestion that Kennedy's assassination was mired by high-level conspiracies. Well, those assertions are finding new life with the release of these latest JFK files. The search is on for the person who set fire to the New Mexico Republican Party headquarters in Albuquerque. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives says investigators found incendiary materials at the scene. It's one of the latest in a recent rash of arsons at Republican and President Trump-aligned facilities. Elon Musk's Tesla dealerships and cars have been among the high-profile targets of these vandals. Investigators say Sunday's fire in Albuquerque was set early in the morning when no one was at the headquarters. The blaze only burned the entrance of the building as firefighters were able to get there pretty quickly and extinguish the flames. The FBI is on the case this morning. The world is bracing for the implementation of President Trump's tariffs this week. The commander-in-chief is calling Wednesday Liberation Day. That's when the reciprocal tariffs go into effect. Mr. Trump is promising to charge America's trading partners the same amount in tariffs that they're charging us. Uncertainty about the impact of the tariffs has already affected the Asian markets, which suffered a loss this morning. Even here in the United States, some of the markets are also uncertain as a result of all of this. That's a quick check of your headlines.
This movement will not be silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I want to tell you about Patriot Mobile. They're wonderful supporters of Turning Point USA and of Turning Point Action. Think about it. Every dollar you spend is either supporting your values or working against them. In today's economy, where you spend, your money matters, and that's how we take back our country. Patriot Mobile is leading the way as America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Switch today without sacrificing quality or service. You'll get exceptional nationwide coverage because unlike most budget wireless providers, Patriot Mobile has access to all 3 major U.S. networks. You can even add 2 numbers on 2 networks on one phone, something the big guys cannot do. Stay connected with flexible unlimited data plans to fit your lifestyle. These plans have a high-speed data connection, mobile hotspots, and international roaming, device protection, and even internet backup. Here's the best part. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're supporting faith, family, and freedom. If you believe in our First and Second Amendment rights, the sanctity of life, and supporting our veterans, this is where you belong. Switching is simple. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's 100% U.S.-based customer service team will get you activated in minutes. Right now, go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT to get a free month of service with promo code Charlie. Make the switch and defend freedom with every call or text you make. I was just texting with Glenn, the CEO of Patriot Mobile. Make the switch and take out your phone. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you in part by Patriot Mobile. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com, for any feedback or questions. Joining us now is Senator Rick Scott from the great state of Florida. Senator, I want to continue this conversation about President Trump's tariffs and Liberation Day. It is time for us to reindustrialize the country. You have a background that I think would be interesting. You've done a lot of venture capital, you've done a lot of investments in things that have actually built stuff in this country. Talk about the need that we invest in the backbone, in the muscular class of our country.
Number one, we want American jobs. I built the largest hospital company in the world. And then after that, I built a variety of manufacturing companies. If you have a Corvette, I probably made your outer body. If you have a John Deere tractor, I probably made your chain. If you have a towable recreational vehicle, I probably made your chassis. I built the biggest companies in those industries. And we need more American jobs. I was competing against China. China subsidizes their companies. They don't comply with any trade deals. Their quality, in many cases, is horrible. So if we want good paying American jobs, we got to protect American manufacturers. So what Trump is trying to do with having fair protection, trade protection policies is saying, look, if you are going to protect American companies from being able to sell into your country, which China, as an example, does not let us compete fairly in their country. If you're not going to be fair, then we're going to put tariffs on you because we're going to protect American jobs. If we go to war, we're going to want to know that we can build things in our own country. We want to buy our drugs built in our country. We want to buy our military equipment built in our country. We want to buy everything we can built in this country and protect American jobs. So what he's doing is he's doing exactly what he says he's going to do on the campaign trail. He's protecting American jobs.
I want to play this piece of tape here. This is cut 124. This is Japanese executives now admitting and acknowledging they're planning U.S. expansion. You see, that's the thing. How do you avoid a tariff? You avoid a tariff by just making your good here, by building a factory in Iowa or Kansas, Mississippi, or in the great state of Florida. Let's play cut 124, please.
Based on your research, it sounds like President Trump's tariffs are one of the factors here.
Yeah, Didi, they definitely play a part. A new survey from a Japan-based news agency polled executives at 144 major Japanese corporations, and around 30% said they were expanding their operations in the U.S., and another 20% said they were exploring options for expansion.
So President Trump's 25% tariffs on imported cars and car parts, that is expected to start next week. So tell us about the changes that we're actually already seeing with regards to foreign automakers making ahead of this.
Yeah, so according to a list released by the White House, which they got from reporting by Reuters, Honda will be producing its new Civic Hybrid in Indiana instead of Mexico. Also, Hyundai Motor and Stellantis have announced their plans to set up shop here, too.
Senator, your reaction to that very powerful clip. Good job, guys, getting that clip. Senator is muted right now. Sorry, I don't know I think someone muted you really quickly. One sec. I don't know if it's on your side or our side. While we get that sorted out, we're gonna do a double clip for you, Senator, while we get the text sorted out. Let's play cut 121.
There were two conceits that our leadership class had when it came to globalization. The first is assuming that we can separate the making of things from the design of things. The idea of globalization was that rich countries would move further up the value chain while the poor countries made the simpler things. You would open an iPhone box and it would say designed in Cupertino, California. Now, the implication, of course, is that it would be manufactured in Shenzhen or somewhere else. And yeah, some people might lose their jobs in manufacturing, but they could learn to design, or to use a very popular phrase, learn to code. But I think we got it wrong. It turns out that the geographies that do the manufacturing get awfully good at the designing of things. Now, we assume that other nations would always trail us in the value chain, but it turns out that as they got better at the low end of the value chain, they also started catching up on the higher end. We were squeezed from both ends.
Separating the design and the manufacturing is two completely different things. Senator, your reaction to both clips?
Well, the most important thing is we've got to figure out, how do you build American jobs? Here's how you do it. I mean, I built companies all over the United States. I did business probably in 40 states. You make sure that, you got the best employees. You make sure you don't have regulations that your competition doesn't have. You make it easy to get a permit. You don't have taxes and fees that your competition doesn't have. And if you do, American ingenuity is always going to win. But when other countries subsidize their industries, then we've got to do what Donald Trump is doing. He's going to say, that's not fair. Then we're going to do the same thing in ours. And the way he's going to do it is through tariffs. So I'm glad that the president is standing up for American jobs. I'm excited. I think these companies worldwide are going to come back to America, and we're going to see a renaissance of new jobs. You already saw it, I think, in the February numbers. Under the Biden administration, we've been losing about 9,000 manufacturing jobs a month. His first month, February, we added 10,000 manufacturing jobs. So I think that's going to continue.
So, Senator, how do we empower Congress to deregulate the ability to build factories and to have manufacturing here? The biggest hurdle to manufacturing in America is not wages. It's actually the regulatory hurdles and the cost of building. Are there any ways that Congress or the Trump administration can lower those barriers?
Well, part of it is the agencies can do on their own. It's regulations that have been put in place over the years. They can eliminate those regulations. They can make it easier to get a permit. Right now, if you're dealing with the Corps of Engineers, it's like it's a black hole. You don't even know how to get a permit. It takes forever to get a permit. So then Congress can do some things. Congress has passed legislation in the past that makes it harder to do business in the country. We have to say, look, we're competing globally. We got to compete globally. If we're going to compete globally, that means we can't have rules and regulations that don't make any sense. Next, our state governments have to do the same thing, and our local governments have to do the same thing. Some of it's local, some of it's state, some of it's federal. Some can be done by the Trump administration on their own. Some has to be done through Congress. So it's got to be all hands on deck. And what businesses have to do is they have to be very clear. I tell them all the time, tell me where your problem is. If I have to call a governor, I'll call them. If I have to call a mayor, I'll call them. If I have to call a secretary that works for Trump, I'll call them. Tell me what your problems are, because I want more jobs in America. I did the same thing when I was governor of Florida. We added 1.7 million jobs in my 8 years as governor, and the state had lost 800,000 jobs the 4 years before I became governor. So that's what we have to do. We have to go solve companies' problems, and we'll get more great American-paying jobs. And you can go buy American. Stop buying anything made in China. They want to destroy your way of life. If Amazon doesn't tell you where it's made, don't buy it. If you get online anywhere, they don't tell you where it's made, assume the worst, don't buy it.
So, Senator, shifting gears here for a second, there is a fair amount of consternation around the special election in Florida. I'm told that we are surging. What's the latest that you've learned?
Well, look, the election's not over until tomorrow night when the elections close. We've got two elections. We've got Jimmy Paternos taking Matt Gaetz' seat, and we got Randy Fine taking Mike Waltz's seat. So we've got to get our vote out. And these special elections are always scary because the turnout is so much lower. In Randy Fine's case, his opponent raised over $10 million because with Act Blue, they were all in. So here's what I tell everybody. get out and vote. If you're in Randy Fine's area, you've got to get out and vote. If you're in Jimmy Petronis, go vote. Don't take a chance. Make sure, we have a big win. I think we're going to win, but it's all vote on it's turnout today and tomorrow.
And so, Senator, more broadly, why is it that we are struggling, at least on the surface, on special elections? And how do we change the Republican Party's approach to some of these off-year and spring elections?
We just have to understand that every election matters, and we got to stay active. So it's your, you as a candidate's got to do their job. Now, let me tell you, Donald Trump is doing his job. He's done telephone town halls for both Jimmy Petronis and Randy Fine. He's done tweets. He's done everything he can. He endorsed them. He's doing everything he can to get the votes out. I've endorsed them. I've done telephone town halls. I'm going to do everything I can to continue to help them get the vote out. But all of us have to, we have to volunteer. We have to, and you don't have to be in that district to volunteer. You can make phone calls. You can send texts on behalf of Randy Fine or Jimmy Petronis. But that's true in the Wisconsin Supreme Court race. Anywhere where we have an election, we nationwide have to be all on board to help make sure we win.
Senator, thank you for your leadership on all this. Just really quickly, anything happening in front of the U.S. Senate this week that our audience should be aware of?
Reconciliation. I think our first vote on reconciliation is going to happen this week. We've been working our tail off. By the way, I saw President Trump Friday night down in Mar-a-Lago. He is absolutely on board to figuring out how to balance his budget. So what we've got to do is we got to go back to pre-pandemic spending because we can't be running these $2 trillion deficits. We've got to give the president the money he needs for the border, the money we need to make sure we plus up our military, and we've got to make sure we keep the Trump tax cuts in place so we keep this economy going. I'm very optimistic all those things are going to happen.
Senator, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
See, Charlie, have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. The April 15th tax deadline is coming fast. Do you have unfiled tax returns and can't pay the IRS? The IRS is more aggressive than ever, and the longer you wait, the worse it gets. Wage garnishments, bank levies, even property seizures are on the table. You need to get ahead of this. But going up against the IRS alone is a big mistake. Take my advice and call the experts at Tax Network USA. They know the system. They have an edge, a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. Whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their genius strategies are designed to quickly settle your tax problems in your favor. Tax Network USA attorneys and negotiators have already resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. Tax Network USA can help you too, but you need to move fast. April 15th is almost here. Talk with one of their strategists today. It is free. Stop looking over your shoulder and put this behind you. Call Tax Network USA at 1-800-958-1000. That is 1-800-958-1000, or visit tnusa.com/Charlie. That is tnusa.com/Charlie. Tax Network USA, tnusa.com/Charlie. I want to hear from you. Freedom@charliekirk.com. That's how you contact me directly. Freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces?
I think as my hearing loss has gotten worse, I'm not as engaging as I was before.
Then it might be time to consider nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Recent changes in the law have allowed for over-the-counter hearing aids sold direct and shipped to your home, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands.
The fact that you're able to go direct, the pricing was phenomenal. It just was a win-win all the way around.
Nano hearing aids are incredibly affordable and deliver outstanding high-quality volume with superior noise reduction.
When you put nanos in your ears, it truly amazes me that you can hear so much better.
Don't mistake nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are lightweight and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. And best of all, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries.
They are so small and so powerful. Just makes my life so much better.
Don't be be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Order now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $397. You get a free portable charging case, a $79 value, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, and free shipping. Plus, all Nanos come with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Try them, and if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Just so easy, so affordable. Just go ahead and do it.
Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order now and you'll get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Call and order your Nano hearing aids right now and get all the benefits of being able to hear again without having to spend thousands.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
100% American made. And darn proud of it. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. We have our campus tour coming up tomorrow. I will be at Oklahoma State University tomorrow in beautiful Stillwater, Oklahoma. And then next week, I am all over the place. We are going to, let me get this straight, University of South Carolina. We're going to Illinois State University, University of Illinois, Purdue University, and Michigan State. 5 stops. That is just next week. So we're going to do our best to keep on hosting this program in the midst of all of that. But we're going to be crisscrossing the country because it is time for us to play offense. Got to get off our chair. It's time to be fully engaged. It is full offense mode right now. So if you want to come to one of our campus tours, you can find the entire schedule at tpusa.com. That is the Turning Point USA campus tour schedule. tpusa.com. That is tpusa.com. I love hearing from you. Email me freedom@charliekirk.com. That is freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back. There's a lot of excitement in D.C. as we start the new year, but I want to talk about something just as exciting happening outside the D.C. Beltway, a revolution happening in the states. It's the education freedom movement. It's real, it's growing, and growing because some states, as they should, are putting parents in charge of the education of their children. Everyone knows education has the power to change a child's life, and anyone who's raised a child knows that each kid has different needs, learning styles, and God-given talents. Go to educationfreedomusa.com now. Education freedom legislation puts parents, not zip codes, and politicians in charge of these important family decisions. It's why I strongly support making universal education freedom a reality for every parent in every single state. To find out where your state legislature stands and to make sure your voice is heard, go to educationfreedomusa.com now. That is educationfreedomusa.com now. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you in part by Job Creators Network. That is educationfreedomusa.com. Educationfreedomusa.com. I want to play more piece of tape here. Here is how much money that could be raised through tariffs. Now, mind you, this is only taking imports, then dividing the percentage that could come in as revenue. I actually hope it's not this much because I want the manufacturing base to then onshore into the United States of America. But just look at the enormity of money that we've been leaving on the table. Play cut 118.
The administration estimates the Trump tariffs will bring in $600 billion in the first year to the Treasury General Fund. The president's extra 25% tariffs on autos alone expected to generate $100 billion on top of the reciprocal tariffs. So those tariffs on just about all countries is meant to level the trade playing field. The extra 25% tariffs on autos and others meant to protect 7 industries the president has deemed critical. You see those industries there, autos on the list, along with semiconductors, labor, steel, aluminum, and the others.
And when you look at the entire picture, the entire analysis, it's very clear that we hold the cards. We still hold all the cards. Now, That window's going to close. If President Trump delays this even 2 years, China could surpass us. This is the only window where we could do this. And look, all the Wall Street types, I have CNBC on, they're getting very jittery. Ooh, the market might go down a little bit. Look, I don't want to discount that. That's people's 401ks. It's their savings. It will recover and will recover with gusto. But Wall Street has become short-term thinkers. What built the West? Many things. Christian values built the West. A belief in the divine. But also a Christian principle that is directly at odds with third world nations. A Christian principle that is directly at odds with why people stay poor. If you had to distill all the reasons why somebody stays poor, there's one major reason. Instant gratification versus delayed gratification. It's one of the main reasons why people stay poor. There are cycles of poverty. If you look at third world nations, they consume what they grow immediately. They don't save for the future. The West was largely built on a principle of delayed gratification. I might suffer today, but my children will prosper. I might struggle today, but my children will flourish. I might have a tough day today, but my grandchildren will live in a free society. And we have now assumed the instant gratification mindset, the very same one that is at odds with our birthright. China is our chief foe. They think in terms of 50, 100, and 250 years. In order for us to compete, we need to think longer than your 3-month 401k Wall Street portfolio. We need to have the intergenerational maturity to say, my goodness, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And if we fail to do it, if we fail to rebalance, to reconfigure, to redomicile, we will never be able to bring back that domestic industrial base. We have to set right 4 decades of degradation. 4 decades of Wall Street going in and raping 60,000 factories. Of the moneyed class parachuting in and telling union labor that worked with their hands, you're done, it's closed, it's going to mainland China. It's going to Wuhan. It's going to Shaoxing. It's going to Shanghai. We have to teach America to make things again. We have to applaud the people who shower before work and after work. And we've lost those 5 million jobs in the last 20 years. We are on a precipice of a hardware renaissance. Let me summarize by saying we have to make America make again. Second hour coming up.
Hey guys, you got carpet stains like this? Well, you need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new carpet stain remover and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and the odor goes away. Why bend over and scrub? That's back-breaking work. Stand up to stains and odors and let Bullshot do the hard work of carpet and upholstery cleaning for you. You love your pets, but when Fido has an accident, you better have Bullshot. This black light shows every drop of that urine stain, but Bullshot quickly eliminates that stain. The secret is an advanced foam action formula that penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors, lifting them from the fiber. With a formula safe for kids and pets. And it's made in the USA. Ever accidentally spill red wine on your carpet? I can shoot from the hip with pinpoint accuracy. Bullshot is like spraying an eraser on your floor. That stain is gone for good. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Just point and shoot. It instantly and easily erases these blood stains, makeup, fruit juice, coffee, and more. This sticky juice stain is deep into this couch. Bullshot, it gets right down into those crevices and has the couch looking like new again. Still skeptical? Watch this. I'm staining this carpet with burnt bacon grease. We've got a 4K Ultra HD camera capturing the action up close. This stain is obliterated, all without bending or scrubbing. To have a stain professionally removed, you could spend hundreds. Or you could get Horsepower Bullshot, the no-nonsense stain remover for only $19.99. Bullshot comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. If you're not completely satisfied, send it back back for a full refund even if the can is empty. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order your Bullshot now.
To order, call 1-800-691-9531 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-691-9531 or visit buybullshot.com. Order now.
How many times have you tried to clean a stubborn mess but end up with no success? What you need is the all-new waterproof Ruby Horsepower, the new cordless and rechargeable power scrubber that cleans faster and easier, guaranteed. Watch, baked on oven grease is no match. It blasts away dirt and grime in no time. The power comes from our rotating brushes, spinning at 350 RPM. The incredible torque fights calcium, mildew, mold, and more. Take it in the kitchen, where it busts through caked-on crud, or outside and tackle tough tasks with ease. Get your Ruby Horsepower with 4 additional attachments, all for just $39.99. Great news! They're in stock and ready to ship. Due to high demand, only 2 per order. Order now.
Call 1-800-944-4512. That's 1-800-944-4512. Or visit horsepowerscrubber.com. So call 1-800-944-4512 now.
To this Real America's Voice news break, I'm Terrence Bates. Are you at the age where you feel like you wake up and you've pulled a hamstring while you were sleeping? Maybe even walking up a flight of stairs leaves your knees feeling like you just ran a half marathon. Well, part of the solution may be shedding some of the fat that you've stored up over the years.
Everybody's on those GLP-1 medications now, and, Ozempic and Mounjaro and Wegovy, and they are causing irreparable damage to their bodies, and they just look loose and they look pale and tired, and, I feel like it's just not worth it.
Well, the woman you just heard from took some of the pressure off of her knees and joints with the help of Energized Health. The founder, John Jubilee, is here with me this morning to share some of his secrets. John, always good to see you.
Great to see you, Terrence. And yeah, Terrence, we don't realize that when it comes to a joint, 1 pound of fat equals 5 pounds of pressure, Terrence. So 10 is 50. So just imagine if we're just carrying 20 pounds of fat, it's like 100 pounds. It's like 100 pounds of pressure on our knees, on our hips, on our ankles. It just creates so much stress, Terrence, on our body that we're just not designed to carry around. And of course, with all that extra weight, just crunching on the hip joints and knee joints, all of that, next thing you know, you have no cartilage left in there. And you end up how I was in 1997 with bone on bone. And I walked around, and Terrence, people affectionately called me Mr. Rice Krispies because I snapped, crackled, and popped. And so anybody that's had that joint pain, you know what I'm talking about, right? When you got that snap, crackle, and pop going on. But you know what? We don't have to be in that kind of pain. I was told at 37 years old, Terrence, I'm going to have 2 new knee replacements. There's no way you can regrow cartilage. But that was not true. That was not true because in 2025 today, I had no knee replacements. I can go run up and down the mountains of California for an hour, hour and a half at a time with no knee pain at all, just enjoying the beautiful sunshine and taking it all in. Never dreamed, Terrence, that was possible. And I want to encourage people, you can have your best health. You can get rid of your joint pain. You really can do it in a simple and a sustainable way.
And really, it starts at the cellular level. You and I talk about this almost weekly, but really that is fundamental in terms of, if you want to say, revitalizing the body.
Well, it really is, Terrence. And again, I would just encourage people, listen, you can have your best health. You can have what they told you was irreversible, what they told you you couldn't do. You really can when you take decisive actions and you just apply the science of what we have helped tens of thousands of people for the last 28 years to get healthy at the cellular level. When you're healthy at the cellular level, guys, everything is healthy. Think about it. You are made out of 37 trillion with a T cells. If your cells are healthy, it's impossible to be unhealthy in your joint, in your digestive system, in your mind, in your spirit. When you get healthy at the cellular level, everything, look, even your skin looks better. Your skin is all your skin is, your body's largest organ. And that's why a lot of people say our clients look 20 years younger than they are because, you know, guys, what's the difference between a raisin and a grape? It's just hydration, and that's what we do. We do intercellular hydration, getting people healthy at the cellular level. I really would encourage you, if you're frustrated, if you're in pain, you don't need to be. You know, come and spend a little time on our website, look at clients' testimonials, look at reviews of people that said it sounded too good to be true, but it changed my life.
The website for more information is energizedhealth.com. John, what all can we find there?
Well, the great news is, guys, the internet, the beautiful thing about the internet is everything is right there. When you go on the website of energizedhealth.com, just go in there by category and find the people like you. Find the people like you that have your same challenges and were able to reverse them. It's so inspirational. Right. You have hip, weight problems, back problems, you're trying to get off your medication, go in there and check it out. Go watch a master class. Look at the reviews, and then, hey, do something different so you can have something different. Make a change so you can have a change.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. We just talked about how Jair Bolsonaro is likely going to jail and will die in jail in Brazil. And now in France, Marine Le Pen, a French court has convicted Marine Le Pen of embezzlement and sentenced her to a 5-year ban on running for office. The case is very arcane. Le Pen isn't convicted of enriching herself. Instead, the claim is that she oversaw her party, National Rally, inappropriately diverting European Union funds meant to pay for aides instead of pay for party staffers from 2004 to 2016. In context, it's clear what the real goal is. French prosecutors have been trying to jail Marine Le Pen for literally decades. In 2015, she beat a charge of inciting religious hatred. Le Pen is currently polling in first place for the French 2027 presidential election, but she can't run because she's banned from running. Joining us now is Kurt Schlichter. Kurt, feels as if we've seen this movie before, and it's playing out all across the Western world.
Well, we're seeing it. Let's see. Where we got a gin-up, arcane, bizarre charges that no one else has ever been charged with in, let's see, Israel, Brazil, the United States, famously, France, essentially outlaw a political party that's populist, that's Germany, cancel a election victory, that's Romania, and there's antics in Moldova. We know their template here. And I got to ask, Charlie, I'm told that we need to divert our blood and treasure to defending Western Europe from the evils of a guy who jails political opponents and bans free speech. And I'm kind of, I guess Putin does that, but so do these guys. I mean, they don't throw people out of the window yet. I mean, they did try and blow the head off of President Trump, and they did kill another guy. But, you know, I don't think I can express how dangerous this is. And we have a historic template. Look at ancient Rome. This is how the Republic became the empire. Okay, the misuse of judicial process to stop political enemies. That's why Julius Caesar crossed the Rubicon with his legion, because he knew he was going to be prosecuted if he didn't, falsely.
What bothers me is that I think there's a deeper game at play here where the French are basically saying we don't care about Trump's potential tariff threats. I mean, because Trump could tariff France and saying you're locking in Marine Le Pen. What is the calculus here from countries like Brazil and France that are very dependent on the United States? I mean, France is going about locking up a opposition leader while there's questions whether NATO is going to continue. And there is no NATO without the United States. The Europeans are completely incapable of raising their own military, of financing their own fighting force. They're completely incapable of having the technological capacity to fight a modern war. Explain the calculus of what is the calculus, though, of the French leadership for doing this in the face of aggressive tariff threats from Donald Trump?
Well, it's really simple. They'd rather rule in hell. Turn the country goes into economic ruin. It becomes a grubby little dictatorship, but they're still in charge. They would rather rule in hell than serve in heaven. And this is, we're seeing this all across the globe. This is the go-to move for the left. And it is unbelievably dangerous because when you block the ability to change things through the political system, especially by manipulating the system to do it, you leave people no other choice. And at some point, they're going to make it. I mean, the French are kind of famous for revolutions.
They had a couple. So this would have been our story if President Trump did not win back in November.
Yes.
We would be the leading lawfare test case. President Trump was patient zero of modern lawfare in the West.
Yeah, he beat it, but our country is not as firmly in the grip of the Western elites, the globalists, however you want to put it, the WEF types, as the rest of these countries are. And it is, they do not intend to give up power. You can have a democracy within these lines. Everybody's approved. Everybody's part of the uniparty. As soon as you step out of that, you're illegitimate, and it doesn't matter what they do to stop you. It's like these people never read history. They don't see what the effect of this is. And the effect is going to be to radicalize people. Look, they may be scared of Marine Le Pen, but she may be their last chance. She's not the populists of France's last chance. They're going to pick somebody who's going to get it done. And that's scary.
So, and all of this seems to be just to support mass migration. They'll do anything to stop a nationalist populist movement of Europe.
Well, mass migration is less of an objective than a tool. The mass migration is, like we've seen in Britain this week, is to bring in new, better voters. We saw in Britain, the beginning or ending of Ramadan, whichever one it was also the British Mother's Day. And Keir Starmer went out and he had a wonderful message about how great Ramadan is. Nothing for Mother's Day. They are the mass migration is a tool to change the voting demographics so they have more willing, less rebellious voters. Sadly, a lot of the rebellion's been trained out of the Europeans. They're a soft, decadent people. As my mom, the daughter of a Scottish immigrant, once said when I asked her why she didn't want to go visit Europe, she said all the good ones left. And there's a lot of truth to that.
The European elites, it seems as if they will burn down everything just to keep migration going. Everything.
Well, just to keep their own power. If their own people were willing to play ball, they'd be happy with their own people and wouldn't bother with immigrants. I don't think the immigration is the goal, although that is part of their ideological makeup, where they've decided that is a sacrament, like climate change and trans perversions and all that sort of thing. But it's not the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is always what it is for leftists. It's power. You remember 25 years ago, the American Democrats were virulently against immigration because they didn't think it helped them. As soon as they thought they were helping them, it became a sacrament.
And it seems there's so much secular guilt that these nations have post-World War II that it does have a religious component to atone for what they, especially the Germans, they are blamed for all the problems of World War II. So therefore, we must go import tens of millions of Mohammedans that are going to hunt down the women of the West.
Well, I think that's partially true. But keep in mind, these beliefs are entirely flexible. As we've seen in the last 2 months, they spent decades telling us about how nationalism is terrible and awful and everything. Take Canada, for instance. Donald Trump, it suddenly becomes politically useful for them to wave the Maple Leaf flag. And suddenly it's like, oh, Canada, for the same people who 3 months ago had their Twitter timelines filled with comments about how, Canada was built on the bones of genocidal First Nations people. Okay, it's just an act.
That's exactly right. You're right. It's flexible for whatever keeps them in power.
Yes.
All of a sudden, nationalism is cool because it's against Trump.
Yep. Absolutely. It's what keeps them in power and might work for the liberals in Canada. The Canadian people might be dumb enough.
We're interrupting this program for a special live report.
We're interrupting your regularly scheduled programming as White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is making her way towards the cameras outside the White House as we speak. Let's listen in. She just arrived at the podium.
Cabinet will be here for the event. It'll be our first Rose Garden event of this administration. So you all will be invited to attend and cover this historic moment. The president will be announcing a tariff plan that will roll back the unfair trade practices that have been ripping off our country for decades. He's doing this in the best interest of the American worker. We also had great news this morning on the border. Our Homeland Security team, our national security team, continues to do an incredibly effective job when it comes to deporting foreign terrorists from American soil. 17 Tren de Aragua and MS-13 illegal criminal terrorists were deported from our country back to El Salvador, and they will no longer ever be able to say they can roam free in this country under this president. These were convicted felons, murderers, rapists who are no longer in our country, and I think we should all be very grateful for that. I'll take some questions. Mary.
Is there anything these countries can do at this point to stave off these tariffs? And has the president decided on the scale and scope of these tariffs?
Well, I think, first of all, unfortunately, these countries have been ripping off our country for far too long. And they've made, I think, their disdain for the American worker quite clear. If you look at the unfair trade practices that we have, 50% from the European Union on American dairy. You have a 700% tariff from Japan on American rice. You have a 100% tariff from India on American agricultural products. You have nearly a 300% tariff from Canada on American butter and American cheese. This makes it virtually impossible for American products to be imported into these markets, and it has put a lot of Americans out of business and out of work over the past several decades. So it's time for reciprocity, and it's time for a president to take historic change to do what's right for the American people, and that's going to take place on Wednesday.
And what are the scope of them? He said yesterday he would be more generous. What does that mean?
I will let the president make the announcement on Wednesday, but it's certainly going to ensure that there's reciprocity and the American people are treated fairly.
Has the White House determined how many countries are going to see these reciprocal tariffs?
Again, I'll let the president get into the specifics of the announcement, but he has a brilliant team of trade advisors. You have Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick, Jamieson Greer, our U.S. trade representative, Peter Navarro, of course, and Kevin Hassett here at the White House, Stephen Miller as well. The vice president has been deeply involved in these conversations. All of these individuals have presented plans to the president on how to get this done, and it's the president's decision to make, and we will not get ahead of him on the specifics of the announcement.
Stock market sell-off caused the White House to rethink any of these plans?
The president has always said that the stock market is a snapshot of a moment in time, and he's doing what's best for Main Street, and Wall Street will work out just fine in this administration, just like they did in their first term.
As you said last week, Caroline, you said there would be an investigation or a review into how Jeffrey Goldberg's number got on that group chat. What's the status of that review, and what is the status of National Security Advisor Mike Waltz?
As the president has made it very clear, Mike Waltz continues to be an important part of his national security team, and this case has been closed here at the White House as far as we are concerned. There have been steps made to ensure that something like that can obviously never happen again, and we're moving forward, and the president and Mike Waltz and his entire national security team have been working together very well. If you look at how much safer the United States of America is because of the leadership of this team.
On the tariffs, are there going to be sector-by-sector announcements this week at the event you're alluding to? Is he going to be focusing on sectors or more country-based tariffs?
The goal of Wednesday are country-based tariffs, but certainly sectoral tariffs. The president has said he's committed to implementing them, and I'll leave it to him on when he makes that decision and that announcement.
Caroline, does President Trump still plan to talk to President Putin this week, and if so, when?
I don't have a readout for you on that call, but as always, we'll provide a readout. Usually the president likes to let you guys know first, especially for big calls like that. Steve?
Any exemptions for farmers being considered for these tariffs?
No exemptions at this time.
Caroline. The validation guide that DHS is using to determine who is an enemy alien, a Tren de Aragua member, and deportable under the Enemy Aliens Act, has criteria here that require 8 points to be classified as a TDA member. You can get classified by simply having certain symbols in your tattoos and wearing certain streetwear brands. That alone is enough to get someone classified as TDA and sent to El Salvador.
That's not true, actually, Andrew.
According to this document, it is.
No, according to the Department of Homeland Security and the agents, have you talked to the agents who have been putting their lives on the line to detain these foreign terrorists who have been terrorizing our communities? TDA is a vicious gang that has taken the lives of American women. And our agents on the front lines take deporting these people with the utmost seriousness, and there is a litany of criteria that they use to ensure that these individuals qualify as foreign terrorists and to ensure that they qualify for deportation. And the president made it incredibly clear to the American public that there would be a mass deportation campaign of not just foreign terrorists, but also illegal criminal aliens who have been wreaking havoc on American communities. And shame on you and shame on the mainstream media for trying to cover for these individuals who have. This is a vicious gang, Andrew. This is a vicious gang that has taken the lives of American women.
The government filed in court, which says all.
And you said yourself there are 8 criteria on that document.
They need 8 points.
And you are questioning the credibility of these agents who are putting their life on the line to protect your life and the life of everybody in this group and everybody across the country. And their credibility should be questioned. They finally have a president who is allowing them to do their jobs, and God bless them for doing it.
Caroline, what method would the president use to potentially run for a third term? As he said, there are methods there.
Look, you guys continue to ask the president this question about a third term, and then he answers honestly and candidly with a smile, and then everybody here melts down about his answer. The president talked about this last night on the plane. He said, it's not really something we're thinking about. He has 4 years. There's a lot of work to do. We've done a lot in these nearly first 100 days, and the American people love what this president is doing, particularly when it comes to efforts to secure the border.
How confident is President Trump in that he can get a peace deal done in Ukraine? How confident is President Trump that he can get a peace deal done in Ukraine?
Well, look, the president is working incredibly hard to get a peace deal done between Russia and Ukraine, and he has expressed his displeasure with comments that have been made by leaders of both sides of this conflict. He has expressed what he believes needs to take place in order to see this conflict come to an end. He continues to work very hard on it, and our teams continue to be engaged.
Caroline, can countries that don't have tariffs on the US but may have other forms of non-tariff trade barriers, I'm thinking in my case of Australia, can they expect to be hit on in Wednesday's announcement, or can they expect to be left out and dealt with another time?
Again, I'll let the president make the announcement on Wednesday, but I think any country that has treated the American people unfairly should expect to receive a tariff in return on Wednesday.
Caroline, you talk about the European Union. Is the president expected to impose those tariffs in blocks, or will he distinguish countries within those trading blocks?
Again, I will let the president get into the specifics of the announcement. It's his announcement to make. It's going to be very exciting. We'll see you guys in the Rose Garden. And you will also hear directly from the president if you have any lingering questions. 5:30 this afternoon, or evening rather, although it's really afternoon for us. That's about midday for this president because he works all night. But he'll be signing an executive order. It will be the in-house pool in the Oval Office, and we'll see you all there. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Going to Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Caroline.
That was White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt speaking there to the media, answering a number of questions, also saying that President Trump will be signing an executive order later on this afternoon or early this evening, Washington, D.C. time. We, of course, will be covering that here on Real America's Voice for you. Now, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
This has been a live special report. We now join our programming already in progress.
The laws of Islam, can he coincide with people from different faiths? The answer is very obvious. Have we been living with people from different faiths for the last 1400 years? Yes. That's the answer. A part of Islamic Sharia is that if you go to a foreign land that basically is not a Muslim land, you abide by the laws, as long as they don't force you to give up your faith.
I mean, there's so much there, Kurt, but just so everyone understands, those are a group of young Anglo women being lectured by this conqueror.
Yeah, well, you know, I left the Methodist Church because we had a minister who said during confirmation, we're going to go to a mosque. And I kind of pointed out, maybe we should, I don't know, ensure they're Christian. And I was told I didn't know what I was talking about. I had literally just come back from spending a year and a half in a Muslim country as an army guy doing civil affairs work. So I was out with the people. So that's here too. And it's a lie. See, here's the problem. Muslims, or radical Muslims, believe in their religion. Sadly, Westerners have stopped believing in their religion. And they filled it up with nonsense like DEI, trans nonsense, and climate change. This is no longer the continent of Charles Martel. It is the continent of Greta Thunberg.
And they fill that existential void with pagan pseudo-religions of the West.
Yep, exactly.
I do like your analysis, Kurt. I am encouraged that the American people are seeing these mass deportations, and they're like, good. In fact, what is getting the American people fired up is that their goodies of the government might be a little cut. You know, they're torching Elon Musk. I'll be honest, back in January, I made the prediction that immigration was going to be the thing that the media focused the most on. Turns out it's cutting of government programs and the cash flow, not the mass deportation. Very fascinating.
Taking the rice bowls away from these people is even scarier than taking the long-term demographic change away. The immigration project is decades long, but if Elon Musk and the president are able to cut these parasites off from the money that funds so much of this NGO nonsense, that's a problem for them starting today.
Gotta run.
So they are, I got to hand it to them. They are focusing on the biggest threat to them.
Gotta run. Kurt, thanks so much. Check out The Attack. We'll be right back.
To this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. A busy day is already underway at the White House. President Trump set to sign another executive order later on this afternoon there at the Rose Garden. In the meantime, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt going right back in front of the cameras just about 30 minutes, not even 30 minutes ago, maybe 15 minutes ago, and again having to defend President Trump's deportation efforts.
And the president made it incredibly clear to the American public that there would be a mass deportation campaign of not just foreign terrorists, but also illegal criminal aliens who have been wreaking havoc on American communities. And shame on you and shame on the mainstream media for trying to cover for these individuals who have. This is a vicious gang, Andrew. This is a vicious gang that has taken the lives of American women.
The government filed in court.
That was just part of the back and forth between Caroline Levitt and reporters this morning. The vicious gang she was talking about is Trinidad Aragua and the many members who had been deported to El Salvador. In the meantime, House Republicans are expecting to add more votes to their very slim majority this week. 2 more votes could come from the state of Florida, where voters will cast ballots in special elections tomorrow to fill the seats vacated by Matt Gaetz and Mike Waltz. Gaetz gave up his seat after being tapped to be President Trump's, Attorney General. He eventually stepped away from the nomination amid concerns about the congressional ethics investigation surrounding him. Florida's chief financial officer, Jimmy Patronis, has President Trump's endorsement to replace Gaetz. The district is traditionally a GOP stronghold, as it has consistently elected a Republican presidential candidate for the past 60 years. Republican State Senator Randy Fine is looking to replace Mike Waltz, who is now serving as President Trump's national security advisor. Along with President Trump's endorsement, Fine is running in a traditionally strong GOP district as well. And voters in Wisconsin also headed to the polls tomorrow to decide who will fill the 7th seat on that state's Supreme Court. The Trump administration is watching the race closely, in fact, so closely that it dispatched Elon Musk to the state on Sunday to rally voters there. That's a quick check of your headlines. As always, we appreciate having you along for the ride. Now, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
You're listening to the sound of freedom. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Think about it. Every dollar you spend is either supporting your values or working against them. In today's economy, where you spend your money matters, and that's how we take back our country. Patriot Mobile is leading the way as America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Switch today without sacrificing quality or service. You'll get exceptional nationwide coverage because, unlike most budget wireless providers, Patriot Mobile has access to all 3 major U.S. networks. You can even add 2 numbers on your network on one phone, something the big guys can't even do. Stay connected with flexible unlimited data plans to fit your lifestyle. Here's the best part. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're supporting faith, family, and freedom. If you believe in our First and Second Amendment rights, the sanctity of life, and supporting our veterans, this is where you belong. Switching is simple. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile is a 100% U.S.-based service team while you get activated in minutes. Right now, go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie, or call 972-PATRIOT to get a free month. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Make the switch. Defend freedom with every call and text you make. That's patriotmobile.com/Charlie, or call 972-PATRIOT, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Okay, everybody, this is a very difficult story to cover. It is Scarlett Johnson, Moms for Liberty, Wisconsin. Just a breathtaking story. Scarlett, welcome to the program. Tell us about this story and the elements related to it, please.
Hi, thanks for having me. Yeah, this story is actually insane. It's a story of Westosha, Wisconsin, which is in Kenosha County. And in December, this broke, and I was able to work with the local community and parents. It's just insane. A biological male, 16 years old, obvious male, over 200 pounds, who identified as trans, was allowed to change in the girls' locker room. Freshman girls, so these are 13 and 14-year-old girls, were terrified. This boy has alleged to strip nude, to leer at the girls while they were changing, and even alleged that he rubbed lotion on his genitalia to, quote, prevent chafing. I had to do a lot of research before I even started to post this on X and start to sound all the alarms, because it was hard to believe. It was hard to believe that this was happening in Wisconsin, but it absolutely was. Putting on a skirt and some makeup, putting on a woman face does not make a boy a man. And this insane transgender ideology has just warped the mind of even the school staff. These girls, when they complained, the gym teacher told them to stop being dramatic and that it would be discriminatory to not allow the boy who was harassing and intimidating the girls to change. And so the girls started to try to use the gender neutral space, the family locker rooms. And when they did, they were late for class and they got unexcused absences and failing grades. They kicked the girls out of the gender neutral space, a space that the boys should have gone to. Instead, the girls were lining up trying to use it to escape from this boy. It's just insane. And then it gets even worse because this boy is alleged to have yelled at the girls, pushed the girls, even thrown one of their Chromebooks against the wall when they demanded that he get out of the space that they told him they were uncomfortable changing in front of him. And the school took the side of this boy instead of protecting the girls. And, it's just, they were told they were not being inclusive and that it would be discriminatory. So their rights, their safety, their privacy came a distant second to this biological boy who identified as trans. And this defies all common sense. And to prioritize the feelings of this boy over all of the girls. And I just sometimes think my head is going to explode. But when parents wrote emails and then they complained, they were gaslighted. They were told, oh, yeah, we're going to take care of this. And then they didn't. And there was a huge uproar, and Moms for Liberty members fought valiantly, going to school board meetings, demanding that this policy be changed. And instead, the school board voted 5-2 to continue to implement the old Biden version of Title IX in open defiance of President Trump. And knowing that these executive orders were going to come, knowing that there was going to be a change in the definition back to, there are two sexes, male and female, they still went forward and they continue to this day to advocate for policies that violate the executive order.
It's terrible. Thank you. I want to just summarize so the audience really internalize that. So here you have a 200-pound boy. For the record, that's heavier than me. Okay, I weigh like 192 to 195, and I'm 6'5". I'm a pretty big person. 200-pound boy in high school. And so then he then gets fully naked. There's no surgery or anything. So full genitalia, starts rubbing his genitals. So you could make the argument that he's potentially masturbating in front of these girls. We don't know that for sure, but awfully close. And leering at them. Then these minor girls feel violated because there's this pervert touching himself in front of these minor girls. So they decide to disengage. No adult stands up for these girls as this pervert is touching his genitals in front of these girls. They go into the gender-neutral bathroom. And then the gym teachers were telling the girls that they were being dramatic and that they get punished while the pervert ends up becoming the hero of the story. Now, let me tell you one just element of this, and you don't have to comment on this. It was a mistake ever building these gender-neutral bathrooms. You get this because you build these gender-neutral bathrooms. Once you start to accommodate delusion and insanity, then you get this problem. So the thought process, well, if we just build gender-neutral bathrooms, this won't matter because obviously this kid is dealing with an issue. We tried to appease it. And by the way, we saw this in Deerfield High School, the exact same thing about 30 minutes down the street from you, where they have gender-neutral bathrooms. The gender-neutral bathrooms sounded reasonable on the surface and sounded with good intentions. Hey, there's a kid that's struggling. Let's try to accommodate them. But then the kid says, no, I'm actually a woman. Don't put me in some sort of segregated space. And so this becomes, I just want to reemphasize, if you think that you're going to solve it by building another space, you're wrong. And these adults are pushing political agendas. And so I know this might sound like a very blunt question, but for some of these minor girls that are 15 or 16, that might have been their first exposure to male genitalia. So for the rest of their life, they might have now have a scarring image of some pervert in the locker room that they are forced to experience. So their first exposure to male genitalia of some 200-pound guy rubbing himself. That is, I mean, that's psychotic.
It is. It is. It's dangerous. It's psychotic. I would say it's assault. It's sexual harassment. And a Title IX complaint should have been filed by the school for these girls who were abused. And I completely agree with your assessment of these gender neutral spaces, because you know what they've become? Places for biological girls, actual girls, to hide from the boys. And there are not enough of them. And it's crazy. They don't want to go in the gender neutral space because in their delusion, they want to be affirmed as females. And you were talking about the Deerfield case, and that's exactly what had happened in the middle school, where the parents who suffer from, also some kind of delusion sometimes, they want their kid in the girls' bathroom. They want their kid in the girls' bathroom. This also in Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, again, 13 and 14-year-old girls were traumatized, absolutely traumatized when an 18-year-old male exposed himself, showered next to them.
Okay, I think we lost Scarlett for a second. So I just, while Scarlett was talking, I asked this question. Very simple. I asked the question, I said, if a Wisconsin man were to walk into a locker room, got naked, and started rubbing himself, what law would he be breaking? Well, it turns out, defined under Wisconsin statute 944.20, this law prohibits public and indecent exposure of one's genitals in a public area, in a pubic area. Such conduct is considered improper or vulgar and is subject to legal penalties. Disorderly conduct under Wisconsin statute 947.01, engaged in behavior that tends to cause or provoke a disturbance. So in the Wisconsin law, it's illegal what this young man is doing. If this young man were just to walk into a Lifetime Fitness or to walk into a Gold's Gym and to start getting naked and started touching himself, he would potentially be arrested. So I do have to just ask, and I know this is why are parents putting up with this? Forget the letters, this is, I'll be honest, these parents aren't fighting hard enough. Tell me what they're doing. Why are they still sending kids to this school? Why are they putting up with this, actually?
Well, there are some parents that have pulled their daughters out of the school, and there are two families that are fighting back, and they have legal counsel, and they are working with the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty, who has just filed a Title IX complaint against the Westosha Central High School, and they are fighting back legally. Many parents have pulled their daughters out. There are several emails going back and forth, parents going to the school, text messages that you can see that the girls have with their parents where they're saying, I don't want to go in the locker room. I'm afraid to go in the locker room. I do have to agree with you, Charlie. If this was my daughter, there would be hell to pay. There would be hell to pay. I would not rest. And I am treating this case like it is my daughter's and trying to fight back as hard as I can with Moms for Liberty. We are trying to fight for these girls. Where are the adults? Where are the adults?
But also, so this is what, Wauwatosa, or is it what?
Westosha.
Westosha. I got all my beautiful Native American Wisconsin cities mixed up. So I know this sounds kind of silly. Why doesn't the sheriff just go and arrest this young man?
That's a really good question, especially considering he's alleged to have threatened to shoot up the school.
Oh, that's another element. Yeah, we forgot about that. This young man literally said, I'm going to go shoot up the entire school. So we all have to accommodate. These young girls have to now be exposed by force to male genitalia. They get punished if they don't. So they go to the other locker room, they get an F. He is threatening to shoot up the entire school. And so you must now go through. If you are a teenage girl in Wisconsin, you must go through the humiliation ritual of looking at naked men touch themselves that are 200 pounds. And if you do not while he's leering and taunting them, and if you don't do that, you're being dramatic. At the same time, let me just say this, and I'll keep you for another segment. At the same time, if a young man probably wore a Trump hat at that school and you said that you were offended, that kid would probably have to leave school and all these girls would be given a day off of school. But no. The thing that really is not offensive is if some random dude starts to commit crimes in front of minors. Perfectly fine. That's progress. That is the left. I hope you guys understand that if we do not defeat the Democrat Party and extinguish them as a permanent minority force, they're coming for your kids. Big time. What do we have? ReliefFactor.com. When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money, a bigger house, maybe a yacht? What about how you feel physically, how you wake up each day, how you sleep, what activities you can and cannot do? ReliefFactor.com. Wherever you're hurting in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. Wherever you're hurting in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. So go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. There is a special election in Wisconsin. It's going to be really tough for Republicans and conservatives. Most Republicans don't care that much about this election tomorrow, but I hope you will vote for Brad Schimmel. We'll be right back.
Letting everyone know socialism sucks. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, YREFI.com, YREFY.com. Private student loan debt in America totals over $300 billion. Just call 888-YREFI-34 and log on to YREFI.com. That is YREFY.com. May not be available in all 50 states. YREFI offers a 3-minute rate check without any credit impact. Let's face it, if you have distressed or defaulted private student loans, nobody is coming to bail you out, and bankruptcy is not an option. But you could take charge of your situation by contacting YREFI. YREFI refinances distressed and defaulted private student loans, which are different from federal loans. Go to YREFI.com. YREFI can save you thousands of dollars by refinancing your private student loan debt. So when the payment on your distressed or defaulted private student loans is so big that you can't ever get ahead in your finances, YREFI is surely your best option. So go to YREFI.com. That is YREFY.com. That is YREFI.com. YREFI.com. So check it out right now. YREFI.com. It might not be available in all 50 states. Private student loan debt totals over $300 billion. You could take control of your student loan debt. YREFI does not care what your credit score is. So take a look at it right now. YREFI.com. Be right back, everybody. Okay, everybody, the Herzog Foundation, it's a great segue to the conversation we're talking here. Are you rethinking your kid's educational path, wondering if their current school truly supports your family's values? You're not alone, and the Herzog Foundation is here to help. Go to readlion.com to access must-read articles, and don't forget to sign up for the Lion's daily and weekly newsletters. That's readlion.com. Stay informed, stay equipped, and shape your child's future. Go to that is readlion.com. Everything is brought to you by the Herzog Foundation and the Lion. So go to readlion.com, readlion.com. Readlion.com to access must-read articles. So stay informed, stay equipped, and shape your child's future. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast. So Scarlett, tell us about what Moms for Liberty is doing to fight this in this great state of Wisconsin.
We are doing so much. I'm so proud to be a part of this organization, and we often work with Turning Point in Wisconsin, so we really appreciate all the efforts that they're doing as well. The coalitions that are being built with the state and local GOP, it's amazing, and I've been witnessing this firsthand going all over the state of Wisconsin. But we have a Get Out the Vote ad that's been seen over 1 million times. We have invested in mom and dad ambassadors that travel the state, that talk about stories like this one in West Scotia and so many more. We talk about woke curriculum. A lot of people don't believe it's happening, and they don't believe it's happening in their school, and we prove to them that it is happening. We're targeting over 300,000 low propensity voters across the state. There are 400 school board races. Those are very important. And so we are funding with our PAC. We are funding some select races. We are sending out texts. We have 22 chapters, and each chapter and members are working to get sensible, common sense conservative school board members elected. Where we have conservative school boards, this insanity just doesn't happen, and they return back to the basics and common sense. So everything is local. The more that you can do locally, the better. And we are supporting Brittany Kinzer in the state superintendent race, which is very, very important. And of course, we're supporting Brad Schimmel and the state Supreme Court race.
So again, just tell me really quick, where does this case stand with the young man who is basically the young ladies that are forced to watch pornographic humiliation rituals? Where does that stand now?
Right now, the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty has filed a Title IX complaint with the Trump administration, and there is a lawsuit filed with 2 families. And I really think that obviously now with Trump in office, that there's going to be some effort, hopefully, to defund this county, this school district. But just because we have Trump in office, which is terrific, but that's not enough. The woke never stop. So team sanity, we must work to win these elections on April 1st. Now, you can't early vote today, but tomorrow you can go vote, and you can take 10 people with you, because it matters. If we can get, right now there are there are conservative Moms for Liberty and Jorts candidates in Westosha running. And if they win, they could change this at the local level too. So that's a huge option. And you know, what's happening with judges, what we're seeing nationally, that's happening in Wisconsin as well. We need common sense judges that aren't going to legislate from the bench. And I'm sure, Charlie, I know you've talked about this, but there is a plan by the Democratic Party that if they win, if Susan Crawford wins, they are immediately going to gerrymander Wisconsin congressional districts so that 2 seats would be targeted and likely lost, and that could disrupt right now the Republican majority in the House. And you know what they're going to do if they get that majority? You know what they're going to do right away. They're going to go back to impeaching Trump. They're going to go after Doge. They're going to stop Trump any way that they can. And that's why this is so important, because all of the change that Trump is doing, which is tremendous, and I'm happy every day about it, but it is threatened by this simple race in Wisconsin, the state Supreme Court race. So if you voted for Trump in November, you need to vote for Brad Schimmel on April 1st tomorrow.
Very good. Scarlett, God bless you, and keep fighting hard on the ground. And I hope that enough Republicans care about their state to show up for Brad Schimmel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. A reminder, tomorrow I will be at Oklahoma State University in Stillwater, Oklahoma. That is Oklahoma State University. Next week, we're going to be all over the Midwest. So email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I've heard a lot of these trans stories. That one might be the most shocking. A kid who wants to shoot up the school, fully gets naked, touches himself, basically masturbates, and the girls get punished and get an F for not watching it and not being around it. Remarkable. Welcome to the left. See you guys tomorrow.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is 70-year-old man was arrested after Meridian police say he hit another man with his car during today's demonstrations at the Tesla dealership in Meridian.
Just a couple of minutes ago, the judge told the courtroom that, yes, Marine Le Pen will not be able to run in the next election. She's ineligible.
President Trump has repeatedly referred to April 2nd as Liberation Day, the day he's set to announce reciprocal tariffs. This weekend, the president said all countries will be impacted, and these new tariffs come as the administration is also trying to put increased pressure on automakers to make their vehicles in the U.S.
Just hours ago, President Trump called me to tell me he is, quote, pissed off with Russia's President Putin and threatened to impose secondary tariffs on Russia's oil. Quote, if Russia and I are unable to make a deal on stopping the bloodshed in Ukraine, and if I think it was Russia's fault, which it might not be, but if I think it was Russia's fault, I am going to put secondary tariffs on all oil coming out of Russia.
Zelensky, by the way, I see he's trying to back out of the rare earth deal. And if he does that, he's got some problems, big problems.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We are back in Washington, D.C. Today is March 31st, 2025, Anno Domini. Folks, we've got to look at this massive story. The New York Times has admitted it. And we really have to question why this story is coming out. It's the secret history of the U.S. involvement in the Ukraine war. And in fact, it's worse. It's even worse than we could have possibly predicted. Because, you see, here's what's going on. Well, we were told all along, unprovoked war, unprovoked war, unprovoked war. But as it turns out, the U.S. military has not only been involved prior to the Ukraine war, but even during the Ukraine war. And there's this huge piece out now in the New York Times. This is actually a huge, it's kind of a CYA piece, because the big piece of this is that this war is coming to an end. It did not go the way that the globalists wanted. It did not go the way that the neoliberals wanted. Russia looks like they're going to be getting these provinces. And so all of the things that were said at the beginning were lies, as were called out by us here on Human Events Daily, to the posse and others. And so this is pre-shaping the legacy of the Ukraine war, to say, oh, it wasn't our fault. See, we tried to help, but it was Zelensky's fault. It was Zelensky's fault, the Ukrainians' fault. They just didn't listen. They didn't take our advice. So what's come out in the New York Times today? This massive story. It's, I don't even, 10,000 words. 10,000 word story about how the U.S. military, the U.S. intelligence services, and the U.S. government have been directing the Ukraine war from the very start, supplying the coordinates of Russian forces on Russian soil from a U.S. base in Wiesbaden, Germany. So a U.S. base in Germany, that means U.S. generals, U.S. soldiers, U.S. officials, U.S. officers were giving the targets to the Ukrainians on Russian soil, and then the Russians were the ones who were the recipient of the strikes. That's way more than the material support that we knew that was publicly going on, but it's exactly what we told you. In fact, there's even one point where they talk about how General Milley was specifically involved in planning operations for the Ukrainian military. But of course, it was just advising. What do we even find out? That yes, of course, there were U.S. troops on the ground in Ukraine the entire time. U.S. troops are on the ground in Kiev as well as in forward positions. That's why this thing has gone so far. That's why I've been hearing about all of this. And that's why the negotiations currently are between the United States, Russia, and Ukraine, because the U.S. role in this is larger than anyone has officially confirmed up until this point. We'll be right back. Human Events Daily. Truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back live. Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. Want to bring in also the third hour of the Charlie Kirk Show on the Salem Radio Network. And that audience as well as the audience on Real America's Voice, as well as all the folks on Rumble and Getter and all the other live streams. I love being in the chats when I can get in there, guys. Keep up the great work. Folks, Trump is fully in the process of draining the swamp, but the uncertainty for many is, will he expose the entire pandemic? Now, there's enough public evidence for folks to be concerned who injected themselves with these experiments. If you were forced to get the shot for work, for travel, maybe just you trusted the system back then, check out this natural solution formulated by Dr. Peter McCullough in collaboration with the wellness company. And they just leveled up. Now, the original detox formula is $30 less. So we're introducing the 3-in-1 Ultimate Spike Detox, conveniently consolidated into one capsule with 4x more nattokinase, 500 milligrams of bromelain, and 500 milligrams of turmeric root extract. Nattokinase is an enzyme researched for its anti-clotting effects, and it may work to break down spike proteins. Combined with bromelain and curcumin, it provides a potent blend for detoxification and cellular support. Crafted with 100% natural ingredients, Ultimate Spike Detox is backed by research offering effective support to your cell's natural repair and recovery. Experience the only formula approved and used by Dr. Peter McCullough, a top freedom-fighting doctor who risked it all. How do you get access? Go to twc.health/POSO and use promo code POSO to get 10% off plus free shipping. Again, that's twc.health/POSO and use promo code POSO to get 10% off. Get back to that pre-COVID feeling. All right. I want to bring in now Lieutenant Colonel Tony Shaffer to break down what's been going on here in this New York Times story. Tony, when I look at this story, you know, it's so long, at least 10,000 words going through all of this. The U.S. military and the U.S. government were, in fact, directly involved every single step of the way. They were running this war hand in hand with the Ukrainians. What does it mean that this story is coming out? And it's interesting, by the way, how even though they put it out, the mainstream media is totally ignoring it.
Yeah, the ignoring it is because people like you and me and some of the folks over at my network have said this is the fact that the United States has been engaged in this proxy war for years. And they don't like the fact that, I don't think we're alternative media. We are the media now. They don't like the fact that the mainstream media got it all wrong because they were taking talking points, not actually seeking facts. And so the fact findings ended, and they don't want to be hit in the face with the facts, Jack. And the fact is, we, the United States, engaged both in the revolution, the Maidan Revolution in 2014, Victoria Nuland and USAID, which is now deceased, with CIA funded all of that, all those shenanigans. And so what has happened now, and I think this is why they're publishing it, Donald Trump is going to shut it all down one way or another. Marco Rubio confirmed about 3 weeks ago, this is a quote unquote proxy war with Russia. It is. And last time I checked, we weren't asked about this. We, the American people, weren't asked, do we want to go back to war with Russia? So ask yourself, Jack, who would have pushed for us to be the world policeman and engage in this? Well, it's the World Economic Forum and Soros and the Europeans. They wanted Ukraine for their own purposes to be part of the EU utopian, whatever you want to call whatever they're doing right now with suppressing democracy and trying to get people to not talk about certain things. They wanted Ukraine to become part of the EU. That's what this is all about. And that means the resources, gas and oil and everything else becomes part of the EU. And they wanted to dismantle Russia. So we didn't get to vote on it. We, the United States and the American people, didn't vote on it. This was all about the progressive left via the Democrats using our military and our intelligence community as an extension of their policies, which support the World Economic Forum and the EU. So that's why we're here. Right now, they're about to be found out behind the curtain, and President Trump, I think, is going to make it abundantly clear who caused all of this. Well, that's really what it comes down to. And we're talking about this is a pre-shaped narrative.
So the narrative that you get through all of this is the U.S. was there, the intel community was there, we did what we had to do, we helped them every step of the way, but they just wouldn't listen. And by the way, what's really interesting, Tony, and I know you'll appreciate this because you and I talked about this in real time 2 years ago in 2023, going into that summer counteroffensive, Bakhmut. We said this is a bad idea. This isn't going to go well. Apparently, in real time, we were calling this while the rest of the media said, oh, this is great, this is genius. And apparently there was a huge breakdown where even General Milley was telling the Ukrainians, yeah, guys, don't do this. The Russians are dug in over in these positions. This is a really bad move. And then it's actually kind of funny because it says that they hung up on General Milley on the call, and then he kept trying to call them back, and they wouldn't answer.
Well, Mark I think, by the way, just on a personal note, you and I were in the military. There's no senior officer I know that looks better in high heels than Mark Milley. Female or male.
No.
He's the best. He's the best. Anyway, but I digress. But no, look, I know Mark Milley. I know Lloyd Austin. You could not pick two more incompetent people. And then you add Tony Blinken. His college nickname was Spanky Banana. Did you know that? Because he was in the band? It could be true. I don't know if that's true, but it could be. Anyway, and then, of course, Jake Sullivan. These people could not lead a high school debating team, let alone trying to use the resources of the greatest republic on the planet. This was doomed from day one. And Jack, you and I suffered the barbs and arrows, the outrageous barbs and arrows of fortune, to be right about this ahead of time, way ahead of time, and people didn't like it. So it is what it is. We're right, they're wrong. End of story.
I have a good buddy of mine. He likes to say sometimes that it's better to be right late than wrong early, because when you're right early, everybody comes down at you, comes hard at you, and that's what they did. But look, say we got a Cassandra complex or whatever it is. Look, I'm going to call it like it is, and if people want to deny reality, they can try for as much as they can. But reality is reality. And the U.S. has been far more involved in the Ukraine war than anyone has ever let on. Now it's starting to publicly come out. And there are, by the way, there are key targeting and talking about not only, by the way, the attacks in the Black Sea, so the sinking of the Moskva, this huge cruiser, coordinating drone swarms, even the attacks in Russia itself, providing those. I mean, Tony, it's actually kind of a testament to the fact that Russia didn't declare the U.S. to be a party to this war when clearly we were.
Yeah, they figured it out. They knew. And I think the restraint of Putin is notable. And by the way, I think Putin's had to fight his own extreme pro-war guys to hold him back. And let me be clear on this. I have said on your show and other networks, Putin's a thug. I have no love for Putin. With that said, he is the leader of Russia, whether you like it or not. And he has been, by all accounts now, especially with the New York Times admitting it, at war with us. The United States has been at war with him, whether we wanted to or not, wanted to admit it or not. And now we're forced to kind of come to terms with that. And that's why President Trump is negotiating directly with the Russians. This is going back to the 80s, back to Gorbachev and Reagan. And it's the way it's going to have to be resolved. And by the way, Zelensky is an actor, a bad one at that. And I think he will not survive this transition from war to peace because he is so adamant. He is such a puppet of the EU, of UK and NATO. He will not. That's why he's so far on their team, trying to essentially do everything he can to stop the peace process from happening. I think we're going to see a framework soon. I don't think Zelensky makes it through to the end.
Wow. That's actually big. Huge prediction there from Tony Shaffer. But you know what? He's been right so far, folks. Stay tuned. We'll come right back with more on this, the secret history of the U.S. involvement in the Ukraine war.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. The world is bracing for the implementation of President Trump's tariffs this week. The commander-in-chief is calling this Wednesday Liberation Day. That's when his reciprocal tariffs go into effect. Mr. Trump is promising to charge America's trading partners the same amount in tariffs that they're charging us. Uncertainty about the impact of the tariffs already have Asian markets suffering losses. Even here in the United States, futures on the S&P 500 earlier this morning started showing that there was a downturn in store potentially for this week. President Trump also promising to follow up Wednesday's reciprocal tariffs with 25% tariffs on cars and car parts on Thursday. At the moment, those duties are scheduled to go into effect, like I said, on Thursday. President Trump argues that his tariff policies will spur investment and innovation here in the United States. House Republicans are expecting to add more votes to their very slim majority this week. 2 more votes could come from the state of Florida, where voters will cast ballots in special elections tomorrow to fill the seats vacated by Matt Gaetz and Mike Waltz. Gaetz gave up his seat after being tapped to be President Trump's attorney general. He eventually stepped away from the nomination amid concerns about the congressional ethics investigation surrounding him. Florida's chief financial officer, Jimmy Patronis, has President Trump's endorsement to replace Gaetz. The district is traditionally a GOP stronghold, as it has consistently elected a Republican presidential candidate for the past 60 years. Republican State Senator Randy Fine is looking to replace Mike Waltz, who is now serving as President Trump's national security advisor. Along with President Trump's endorsement, Fine is running in a traditionally strong GOP district as well. And voters in Wisconsin are also headed to the polls tomorrow to decide who will fill the 7th seat on the state Supreme Court. The Trump administration is watching this race so closely that it dispatched Elon Musk to the state on Sunday to rally voters there. Musk handed out 2 $1 million checks to voters there. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Today, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back. Human Events Daily. Look at those cherry blossoms. Man, that is peak bloom, Washington, D.C. Check it out. We did this weekend, which was a horrible, horrible idea. Just packed. It was really, really too many people. But you got some nice pictures. So hopefully that makes it work. Folks, there is a dirty little secret in the mobile phone industry that the major phone carriers don't want you to know about. Did you know that the big 3 mobile companies own all the towers in the United States? So if that's the case, then what's the difference between the carriers? Well, there's only one which actually lives by the same values as you, and only one which allows you to choose the best network for you. That's Patriot Mobile, America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, and the only one that allows you access to all 3 networks. So keep your phone, keep your number, and now keep your values too. With Patriot Mobile, you know that none of your money is going to the woke left, DEI, or causes that have put America last. If you're worried about switching, don't. The U.S.-based customer service team makes switching easy, and you'll get the same service without compromising quality or convenience. Just go to patriotmobile.com/POSO or call 972-PATRIOT right now. Get a free month of service with promo code POSO. Don't be fooled by the other mobile providers pretending to share your values. Support one that actively supports the First and Second Amendments, the sanctity of life, our brave veterans, and our first responders. Make the switch today and go to patriotmobile.com/POSO or call 972-PATRIOT. I want to get back here with Tony Schaefer. So, Tony, this thing is winding down. The whole deal is coming down. But is that the reason? We're calling it pre-shaping the narrative. Do you agree with my take there that that's what this New York Times piece, which, okay, again, the sources of this are all intelligence officials, all generals on the U.S. side, some on the Ukraine side as well. And I guess the real question that they're going to be asking is, who lost Ukraine?
Well, the Biden administration and the Obama administration. Yeah. It was never going to be one. This was all about creating havoc and chaos, Jack. And these aspirations they had to bring Ukraine into the EU was totally insane. They had set off on a false set of assumptions, command assumptions, which were completely incorrect, not supported by facts. And I don't know how they fail to recognize Russia doesn't give things up. There's a book I read as a kid called The Russians by, I think it was Frederick Smith. And the lesson, the keys, and the book's about that thing. And the key lesson is what the Russians are very consistent. What's ours is ours. What's yours is negotiable. And they will do whatever they can to hang on to what they have. And this was the final point. In 2009, Putin said, hey, no more NATO moving east. He was very clear, and yet NATO kept coming. So this whole thing was preventable as well as, I think, predicted by many. So where does that leave us? That leaves us with the special military operation. The Russians are engaged at this very moment in about 8 sectors of combat. The four provinces, whatever you want to call them, the areas where they're engaged, plus Kursk. And out of these 8, they're winning. They've taken up about 80% of the oblasts that they're seeking of the 4, and they're winning in Kursk about the same amount. So they could, if they chose their mind to it, they could be done with this militarily within 2 months. And that's they're already planning for an offensive. So if we do nothing more, which we don't plan to do, all the weapons that they're on the way to Ukraine, whatever military personnel is still there, which I would predict at this point very few, it was all from the Obama administration. The Trump folks have pulled out. They're going to continue to pull out. So it's all on the fact that Obama and Biden set off on this completely insane mission. And I said on your show back when the invasion first started, the numbers were never there. There was no way Russia would ever lose this based on the fact that they have more people and more material and more political will than Ukraine. And here we are all these years later.
You know, it's. I would say it was crazy. I would say it was awful if it wasn't typical. Because this has become typical in Washington, D.C. and It's become typical for the course of things over the last 14, 15 years for those of us who have been paying attention. Tony Shaffer, Lieutenant Colonel, where can people go to follow you and get more access to everything that you're doing?
Yeah, ProjectSentinel.com as well as X T-Spooky. So, Jack, I always enjoy our conversations. Thanks for having me. And I'm glad we were right about all this, despite the fallout. So.
All right, there he is, Lieutenant Colonel Tony Shaffer. Follow him to find out what's going to be happening tomorrow and the next day and a year from then and even a year from then. We'll be right back here, Human Events Daily, as the day continues.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice News Break. Thanks so much for being along for the ride. The newly released JFK files will be the topic of conversation tomorrow when famed film director Oliver Stone testifies before members of the House. Republican Florida Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, who is the chair of the task force on the declassification of federal secrets, says tomorrow's hearing will focus on the value of the newly declassified documents. She also points to a document from the CIA, which she claims affirms that the agency didn't believe a lone gunman was responsible for President Kennedy's assassination.
Kudos to President Trump, also Director Radcliffe and Tulsi Gabbard for pushing for this transparency. It is going to be generational changing that they've done this, and we hope to bring forward legislation to ensure that this never happens again for future generations to come.
As for Oliver Stone's testimony, you may remember his 1991 film JFK faced major criticism over its suggestion that Kennedy's assassination was mired by high-level conspiracies. Well, those assertions are finding new life with the release of the current JFK files. President Trump's reciprocal tariffs are set to take effect on Wednesday. Thursday, his 25% tariff on cars and car parts are set to be implemented. But Russia could really face the Trump tariff wrath as the commander-in-chief is threatening a 25 to 50% tariff on all Russian oil imports. The president says the taxes could start within a month if there's no ceasefire in the war between Russia and Ukraine, and if he feels Russia is blocking his efforts to end that war. NBC News is reporting that Mr. Trump said he was, quote, pissed off about the situation. He's also planning to speak with his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, again this week. The search is on for the person who set fire to the New Mexico Republican Party headquarters in Albuquerque. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives says investigators found incendiary materials there at the scene. It's one of the latest in a recent rash of arsons at Republican and President Trump-aligned facilities, which of course includes Tesla. Investigators say Sunday's fire in Albuquerque was set early in the morning and no one was there. That's a check of your headline.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back live, Human Events Daily here, Washington, D.C. I got a question for you, and this is something that we certainly need to get into in the Poso household. Did you know that Fast Growing Trees is the biggest online nursery in the U.S. with thousands of different plants and over 2 million happy customers? They have all the plants your yard needs, like fruit trees, privacy trees, flowering trees, shrubs, and so much more. Whatever plants you're interested in, Fast Growing Trees has you covered. Find the perfect fit for your climate and space. Fast Growing Trees makes it easy to get your dream yard. Order online and get your plants delivered directly to your door in just a few days without ever leaving home. Their Live and Thrive guarantee ensures your plants arrive happy and healthy. Plus, get support from trained plant experts on call to help you plan your landscape, choose the right plants, and learn how to care for them. Look, this is something I mentioned before. We had some storm damage. By the way, the White House apparently also had storm damage. President Trump tweeting about this from his Truth Social account about how a really historic tree planted by Andrew Jackson had some storm damage as well. They're going to need to be replacing it. Who knows? Maybe President Trump could use fastgrowingtrees.com, but I know that certainly we're going to be using it in the Poso household very, very soon. I'm looking at pine trees. I think we're going to get them. I think we're going to do the pine trees. This spring, they have the best deals for your yard, up to half on select plants and other deals. And if you're a part of the Human Events audience, you'll get 15% off your first purchase when you use promo code POSO at checkout. That's an additional 15% off at fastgrowingtrees.com using promo code POSO at checkout. Fastgrowingtrees.com, promo code POSO. Now, right now, it's springtime, the perfect time to plant. So use promo code POSO today. The offer is valid for a limited time. And of course, terms and conditions may apply. But we had it out last night. Tanya Tay, by the way, loved the app, loved the website. She was clicking through. You can find out exactly what trees would look good at your house. You can find out what trees or various other plants, bushes, etc. Something didn't make it through a storm. Something didn't make it through the winter. Fastgrowingtrees.com will be. It's just a great site. I really like it. By the way, for those asking, I don't know if you guys can see this. Can we drop the lower third for a second, because I've got my Got my JD Vance right there. Got the JD Vance shirt on. Got that up today. So finally came in the mail. So we have our JD Vance shirt up. You guys can get that. You go to thepostmillennial.com. You can check that out as well. But speaking of human events, I wanted to bring on the human events opinion editor himself, Kenny Cody, here to the program. What's up, Kenny?
Hey, Jack. How are you doing, brother?
So, Kenny, this new piece you've got up called The Brutal Americans, and this sort of you're playing off of a piece that Ann Applebaum wrote in The Atlantic last week, in the midst, by the way, of a piece I would say that was going viral in the wake of Signalgate all last week, when you were saying that brutal Americans, that this is a phrase, by the way, not only that should we embrace, but we should embrace as a badge of honor. And look, you've got President Trump coming out last night saying that not only are the tariffs going tomorrow, or I should say Wednesday, for a few select countries, it's going to be the entire world. So frame it for me, brother. Brutal Americans versus the world.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the left, the more they try to make us look evil and the more they try to make us look like we're these uncaring beings, the cooler they make us look. I mean, I think that this attitude is exactly what people in America want the MAGA movement to be. We want to be these fighters, these people that are going against cultural Marxism, progressivism, and are going against this European view of the world. You know, formerly under the Bush administration, under the Obama administration, we were always these neocons, neoliberals that were kowtowing to a global government or kowtowing to a globalist movement. And I think now that we have this America First concentration, we're able to be brutal Americans because we're America first. Europeans should view us as brutal, as tough negotiators, as people who think that we are the intimidators. We are people that, you know, are going to dictate policy. We're not going to be ran over by foreign policy that's going to, you know, go off the backs of American workers and crush on the backs of American workers. We're going to put the American worker first, not corporations that are overseas, not corporations that are in our own country trying to dictate our own economic policy, but we're going to be putting the workers first. And I think through these reciprocal tariffs, and I think for this, you know, trade war that we're seeing going on in America and for foreign countries like Canada and Mexico and others, I think you're finally seeing the right kind of policy that is putting American citizens before anything else. And that's what brutal means to the Europeans. You know, this Ann Applebaum wrote this piece basically about her European travels, like we've changed a personality. We used to be so caring and so charitable, and now we're not. That's not it. It's not that we're not being nice to these people. We're just not going to be run over anymore. We're not going to be kowtow to the EU. We're not going to kowtow to the United Nations, and we're certainly not going to kowtow to the presidents or prime ministers of countries that could care less about us and give no benefit to us. So all brutal American means is brutally honest and brutally reliant and loyal to the American people, and we're going to fight these battles brutally.
And that really is it. You know, it's going to, by the way, and some of that pain, I understand. It's going to be through the economy, and there's going to, let's be clear. This is going to be one of those things where you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. And I see the Daily Mail is coming out there. Senator Rand Paul has come out, in opposition to the tariffs. A number of other people have come out against the tariffs on the MAGA side of the aisle. And understand that and what President Trump is doing, and what we're talking about that we support through human events, is this idea of restructuring the global order, where, yes, it's not going to be GDP first. It's actually going to be people first. And the people that we're putting first are the American people and the American worker. Kenny, you're writing right there in Appalachia. Talk to me about how the global economy has devastated that area.
I mean, it 100% has. I mean, factories and the working class is the backbone of Appalachia. It's the backbone of Cobb County, where I live. It's the backbone of the 1st Congressional District in Tennessee. We rely on workers, factory workers, those that are in trade, to have the backbone here. And for far too long, these foreign countries that abuse the imports through exports have taken control and made these companies fail economically during the 2008 crisis. And throughout the last 10 or 12 years, it's not the companies that are, reliant on American cities that are affected the most. American cities can recycle workers. They can hire anybody. They can say if this person's not doing the work or if they're not happy with the work they're getting paid, we can bring in migrants. We can bring in, anybody else from the other cities. We can, drain from another city and have people come in from a mobility rate standpoint, come in and work. In rural Appalachia, these jobs are what makes our economy. They are what runs small towns. And when you have countries and corporations overseas that are taking advantage of these small towns in America, such as those in Appalachia and some of those in small towns in states like Ohio and Pennsylvania, it can drain these communities. It can drain these economies. Not only are these people's pockets emptying, these towns and these states and these regions are being depleted economically because we don't have the same opportunity because we are kowtowing to foreign nations. It's depleting these American workers force. Look, nobody's saying that these corporations that employ these American workers, we need to let them run roughshod over us, but we need to be prioritizing employing Americans, employing those from the region that build the backbone and build the back that these regions are based upon. And allow that economy to thrive, because if we don't allow our local economies to thrive in these small towns like the one that I live in, America itself is going to vanish. And we have to be able to prioritize the people that literally elected this president. The working class in this country are the ones that elected Donald Trump to 2 non-consecutive terms and have manipulated change throughout congressional districts, throughout Senate races, and legislative races throughout the country. So we have to be able to put the American worker first, put the auto industry, those that work in the auto industry, those who work in metal, steel, whatever else, in the working class, put those workers first before we put corporations and foreign countries first. And that's what these tariffs are going to be able to be doing and putting us first in trade negotiations.
And look, this is going to be a fight. It's going to be a brutal fight, and it's going to take brutal Americans to do this. President Trump, he's also talking, people have said, whoa, this means car prices are going up. This means, and by the way, even American cars, because a lot of the auto parts are coming from overseas as well, they're going to get hit by tariffs. So you might see American cars go up. I think 2% was the number that I saw. But President Trump has come out and says, guess what? Your interest rates can be deductible if you buy an American car. I love, by the way, when President Trump also said that, it's typically interest rates or something that or deductibles or something that the rich usually has. These write-offs, the idea that you can write off something that that the average working class person doesn't usually deal with, especially if they're not running their own company or have an S corp and LLC or something like that. And look, it's as simple as this. It really is as simple as this. The greatest generation, the silent generation, they didn't have 3 cars in their garage. They had 1 car, and they drove that car their whole lives, and it worked. They got it fixed. They got it repaired. It worked. They didn't upgrade their TV at Costco every year. They had 1 TV or 1 radio and then 1 TV, and it worked. So is there going to be a pain? You bet. Is it going to be at the cost of your convenience? At first. But it has to hurt first if it's going to heal. And that's what it's all about. That's what's about when it comes to actually reworking the global system. And Secretary Bessent came here on Human Events last week, and he said this. The American dream is not about cheap baubles from overseas, is it, Kenny Cody?
No, America is, we always have this debate, right? We're not just an economic tool. People are not tools for the economy or the GDP. We are prioritizing American families, prioritizing the American working class, and the voters that voted in this change before we're going to be kowtowing to foreign countries, corporations, or anything else. We are not an idea. We are a nation, and we are a people. And those people come first before anything else. And those people mandated this change back in November. So we have to make sure that we are concentrating on prioritizing the right economic policy, the right foreign policy, and the right negotiation tactics to come up with the best result and the best outcome for those workers and their families and their children's futures and their own futures. We have to be able to prioritize that before we concentrate on any other economic, GDP scale or anything to brag on MSNBC. We need to be able to ensure that American workers are safe, their savings accounts are funded, and their children can go to school, their children can be safe, stay alive, and ensure that these families are facilitated throughout the next generation and create the next great generation as those that came before them.
We are creating the next great generation. I love that. That is so perfect. Kenny, I think you might have your next column right there, man. Creating the next great generation. That is the positive vision for the future that we're all about here at Human Events. We'll be right back with more from Kenny Cody.
I just spoke with John Thune about. I just spoke to Mike Johnson about, Speaker. We're going to do something that has never been done in this country before. I'm very proud to say it was my idea. And so sometimes a simple idea, they say, how'd you think of that one? It's so simple, it was never done. If you buy a car in the United States that's made in the United States, if it's manufactured here, when you borrow money, if you borrow money, you have interest payments, we're going to let you deduct the interest payment for income tax reasons. And I think that's going to more than pay for itself. I think people are going to be they've never had a deduction. You know, deductions are supposed to be for like rich people, and it's unfair to have that. But rich people are, I think I know more about deductions than any human being on earth. But, you know, the truth is that people that are middle-income people that buy a car and actually have to borrow money, they're going to now get an interest deduction on their car if it's made in the United States. If it's made someplace else, that won't take place.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back live here, Human Events Daily. Kenny Cody, we're on. He's the new opinion editor at Human Events. Hails from Appalachia. Kenny, let's talk some more about that. Let's actually tease this out, what you're talking about here. President Trump isn't just remembering the greatest generation. He's creating the next greatest generation, the next great generation. So Gen Z, Gen Alpha, this is what he's offering. He's not sitting there saying, oh, you need to worship the great generation. You need to worship the baby boomers. You need to worship the World War II past, et cetera, et cetera. He's saying, look, we have our past. We honor our past. We honor our heritage. But at the same time, we actually have to deliver for the future. So, hey, how about you? Do you want to be rich? That's what it's all about. It's about restoring American economic prosperity. Of course, that comes through trade. Of course, that comes through immigration. Of course, that comes through ending the foreign wars. How is President Trump going to create, and what is he doing already, to create the next great generation?
Well, I think just this priority of the trade and the priority of the American worker. I mean, it's no longer cool to be. I mean, I'm not saying anything negative about these professions, but you know, and to be in law and to be in health or to be in any of those priority fields, even in politics. Like Trump's made it cool to be a working class citizen, a blue collar person. He's made it cool. Like when he goes out and works in McDonald's, he goes out and rides the garbage truck. He goes out to these auto worker plants. He knows that people idolize those who are bringing home the bacon, the people who are providing for their families.
And Kenny, to your point, just this last weekend, we were railing on Snow White all last week. What's the number one movie that beat Snow White at the box office this weekend? It's literally called A Working Man, and it's Jason Statham starring him as a construction worker. I think it's his son or his daughter gets taken. Liam Neeson-esque story, but again, just a blue collar thriller. Jason Statham, a construction worker, defeats Disney, defeats Snow White. They drop 66%. And guess what? America went to go see A Working Man, and they went to go see the Chosen's doing The Last Supper. So you got Easter, and you got the construction worker are leading the box office.
Well, exactly. And I think that that's the kind of idolization that a lot of Americans really have in their hearts. But here in Tennessee, when you go out and campaign for governor, you go out and campaign for a political position, people don't want to see you dressed in a shirt and tie and a blazer. They want to see you in overalls. They want to see you in plaid. They want to see you in a flannel. They want to see a working person that can relate to them, that can relate to their families and relate to their friends, people that they've seen growing up. They don't want some utsy-tutsy person from Nashville or Knoxville or Memphis or Chattanooga. They want to see the working man leading their state, leading their district, leading their region. And I think that's the same case for all across America. They idolize people who are going to go in, get their hands dirty, and actually contribute to their families instead of just going and sitting in an office somewhere. And like I said, no offense to those professions whatsoever, but Trump has made it cool to be blue collar again. He's made it cool to be working class again. And I think that next great generation is going to become from idolizing those people and putting those people first and putting America first through foreign policy, economic policy, and trade policy.
And this really does show a reworking of our society. It's reworking it away from these fantasy values, these affluent values, right? The limousine liberal type values of saying, I care so much about DEI, I care so much about CRT and wokeness and all this. No. People are people. Human nature is immutable. You like a movie where Jason Statham is beating up people. He's a construction worker. He's got his boots on. He's getting his hands dirty. People like that kind of movie. It's simple. Everybody gets it. Then what else is banging up the box office? And this is why I talk about this so much, because the box office is a sort of a way to kind of show where the flow of American people are going and American opinion. And you look at it, they're moving away from the liberal coded movies and moving back towards the conservative movies. It is a tangible litmus test for the American people, better than, any of these opinion polls that are coming out there. Why? Because it's dollars that people actually have to put up themselves. Kenny Cody, where can people find your work, man?
You can follow me at KDCodyTN on Twitter and follow the Human Events Twitter page, of course, for all of our opinion pieces coming out. And Jack, it's always great to join you, and I hope you have a great rest of your Monday, brother.
You as well, my brother. Take care. Working Man. Go check it out at the box office. By the way, in the interest of full disclosure, the author of the Working Man book series was also the writer, for longtime listeners and longtime followers, also the writer of the Agent Poso graphic novel Task Force Aegis back in 2019, 2020. The great Chuck Dixon, the creator of Bane. So congratulations, Chuck. All the best to you. You absolutely deserve it. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay short.